I-17. Letter to Epigmenio Guzman. March 15, 1930. Mérida, Yuc, Mexico. March 15, 1930. Señor Don Epigmenio Guzman. Villa Cardal, Veracruz, Mexico. Esteemed comrade. Even if personally we have not had the pleasure of exchanging impresions with you upon our arrival in Veracruz in July of last year, our good comrade, Enrique Rivera Bertrand, had already had the opportunity to acquaint us fully with your activities in favor of our cause and the purely anti-imperialist spirit that motivates you. This by itself has sufficed for us to take an interest in your reports, and we regard you as a good element in the struggle against Yankee piracy. On the past occasion to which we refer, it was not possible for us to speak with you because of our fatigue after many days of arduous travel, even when we knew later that you wanted to see us. The occasion was not propitious, and we regret not having seen you, but Comrade Rivera Bertrand always kept us posted about your activities. Now when we were in Mexico City, we told Comrade Rivera Bertrand about our wish to see you, since he accompanied us on the journey, but our wishes weren't realized. While passing through Villa Cardal, where we knew you resided, we sent our best compliments to you, and we commissioned Comrade Rivera Bertrand to carry our fraternal greeting to you. We know from a letter recently received that he has satisfactorily complied with that commission and has spoken with you. As we have said on many occasions, we have complete confidence in the Mexican people, and we hope that on every occasion their attitude will correspond to the hopes that the Latin Americans have placed in them. Because that nation is the repository of our hopes, and we don't think it will falter before the maneuvers of imperialism. And just as the nation is a complete aggregate, you are the good individual fighters. Our position before the common enemy must be clear and defined. Reasons of dignity and respect oblige us not to enter into agreements nor to misrepresent the mission that fate assigned to us, at the moment when 1930. Imperialism attacks brazenly as in Nicaragua, or in a sly fashion as in other countries where its infiltration has alarming characteristics. To fight, and only to fight, this is our only mission, our highest duty. Submission and calm can only bring discredit and the disappearance of our autonomous nations. We hope, esteemed comrade, that you and all Mexicans will know how to comply with your duty, keeping to the straight and honorable line, not allowing the stealthy advances of imperialism. With a very affectionate greeting for you and the other comrades of that region, we are attentive and faithful servants. Patria y Libertad. Augusto CFISAR Sandino. 323. I-18. Letter to Hernan Laborde. March 29, 1930. Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. March 29, 1930. Comrade Hernan Laborde, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Mexico Apartado 20-31 Mexico, DF. Esteemed comrade, your letter of the 22d of this month is in our hands, and what you tell us in respect to the mission that Comrade Contreras will carry out in Berlin is understood in all its details. In our letter of the 12th of this month we told you of our plan in the event the reply from Berlin was too long delayed. In ours of the 15th of this month, we asked you to inform us by telegram to the city of the results of Comrade Contreras' mission, once you had knowledge of it by cable from Berlin. 1. We repeat our request. We have in view our journey to the Segovias, and I will inform you if it is possible for me to leave for Europe from there, taking events into account. You will receive our correspondence from Central America, and for this purpose we will inform you of the representation we have there so that we can remain in contact with you. We will establish rapid means of communication in convenient places as required, and therefore it will be the same appointed companions who will provide you with the way to write to us. With our departure for the Segovias the plan we formulated with you will change, but when we receive the decision from Berlin we will let you know how it appears to us most convenient to develop continental and worldwide anti-imperialist activity, upon the basis of the cooperation that has been offered. We continue preparing the statements. You will have them shortly. Our intention to leave for the Segovias will not prevent you from writing to me in the city until further notice. We will maintain a system of communications that is set up here for the time when we re-establish Con. 324. 1930. Tact with you from Central America. As always, then, we ask you to write to the address we gave you in the city. We continue mobilizing for Central America, despite the financial difficulties we are facing. We have had the pleasure of reading the letter of credentials that the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Mexico has given to Comrade Colonel Agustin F. Marti, as a representative of that Central Committee to our army and in particular to me, in my role as leader of that army. In this regard, I think it would be convenient for the credentials to be extended to represent the Central Committee before the leadership of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua and not the Army itself. The reasons that the Central Committee may adduce for this decision should be the relations that exist between the leader, etc. Concerning all the rest, we are in agreement, and the representation will be recognized when it arrives in the form I'm recommending to you. Always awaiting your communications, we subscribe ourselves to you fraternally. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Pounsar Sandino. 1. These letters are not included in this edition. R.C. I-19. Letter to Esteban Pafletic. March 30, 1930. Merida, Yuc, Mexico. March 30, 1930. Señor Esteban Pafletic. Mexico, D.F. Worthy companion and friend. I have had the pleasure of receiving your esteemed letters of the 23rd and 25th of this month, one written in the penitentiary, a place that brings honor to those who go there because of their efforts on behalf of freedom, as has happened to you, and the other written when you were already outside it. I have read them with real interest, and their contents have caused me sorrow and satisfaction at the same time. Those letters strongly reflect your temperament as an indestructible and tireless fighter, and more than anything else the purity of your idealism. Young men like yourself are those our America needs in the arenas of ideas and action, to deliver her from her internal torments and the dangers from outside. You mustn't think I was indifferent to your misfortune at the time of the difficult test to which you were subjected by this country's authorities, a test that has served to reveal your spirit as a fighter. From the moment you disappeared from our side we used every resource to find out what had happened to you, without stopping to think that you were held by the enemies of freedom, even if the first investigations were negative. Already when we came to Veracruz we knew they were holding you at the city barracks. I was ready to go there to see you, but with Dr. Zepeda's suggestion that that might worsen your situation and with the promise he made to us to take steps to arrange your release, we decided to leave at once and then see what might happen. Still, we wrote from Veracruz to Dr. Zepeda urging him not to forget his promise to arrange your freedom, and, furthermore, aboard the Coahuila we sent him a message with the following words: urgent to learn fate of Comrade Pafletic. Inform us without delay. Not having had a reply, we repeated several times to Dr. Zepeda our wish that he ask for your release. Once since our friend Gonzalez was leaving on a mission to Mexico City, he was given the job of finding out what had been done for you, which he 1930 faithfully did. He informed us of the smallest details of your imprisonment and that you would probably go into exile. Therefore all doubts about our attitude are dispelled. It's partly the way we are and partly our duty as soldiers to look after good companions such as yourself. Obviously, to obtain your freedom we weren't about to ask for it on our knees, or to beg for it as a favor. Our total isolation from the present regime for basic reasons of idealism and principles makes it impossible to request the freedom of a companion, even when that freedom is a right usurped by those who could grant it. For which reason we prefer to leave this matter in Dr. Zepeda's hands. Whether he did anything or not, this is now beyond our control. We have a message in our possession in which he tells us that you were released because of his influence. You should give up every doubt and be certain that we have done what we could for you within the limits of our difficult situation. Your attitude in the face of the offers they made to you when you were taken before Señor Vadillo was logical and dignified. It's never necessary to wear a golden padlock over one's mouth to remain silent, nor a bough of flowers on one's hands to bind them up. This would be a vulgar denial of all character, of all firm idealism. Something more, it would be your suicide. Our America is plagued by scoundrels, and these are the ones who have sowed doubt and distrust among the masses. Those with the noblest intentions have been the worst enemies because by exploiting the people's good faith and their ardent wish for freedom, they have brought them frustration, leaving them to learn from painful experience. I congratulate you sincerely for your attitude. You have placed yourself at the height of your obligation. There's no need for you to say that you remain firm and loyal to the cause we defend, not even to me. I count you among those who neither yield nor surrender. Comrade Gonzalez will have an opportunity to bring you instructions. At this very moment, with our hands and our conscience clean, we have arranged our return to the Segovias, even if, as you know, our enemies have tried to crucify us on the ignoble timber of defamation. We will overcome any obstacle that stands in the way of our march, and we will reach our beloved battlegrounds in the Segovias to give new demonstrations of love to Latin America, and of resistance and self-respect to the invader. We repeat today the phrases of Bolivar: if the elements are against us, we will be against the elements, and if God is against us, we will be against God. I believe I will never again leave the battlefields of the Segovias for as long as a miserable Yankee invader remains on Nicaraguan soil, not even as a dead man. A formidable duel is about to take place between them and us, which must free the timid from their indifference and strengthen the spirit of struggle of continental and West Indian America. Time will speak for us. 1930. I regret not being able to offer you assistance. They have just finished dismantling the house we lived in because its owner is leaving. Our cash on hand amounts to only a few pennies. If you are not in a bed of flowers, friend Pathetic, neither are we, even though slander eats into our hearts cruelly and tries to leave its poison there. Accept this apology as trustworthy and fair. With all the respect of your companion and friend, Patriot y Libertad. Augusto Clisar Sandino. 1. Preserved in the IES archive, Pedro José Zepeda collection, is a telegram from Sandino to Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, dated February 28, 1930, on board the Coahuila. It reads: would appreciate immediate information. Fate Pathetic. A.C. Sandino. This must have been one of the messages Sandino sent to Zepeda about this matter. 120. The journey to Mexico as told to Jose Roman in 1933. I'm pleased that you've studied all that documentation, because you will have noticed that, to put it briefly, the trip to Mexico was a mess I got myself into and for which I alone am to blame. The main reason for the trip was the urgent need we had for war supplies and substantial economic support especially. Very well, a young man from Guadalajara, Mexico, José de Paredes, who came here voluntarily and was a good adjutant because he understood office work and spoke English, having lived in California, eventually told me that he had been well acquainted with President Portesgil before he was appointed to complete General Alvaro Obregon's presidential term, and that, aside from that, he had relatives who had worked very close to Portesgil. He suggested to me that I let him go and see if it might be possible to get help in Mexico. I thought nothing would be lost by trying. He left and eventually came back with the most flattering offers from President Portesgil, which naturally couldn't be written down for reasons of security, according to what he told me, but he brought with him the passports and safe conducts for everyone we had wanted to accompany me. We prepared ourselves as fast as we could and left. I repeat this, I know the blame was all mine. As shrewd as I am, and to trust a stupid ass like Paredes. The passports and safe conducts were legitimate. And so early in June 1929, we left for Mexico by way of Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. Those who accompanied me among others of my general staff were the following officers of the Latin American Legion: Ruben Ardila Gomez of Colombia, Agustin Farabundo Martí of El Salvador, Gregorio Gilbert of the Dominican Republic, Esteban Pathetic of Peru, and José de Paredes of Mexico. 1. Very well. With an interminable series of pretexts and double-dealing, they made me wait in Yucatan. I found myself in Merida almost without resources and totally ignorant of the plans they might have for me. It had been hinted to me that the U.S. ambassador, Mr. Morrow, in a murky plot with Portskill and some members of my entourage, was simply trying to keep me as a prisoner and discredit me. Meanwhile, the press did its best to convert the matter of my representation into a question of dogs and cats. On one side, Farabundo Martí, with the communists; on the other, Pafletic, with the opristas, who, 1930, turned out to be a drone and a liar, though I give him the benefit of the doubt because it's possible that he had acted out of error because of his youthful enthusiasm. 2. But, however it happened, he was the direct cause of the muddle. The fact is, they didn't tell President Portskill that I was seeking military and economic support from Mexico, but rather asylum, and this was not stated to Paredes himself, who never saw Portskill, but was passed on instead by intermediaries. 3. Such was my desperation because of the slanderous charges that had been brought against me, because of the intrigues of the communists, opristas, and other revolutionary groups, that I expelled Martí, Pafletic, and de Paredes from my ranks, telling them I never wanted to see them again. Then I immediately wrote a long and detailed letter to President Portskill asking him for his final reply, and that he permit me to return to my mountains. You saw a copy of that letter, dated in Yucatan on December 4, 1929, and received by the President near the end of that same month. 4. To keep the story brief and to come straight to the point, early in February 1930, the President of Mexico, Emilio Portskill, received me in a special interview in Chapultepec Castle. He very pleasantly informed me that the Mexican government had never had, nor could have had, any intention of helping us in our war, because to intervene in the internal politics of another country was a very delicate international problem, that just as Mexico, to the extent of its power, would not allow others to interfere in its affairs, it also wouldn't interfere in those of others, and that it had been his understanding that I had only been asking for hospitable asylum for myself. This is the pure truth. Nothing more and nothing less. I must also point out that all my travel expenses and the costs of my stay in Mexico were recognized and were paid for by the Mexican government. And let it be understood that this was without our asking for it or committing ourselves to any political arrangements. Dr. Pedro José Zepeda took me to greet General Plutarco Elias Calles at his retreat in Cuernavaca. I should mention as well that during my short stay in the Mexican capital, I was received and attended to with the rank of a general. They assigned me 6 aides from national security, aside from 2 of my own. That was my entourage. And I considered staying a few days longer in that enchanting city, where they also gave me every type of medical examination. But one of those rare things occurred of the kind that so often happened to me. I wanted to see a great bullfight, and so naturally the colonel of Mexican security who accompanied me ordered the best tickets, next to the ring and next to an exit. The great plaza was fully packed, as they say. We deliberately arrived at about the middle of the first bullfight, in order not to attract attention. I was dressed in civilian clothes and wore dark glasses, but at the end of the third bull, while the band was playing a musical salute, someone with a megaphone cried out, 1930. Mexicans, General Sandino is with us in the plaza. Viva General Sandino. And this has to be believed. Everyone in the plaza rose to his feet, as if pulled up by a string, crying out, Viva Sandino. Back in Merida, on April 1 I sent several of my men back to the Segovias, I myself staying hidden away in a friend's country house with only 4 of my aides. We knew that spies of the US government were keeping very close track on us. For what reasons, I don't know. With the help of the Mexican Secret Service, on April 24 I departed by sea for Veracruz, which I left by rail, passing through Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. Early in May I was back in the Segovias, and on the following June 10, exactly a year after my departure, on the hill called Tamalac, today La Reunion, Department of Jinotega, I gave a report of my trip to our army. The war, which during my absence had been kept alive in the Segovias by our army under the command of Generals Pedro Altamirano and Miguel Angel Ortez, was reactivated in a fierce manner upon my return. One Gregorio Gilbert was author of an account of his experiences as a member of Sandino's army entitled Junto a Sandino, published by the Universidad Autónoma de Santo Domingo in 1979. R.C. 2. The Aprista Party was a radical political party of Peru, of which Pafletic was a member. R.C. 3. According to President Portsgill, writing in his autobiography, he did receive Paredes, who gave him a silk handkerchief on which Sandino had written his letter of January 6, 1929. Paredes told him of Sandino's difficult situation in Nicaragua, Portsgill wrote, and asked him to grant Sandino asylum in Mexico and to supply him with the weapons needed to continue his struggle. The president agreed to grant asylum, according to his version of events, but refused to give him weapons on the grounds that he could not betray the improved relationship that Mexico had established with the United States some 2 years before. See Emilio Portsgill, Autobiografía de la Revolución Mexicana, 596-97. RC 4. See Document 101. 121. Returning to the Segovias. Letter to Pedro José Zepeda, May 13, 1930. Danlí, Honduras. May 13, 1930. Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, General Representative of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, Mexico, D.F. Distinguished Doctor and Godfather. I am pleased to inform you that today I am leaving here for the Segovias and that I will be with my muchachos on the 16th, as I communicated to you in a telegram that I left predated in San Salvador. All my people mobilized themselves when they got news of my return to the Segovias. Thus I have confidence in the most sensational success. Doctor, try to send the buttons that I entrusted to you as soon as possible to Don Jose Idiox in Danlí, and also a quantity of money so that Don Jose can transfer his mail to my camps and send me some things that are absolutely essential. My respects to my godfather and kisses and embraces for the children, and especially Cesar Augusto. Accept the esteem of your friend and godfather. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 122, The Battle of Saraguasca, June 19, 1930. For the honored press of the world in general, in the Segovian plains and mountains our salvos of protest and vigilance against the hordes of outlaws and insolent criminals have not ceased, nor will they cease. On the broad plateaus of the Segovias may be found 2 imposing heights, among others, El Saraguasca and El Yucapuca, places that served as our centers of operations in the war against Chamorro and Diaz in 1927. One with the intention of carrying out our army's new plans, which we accomplished with total success on the 18th of this month, I took Posses Zion of El Saraguasca with 400 men and 10 machine guns, leaving other columns placed strategically in several locations with more than 600 men, all these forces completely equipped. At dawn on the 19th I was informed by the guard officers that on the heights of El Churinagua and the Rock of La Cruz suspicious lights were seen moving slowly down over the lower parts of El Saraguasca as if they were trying to approach our first outposts. As always a cold wind whipped those heights. No doubt remained that the lights we watched belonged to the enemy. Through the fog General Altamirano, who was officer of the day, arrived with 10 men on horseback, bringing me the same news about the enemy's approach. 3 mortar shots were ordered as an immediate warning signal to our reserves who were spread out over El Saraguasca. During the first daylight hours of the 19th the battle began in the area of the San Marcos lowlands. By 12 the enemy had been beaten on all sides, the Yankee leader of the attackers having been killed in the first assault. The enemy continued firing almost without let-up until 6 in the afternoon when they were almost totally annihilated by our brave soldiers. A flotilla of 6 airplanes took part in the battle, furiously bombing and machine gunning us on 2 occasions. That day was an awful one for the Yankee pirates and Nicaraguan renegades. At that tragic moment in our history some amazing and odd scenes were observed. The enemy's casualties were uncountable, as were the desertions from their ranks. On our part, we had to mourn the death of 1930. Captain Encarnacion Lumby and the wounding of a young soldier, Roque Mady of Telpanca. At 4 in the afternoon, when the aerial attack seemed to have stopped, an enemy bomb exploded, lightly wounding me in one of the joints of my left leg. I haven't given any importance to my small wound, nor have I stopped directing matters concerning our army, because it hasn't even prevented me from mounting my horse. At 6 in the afternoon some shots were heard from the enemy, who fled desperately through those plains, unaware even of where they had come from. 4 hours later we left the heights of El Saraguasca, because this was the plan we had decided upon earlier. Thus ended that armed engagement in which two races fought, the one for supremacy, the other for the right to fatherland and freedom. All our forces are spread strategically throughout the Segovias, and we also possess forces in the departments of Leon and Chinandega. The desolation and sorrow of the Nicaraguan people is the exclusive work of the murderous governments of the United States of America. José María Moncada is the most dangerous man in Nicaragua, because he speaks of the accumulation of money in the national coffers, of the construction of new railroad lines and roads, etc., etc., and, with all this evil man has brought confusion to our people and to our liberal party. For us, the Nicaraguans, the best things Moncada talks about are like sweet candies in our Nicaraguan hell. The people of Nicaragua know full well that from 1909 until the present, all the governments that have come to power in our republic have been illegal, with the exception of the puppet, Juan Bautista Sacasa, and that, for that same reason, from that date until the present all the treaties, pacts, and conventions celebrated between the Yankee governments and those individuals whom they themselves imposed upon Nicaragua with the thrust of a bayonet have no legal validity, because they have been made at the expense of our people. This is what interests the people of Nicaragua, to nullify those famous treaties, and only in this way can we be free, sovereign, and independent. The funds that Moncada accumulated don't mean a thing to us Nicaraguans, because he needs that money to pay the salaries of the mercenary army that the Yankee has created in Nicaragua. Nor are we interested in the railroad lines that Moncada has constructed, because we know he needs them for the rapid mobilization of military units and mercenary troops who murder legitimate Nicaraguans. All the construction works and economic measures that Moncada has carried out during his administration are Machiavellian, all have the smell of death, sorrow, and calamity, because everything is done maliciously by the Yankees. José María Moncada says whatever he can to create confusion among the Nicaraguan people, but he never says a word about the illegality of the tree. 1930. Ties I have mentioned, because these are matters that concern the Nicaraguan people and jeopardize Yankee interests. Our army fights bravely to free Nicaragua from all those ignominious treaties and from the slavish posture that the Nicaraguan politicians have pursued with the Yankee government. The North American piracy organized an army of young Nicaraguans which they call the National Guard. The majority of those men were with us, shoulder to shoulder, fighting the Yankee intervention. But the enemy has put a blindfold in the form of a dollar over their eyes, and so they don't see who it is that they are fighting against. Oh, dear fatherland, how much sorrow, pain, sadness, and bitterness have the conservatives burdened you with by imposing so much illiteracy upon our people, so that today a large part of the youthful energies born and nourished on your soil have turned against you and against those who defend you. Will it be possible for those Nicaraguans at the service of the Yankee intervention, rifle in hand, to accept that slavery that we reject with holy rage? What will bring such stupid men to their senses? Have they not understood that to defend the honor of the fatherland is to seek the freedom of all Nicaraguans? Is it possible that a military uniform, 3 scant meals a day, and the 10 pesos these men are paid each month can give them such a happy life that they forget the dear country that embraces all of us under the same blue sky? Who are the men truly responsible for so much infamy? José María Moncada, Adolfo Diaz, and Emiliano Chamorro, the unholy trinity of miserable sellouts of their country. You are the three sorry ones, representative of the school of backsliders, cowards, and traitors, who have established in our country the murderous governments of the United States of America. It isn't important that the traitors are multiplying in Nicaragua. Our army is strongly aware of its high historic role to sweep away all this corruption with the broom of its bayonets. General Headquarters of the Defenders of the National Sovereignty, the Segovias, June 26, 1930. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Clisar Sandino. Won the Constitutionalist War of 1926 to 1927. 123 Letter to Pedro José Zepeda, July 16, 1930. General Headquarters of the Defenders of the National Honor of Nicaragua, the Segovias, July 16, 1930. Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, General Representative of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, Mexico, D.F. Very distinguished Dr. Zepeda. By means of the report that I'm preparing with a great deal of effort, you may understand my state of health. The military operations are going very well, and only I am a bit sick, but Estrada is doing what he can to cure me. He's the only doctor I have. I encouraged myself to send you these lines simply because I didn't want to neglect writing to you. I don't have a secretary, and I prepared this for the press about as well as I could. One copy is going to you and the other to Gonzalez in El Salvador. Try to dress it up nicely and give it as much publicity as possible. I have very little faith in what you can achieve there, but don't lose heart because here we have everything. The gold is where I left it, and as soon as I think I can remove it without danger of losing it, I will send it to you in the manner we talked about. Now that I'm sick, I would like to have you near to cure me quickly. General Pedro Altamirano is very much a soldier, and whenever he comes he has given me a complete report of his activities. Among other things, he brought me a piece of smelted gold, about 6 to 8 pounds, which I will send possibly to be sold in Honduras to buy ammunition for pistols. The war requires money, and for lack of it we lose a lot of time in sending out our communications. If nobody offers you anything, don't ask for it, because as soon as I go a bit into the interior there won't be any need for anything. All the people of these regions are prepared to die with rifle in hand, and it is a pity we can't equip them quickly. Nobody refused the concentration I ordered. On the 9th of this month I organized more than 1,930 men. All of them have been spread out in various places since the Battle of El Saraguasca, where I was wounded. Everything is going well, and I work the same as I did before leaving Mexico. My respects to my godmother Helda and the other boys, my pet Espchali. Accept the sincere friendship of your friend and brother in patriotism. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Clisar Sandino. 124 How the fighting was carried on while Sandino was away, a report to the Supreme Commander, July 20, 1930. Report to the Supreme Commander of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, General Augusto Cesar Sandino, from Generals Pedro Altamirano, Carlos Salgado, and Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, of their activities carried out with the authority of the same Supreme Commander, during his stay abroad on a special mission of our Army, battles engaged in by General Pedro Altamirano, 6 battles in the following places: El Malacate, El Cabardon, 2 battles in Los Cedros, La Colonia, and El Huete. Battles engaged in by General Carlos Salgado, 3 battles in the following places: Rio Negro, Los Robles, and El Limon. Battles engaged in by General Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, 15 battles in the following places: El Cerco de Piedra, Quebrada El Guineo, El Bromadero, Rio Negro, La Cabula, Los Limons, Arado Quemado, San Francisco de Cojiniquilapa, Los Robles de Somoto Grande, La Rica, Yelay, El Balsamo, El Cajon, El Limon, and El Ajiquit. Total of 24 battles. Casualties suffered in the expeditionary forces of General Pedro Altamirano: dead, Captain Francisco Centeno, Lieutenant Sebastian Montenegro, Sergeant Santos Ramos, Private Guillermo Contreras, Private Francisco Galeano, Private Ramon Garcia, Private Crisanto Acuna, Private Francisco Navarrete. Wounded, Private Pedro Lopez. Total casualties, 8 dead and 1 wounded. Casualties suffered in the expeditionary forces of General Carlos Salgado, dead, Private Santos Perez, Private Lorenzo Rivera, Private Domingo Muamacronzada, Private Matias Medina, Private Ramon Granado, Private Fermin. 1930. Ruiz, Private Bartolo Diaz, Private Ramon Mejia, and Private Cruz Mendez. Wounded, Colonel Daniel Rios, Private Nicolas Sanchez, Private Leocadio Gonzalez, Private Narciso Vasquez, and Private Moises Lira. Total casualties, 9 dead and 5 wounded. The 3 battles of General Salgado were very hard fought. Casualties suffered in the expeditionary forces commanded by General Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, dead, Sergeant Major Juan Noguera Zelaya, Sergeant Major Felix Pedro Garcia, Captain Benjamin Gutierrez, Lieutenant Prudencio Vasquez, Sergeant Luio Lopez, Private Jorge Hernandez, Private Macario Gomez, Private Jose Zamora, Private Demetrio Gutierrez, Private Basilio Gomez, Private Pio Melgara, Private Francisco Moncada, Private Damaso Ponce, Private Encarnian Olivas, and Private Transito Talavera. Wounded, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Perfecto Chavarria, Sergeant Major Felicito Gomez, Private Leocadio Gonzalez, Private Socorro Mejia, Private Ildefonso Mejia, Private Tomas Muamacronzada, Private Isaias Sanchez, Private Guadalupe Vargas, Private Jose Maria Perez Maldonado, Private Gregorio Hernandez, Private Valentin Maradiaga, Private Jose Polanco, Private Erasmo Marin, Private Jose Santos Lopez, and Private Ricardo Abando. Total casualties, 15 dead and 17 wounded. Total dead and wounded of the 3 mentioned expeditionary lead ERS, dead, 32. Wounded, 23. General total of casualties, 55. Equipment captured from the enemy by General Pedro Altamirano, 1 Lewis machine gun, 2 Thompson machine guns, 1 Browning machine gun, 30 Springfield rifles. All the machine guns and rifles were captured with their corresponding supplies of ammunition. Captured by General Carlos Salgado, 11 Springfield rifles, fairly well equipped with ammunition, and a signal flag for the airplanes. Captured by General Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, 2 Thompson machine guns and 15 Springfield rifles, machine guns and rifles completely equipped, and a quantity of important documents belonging to the enemy. Money collected and other interests. By General Pedro Altamirano, $500 in cash, a quantity of gold, wholesale value of $3,000, 100 mules with complete gear and 260. 1930. Pistols of various calibers completely equipped, and 10 hundredweights of dynamite powder, with its corresponding equipment. By General Carlos Salgado, nothing. By General Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, nothing. General Pedro Altamirano was chosen to be Supreme Commander to care for the total supply of war equipment in the possession of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua for the period of time that the Supreme Commander of our Army was absent. Generals Carlos Salgado and Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen remained with their corresponding columns in regions remote from the war supplies, with instructions from the Supreme Commander to keep latent the fires of patriotism among the Nicaraguan people during the time General Sandino remained abroad arranging certain special affairs of our army. In virtue of what was revealed to the Supreme Leader and the 3 leaders mentioned, ratified and signed in the General Headquarters of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua, on the 20th day of the month of July of 1930. Las Segovias, Nicaragua, ca. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Ctsar Sandino signed by Pedro Altamirano, Carlos Salgado, Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen. 340. 125 Letter to Pedro José Zapata, July 21, 1930. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, General Representative of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. 3 de Balderas, D.F. Very distinguished doctor and godfather. Without having any letter from you that I can refer to, allow me to write you the present one for the purpose of sending you the report that the expeditionary leaders of our army have given to the Supreme Command of that army. 1. You will proceed to give it the greatest possible publicity in the entire civilized world. In this general headquarters the absence of correspondence from you is beginning to be felt. I don't want to think that the absence referred to is because of you, but you should communicate with us as soon as possibly, for the better development of our military operations. We have sent 4 notes to you since my arrival at this general headquarters and we have had no response. The last 2 communications, like the present one, we have sent through the Mexican legation, for which reason I have no doubt that they are in your possession. Among the many things that are urgent for us here is the ammunition for the Concon rifles, and I suppose that by this time you will already have sent us the 12 Thompson machine guns in some form to the place agreed upon. The expeditionary leaders who will sweep through the places along the border, and to whom new credentials have been given so that they may be identified by any special envoy you may send there, are the following: General Pedro Altamirano, General Carlos Salgado, General Ismael Peralta, General Simon Gonzalez, General Francisco Estrada, General Miguel Angel Ortez Wiguian, Colonel Pedro Blandon, Colonel Abraham Rivera, and Colonel Domitilo Ledesma. All the leaders mentioned above, after having conferred with me at this general headquarters for several days, have left with ample powers, and 1930. They are to be found spread out from the shores of Cape Gracias a Dios to the mountains of Leon and Chinandega. No special envoy of yours to me should trust any leaders of forces who are not vested with the proper credentials by the Supreme Command, because he could fall into an enemy snare. Tell me what the purpose was for the $10,000, so that it may be understood. At the moment I write the present letter, I am surrounded by some of the highest leaders of our army, Generals Pedro Altamirano, Carlos Salgado, and Miguel Angel Ortez Wiguian, who have been very busy arranging their affairs relative to the ample report they gave of their activities carried out during the sojourn of the Supreme Commander abroad. I have been commissioned by the 3 leaders in question to give to you through me an attentive and fraternal greeting. My best caresses for your children and for you the affection of your sincere friend. Kisses and embraces for Cesar Augusto. Nicaragua, the Segovias, ca. July 21, 1930. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. P.S. There is fighting almost every day in these regions, the enemy getting the worst of it. It costs a lot of money to send letters to Honduras, and for this reason I don't want to occupy myself sending them out for publication. 1 Document 124. 126 Letter to Pedro José Zepeda, August, which is located on the trail running from Matagalpa to the ruins of POS and to the port of Rio Grande. 5 days earlier the enemy had numbered 600 men, and they were in the best positions in that place. Generals Altamirano and Peralta, having 400 men with 18 machine guns under their command, began to pursue the enemy on the 11th of the same month, managing to catch up with them on the 27th of August at 5 in the afternoon, in the previously mentioned place. On the 27th there was only a light exchange of fire, but General Altamirano, having captured some enemy mail, learned of the positions where the mercenary forces were camped. On the 28th, at 9 in the morning, a slow exchange of fire took place on the river banks, formidably increasing in intensity from 3 in the afternoon until the darkness of night. From 5 in the morning of the 29th the cruel battle continued. At 11 o'clock on the same day the enemy were dislodged from their positions, our forces remaining on the field for 3 hours, and later the enemy recovered some of their positions, which they abandoned entirely during the night. Our men also evacuated the field in search of better opportunities. The casualties among our forces and those of the enemy numbered more than 100. Items captured from the enemy included a load of books written in English, 2 crates of ammunition for cannon, each containing 6 projectiles 3.5 inches in diameter and 15 inches in length. This is the first time we have seen this class of projectiles, since they are painted green and have a cap like those that automobiles have on their gasoline tanks. Since that bloody battle there have been many others, but of less importance, among those standing out the Battle of San Rafael del Norte, led by General Pedro Blandon, as well as the Battle of El Carvanal, fought by the same leader against the mercenary forces of the United States of America in Nicaragua. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. P.S. The torrential rains impede rapid communications with the exterior. Farewell. 351. 130 Letter to Colonel Abraham Rivera, October 14, 1930. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. October 14, 1930. Colonel Abraham Rivera. On the Coco River. Very esteemed brother in the fatherland. We have had the pleasure of receiving all the messages you were good enough to send us, the last being the one in which you were pleased to inform me of the plan to make a journey through the mountains to a certain place advantageous to the army. At this time our army is being prepared for its finest projects, and it's possible that we will soon move our general headquarters to some of the interior regions. This possible move to those regions should bring great pleasure to the members of our army, those who because of some mission or for some other reason are still in those areas. There's no room, certainly, for sadness or desperation, because those things are merely the offspring of indecision and cowardliness, and from that sort of thing men can't expect good results. Maintain your rational faith and confidence and try to instill the same into those around you, so that from that promising environment the atmosphere they breathe may become recharged. Keep in mind that the divine law that rules over us is one law, that of love. From that law of love all the rest are derived. The law of love recognizes only justice, her favorite daughter, who was born of her womb. To set what is stated above upon its true foundations, I invite you to give me 15 minutes of your attention at a time when you find yourself alone and in a state of rest. I am giving myself the sweet illusion that you are now alone and ready to grant me the 15 minutes of your attention that I have asked you for. Imagine yourself gazing upon all the seas of the world together, and 1930. That it is ordained that a little sparrow arrives and takes a sip of water from that sea once every 100 million centuries. When that little sparrow, in the manner indicated, has been able to drink all the water of that enormous sea, then a second of eternity will have passed. And yet, all the time of eternity is not sufficient to travel, at the fastest speed imaginable, through all of that thing we call space. The first substance that existed in that immensity was ether, but before ether existed there was a great will, that is, a great wish for the existence of that which did not then exist, more clearly stated, eternal love. Ether, now, is material, and it is the vitality demonstrated by electricity, which is the vitality of mankind, that is to say, all light. The Spirit is consubstantial with the Father Creator of the universe. Therefore, keep control of yourself, dear brother Rivera, so that you may always be able to defend just causes, though you may resort to every imaginable sacrifice, because sacrifice is love. Injustice comes from ignorance of the divine laws at the time when humanity was in embryo, and for this reason injustice has no reason to exist, because it is contrary to the law of love, the only law that will rule over the earth when human brotherhood arrives and men are creatures of light, as mandated by the Father Creator. To arrive in one place from another, one must begin to walk, because, if one never begins, one never arrives. To destroy injustice it has been necessary to attack it, and for this reason we have seen many with this mission come upon the earth, among them Jesus, and every man who fights for the freedom of the nations is a follower of those doctrines. There are men on earth who think that if they are living well it is madness to sacrifice themselves for the collective good. When this is said because of ignorance, it is not as bad as when it is said with knowledge of one's own motives, because in such a case that person is animated by petty selfishness, and this is the same as despising humanity, and yet with all their scorn for humankind, they live their orgiastic existences at the cost of tears and human lives. This is injustice, and sooner or later injustice must be overcome by divine justice. The earth was a world of atonement where for millions of centuries divine justice held refractory spirits to the divine law, but today the earth has accomplished its regeneration, and those refractory spirits will be cast upon other planets that are less advanced than the earth. In such a way, then, injustice will disappear from the earth and justice alone will triumph. The earth produces everything for the joy and comfort of humankind, but, as we have said, for long millions of centuries injustice reigned over the earth, and the enormous stocks of things needed for human life have been possessed by a few lordly men, and the great majority of the peoples. 1930. Have lacked even that which is essential, and they have perhaps even died of hunger, after having produced with their sweat that which others waste with their gluttonous ways. But there will be justice, and the war of the oppressors of free peoples will be eliminated by the war of the liberators, and then there will be justice and therefore peace upon the earth. Dear Brother Colonel Rivera, I hope that my elucidations in this letter will not cause you to despair, because in you I have always observed a real intelligence, and it is of concern to me that the men who surround me should imbibe the greatest love of justice, because this is our standard of freedom. Soon I will write more to you and I will keep you informed of the development of our military operations on the various fronts where our army is operating. Accept a fraternal embrace from your brother who has a high regard for you. Patriot y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. At this difficult stage in his life, Sandino's involvement with Spiritism and Theosophy are particularly evident. R.C. I letter to the expeditionary leaders. October 16, 1930. To all the expeditionary leaders of our army. Very esteemed brothers. Considering that the residents of the whole countryside where we operate live in desperate need of salt and medicines, which they can only obtain with peril to their lives in the villages where the mercenary enemy forces are imprisoned, and recognizing that, before entering the villages, the merchants are defying us with the salt and these medicines in the very territory where we operate, in virtue of this, all of you will authorize all residents of the countryside to denounce to our forces any shipment of merchandise that is transported from one village to another, and our forces will be under obligation to confiscate any shipment, whoever may own it, and to distribute everything confiscated to the nearest residents. The troop will take only what is needed for their immediate consumption and continue their march. If among the individuals who are transporting the shipments there is someone who opposes giving them up to our forces, that individual will be shot. The reason for ordering the execution by shooting of anyone who is not willing to surrender a shipment or to accept what our army orders him to do, is the following, that the merchants who work in these areas, without regard for the hardships suffered by the defenders of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua, are accomplices of the Yankee invader in the looting and murdering of our people, and, since they are accomplices, we should make them feel with even greater force the rigors of justice in defense of the nation. Those who do not wish to accept the things that our army confiscates from the traitors to the fatherland will be regarded as future traitors and, consequently, it will be necessary to have them shot. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 132 Letter to Colonel Abraham Rivera, November 21, 1930. November 21, 1930. Colonel Abraham Rivera, Expeditionary Leader of the Coco River Region 1. General Gonzalez will go with the same 30 men who are under his command, and with all the equipment as it was brought from Honduras, because it has occurred to me that when I make my trip into the interior it will be good for many reasons for an able force to be stationed on the river. It doesn't matter that General Gonzalez has a higher rank than yours, because he will understand the situation as a result of the explanations I will give him, and, Colonel Abraham Rivera, he will not be the expeditionary leader on the river, but instead will go there as a military inspector of the Coco River. General Gonzalez is a simple man, but brave and sincere, and so he will know how to be very respectful to you as he is with me. I have tried to arrange things so that among the young men who go with General Gonzalez no family fathers will be included, so that there on the river itself they may look for their little women and thereby multiply the defenders of justice. In my previous letter I spoke to you a little about the divine and natural laws. Surely in this respect there is nothing I can teach you, but my purpose has been to convert you into an apostle of our cause, proving to you that we aren't in this struggle merely by accident, but rather in fulfillment of the law of justice, the law of love. Since love was the first thing that existed among all the things created or that could be created, it's natural and logical that even in the most imperceptible atom of the universe an electron of love exists, because God is everywhere. With the few explanations I allow myself to send you, I think you will know how to find confidence in our victory in everything you see, in the leaves, in the birds, in the flowers, in the sands, and even in the waters of the river itself. I didn't know Father Reyes, whom you knew personally, but for you. 1930. To know him spiritually, let me say that he was a spiritist and that therefore he was prophetic when he told the people much of what is now happening, and that among those who heard him there are still some who are also witnessing events. Patriot y Libertad. Augusto C. Poundsar Sandino. 1. The source used reproduces this document in a fragmented form. 1931. 133 Manifesto Light and Truth. Light and Truth, Manifesto to the members of our Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. A divine impulse has animated and protected our Army from the start, and thus it will be until the end. That same impulse asks in the name of justice that all our brothers, members of this Army, begin to learn, within their own light and truth, the laws that rule the universe. Now then, brothers, all of you display a force superior to yourselves and to all the forces of the universe. That invisible force has many names, but to us it is known by the name of God. Surely among you there are many who have hoped to find an opportunity for someone to explain to you these things that are so beautiful. Now then, brothers, what existed in the universe before the things that can be seen or touched was ether, as the only and first substance of nature. But before ether, which fills up all the universe, there existed a great will, that is, a great desire to be on the part of that which was not, and which is known to us by the name of love. By what has so far been explained, it can be seen that the beginning of all things is love, that is, God, who may also be called the Father Creator of the universe. The only daughter of love is divine justice. Injustice does not have any reason to exist in the universe, and it was born of the envy and antagonism of men, before there was any understanding of their spirit. But men's lack of understanding is only a transition in universal life. When the majority of humanity understand that they live through the Spirit, injustice will end forever and only divine justice can rule, the only daughter of love. Now then, brothers, many times you will have heard of a last judgment of the world. By last judgment of the world should be understood the destruction of injustice on the earth and the reign of the Spirit of light and truth, that is, love. You also will have heard that this 20th century, that is, the century of enlightenment, is the epoch for which the last judgment of the world is prophesied. Well, then, brothers, the century in question is made up of 100 years and we are now passing through the first 31, which means 1931. That hecatomb that has been prophesied will have to be revealed in these last 69 years that remain. It is not true that Saint Vincent must come to play his trumpet, nor is it true that the earth will explode and then later sink. No. What will happen is the following: the oppressed people will break the chains of humiliation, with which the imperialists of the earth have sought to keep them in backwardness. The trumpets that will be heard will be the bugles of war, intoning the hymns of the freedom of the oppressed peoples against the injustice of the oppressors. The only thing that will be submerged for all time is injustice, and love, King of perfection, will remain, with his favorite daughter, divine justice. The honor has fallen to us, brothers, that in Nicaragua we have been chosen by divine justice to begin the prosecution of injustice on the earth. Do not fear, my dear brothers, and be certain, very certain, and perfectly certain that very soon we will have our final triumph in Nicaragua, with which the wick of the proletarian explosion against the imperialists of the earth will be lit. Sincerely your brother. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, El Chipotan, the Segovias, Nic. Ca. February 15, 1931. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 362. 134 Letter to Colonel Abraham Rivera, February 21, 1931. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. February 21, 1931. Col. Abraham Rivera. On the Coco River. Very distinguished brother, Brother Estrada took your personal gift to your little namesake Barragoncito, and along with Teresa they are still in Danley. Teresa will also receive and make use of the 2 pairs of shoes that you were kind enough to send us. In this respect I must tell you that for the good of our cause abroad, it is very possible that I will soon join up with my wife Blanca, who at the present time is in San Rafael del Norte. I have a complete understanding of the immoral morality of the present society on earth, and yet, if we are to correct those who are immoral, we must fulfill the necessary prerequisites that will allow us to gain access to them. In the presence of divine laws there is no matrimony other than pure and simple love without ceremonies of any kind, but we won't be able at this time to deviate from mankind's laws, and we must accept them. I'm only speaking to you about this now so that you won't regard me as immoral in some aspects of my life. Because the person who really possesses my boundless affection is Blanca. I'm truly fond of Teresa, and I will help her all my life, but our characters are as different as heaven and earth, which proves to me that she can't be my proper wife. Everything I've said to you in this note is of an intimate nature, and I'm saying all this to you because I've thought of you as one of the most honorable members of our army, and so that you won't be shocked by my private virtues. I have complete faith that our victory is certain. The practices our army uses and those also used by the enemy in the White House are about the same, but with the difference that the spirits 1931 of light protect our army and the black spirits are those that favor the White House, which is in fact a whitewashed sepulchre. The response that the dark spirits have given to that White House is the following: if you can close the borders where Sandino operates, you can defeat him, but if one place remains, you can't. Because his mobility is better than yours. Now then, brother, all doubts about the victory of our cause will end for you. And after what has been said, it doesn't matter that you yourself may die along with many others, but our cause will triumph because it is the cause of justice, because it is the cause of love. Our people themselves have become as dangerous as rogues, yet they understand, and they will be very sincere. Our fond regards to all your esteemed family and the other brothers round about you. Sincerely your brother. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 135 The Managua Earthquake. In response to the special question of United Press regarding General Sandino's opinion of the Managua disaster, he has stated the following: as a human being, and especially as a Nicaraguan, this great loss of life has filled me with sorrow. In no period in history has a people suffered so much injustice at the hands of men, and now, it may well be, from the injustice of fate itself, the cruel military occupation by the United States, the inconsistency of the pretexts put forward to retain in our land the iron boot of intervention, the evil sons who have trafficked with the people's blood and the nation's honor, the reduction of public wealth by the plundering of the protectors who control our banks, our customs houses, our railroads, the systematic murder of all the respectable men among us who do not accept such a state of things, and above all the organized slander intended to depict us as vulgar bandits, when the official circles of the United States know better than anyone else that we are fighting for the freedom of our people, for the reconquest of our autonomy, and so that our fatherland may again enjoy the dignity of a sovereign nation, which ours was for many years. If the earthquake is an act of support from Providence to prevent the dismemberment of our territory, may God take into account the blood of so many victims, and add to that the blood shed by hundreds of men sacrificed in the Segovias, and may He serve to keep lit the symbolic lamp of world freedom. Let us call upon the peoples of America to turn their gaze upon this nation of the great fatherland and, supporting the initiative begun by our General Representative, Dr. Zapata, seek to establish the foundations of a policy of continental brotherhood, and let us demand that next April 14th, emptily referred to as Pan American Day, may serve to create a collective force of nations and governments to bring an end to these flagrant violations of the rights of peoples. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1 On March 31, 1931, a major earthquake destroyed much of the city of Managua. R.C. 136 Message to all the Sandinista columns, April 10, 1931. Esteemed brothers, the hour of the liquidation of the enemy before divine justice is coming to an end. On March 31 of this year half the city of Managua crumbled, including among other things the landing field with a large part of the airplanes and war munitions that the enemy possessed. Moreover, now that divine justice is herself punishing the enemy, we must complete the work of terrorizing the terrorists once and for all. Our brothers, Generals Altamirano and Peralta, now have instructions to carry out an assault upon the town of Quilali. It appears that things are taking on the color we require. I have news that the enemy is attempting to have a religious function performed in the town of Quilali, and that beginning on the 12th of this month a priest will arrive to say Mass and to preach gentleness to the campesinos of that town in the presence of the fatherland's invaders. With this in mind, I deem it more essential than ever to carry out an attack upon that town. During those same days our brothers, General Salgado and Ortez, will launch an attack upon another town near the one you are to attack. It is almost a certainty that when this circular is in your hands, the other two brothers referred to will be completing or will be about to complete the capture of the previously mentioned town. Gen. Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of NIC, April 10, 1931. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 366. 137 Circular reporting the death of General Pedro Blandon, April 13, 1931. Circular to our expeditionary leaders and other authorities belonging to our army. So that all members of our army may be informed of the progress of our military operations in the various sectors of the country, allow me to address to you the present circular. Forces of ours commanded by Generals Pedro Altamirano, Ismael Peralta, Pedro Antonio Arias, Pedro Blandon, and Colonel Abraham Rivera have been maneuvering in the area of our Atlantic coast with great success since the month of February of this year. Recently our brother General Pedro Blandon, with a powerful column, waged 4 hard-fought and bloody battles against the enemy in Puerto Cabezas, from whom he captured many articles of war and other objects useful to our army. In the earlier battles General Blandon had managed to shoot 11 Yankees and 15 National Guardsmen after disarming them, since the men who were shot were fleeing after being dislodged from their positions by our forces. Our forces were machine-gunned and bombed by the warplanes that the Yankees have on their ships sailing on Nicaragua's seas. After the enemy infantry forces had been destroyed by our forces, a bomb from the airplanes exploded, ending the life of our dear brother General Pedro Blandon. The same bomb killed the youth, Tomas Blandon, the general's nephew. General Blandon's death was a mortal, terrible blow to our column, but nobody was discouraged. Instead they headed for Cape Gracias where they captured the port and destroyed the wireless transmitter, tacking whatever they could. A few hours later Cape Gracias was also bombed by the enemy warplanes, but there were no casualties on our side. Our brother, Colonel Juan Santos Morales, became the first leader of the expeditionary column that had operated under Blandon's orders. 1931. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, May 4, 1931. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 368. 138 Letter to Colonel Juan Pablo Umanzar and others reporting the death of General Miguel Angel Ortez, May 22, 1931. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. May 22, 1931. Colonel Juan Pablo Umanzar. Lieutenant Colonel Perfecto Chavarria. Sergeant Major Ventura Rodriguez G. My dear brothers, we felt terribly upset when we received the news that our very dear brother and glorious General, Miguel Angel Ortez y Guillen, fell in the Battle of Palacaginina. For us the death of our dear brother, General Pedro Blandon, was also terrible and unexpected. Our hearts are gripped in sorrow, and within that sorrow waves of increasing anger against the enemy are constantly passing over us. It's not possible to impress on this paper all the many things we feel and would like to say to you, but I hope we can do so soon. In this regard, would you be so good as to reorganize as follows with the following leaders: First Leader of the Column, Colonel Juan Pablo Umanzar; Second Leader of the Column, Lieutenant Colonel Perfecto Chavarria; Third Leader of the Column, Sergeant Major Ventura Rodriguez. This column will be recognized under the name Column Number 4 of our Army. You will march to this general headquarters with every precaution by way of any of the routes now known to you. When you reach Guanacaste you will attempt to speak with Lieutenant Claudio Blandon so that he can give you the guides needed to reach this general headquarters, where everything essential is being set up for the support of those forces during the days they are here. Here you will 1931. Receive the instructions and credentials appropriate for the leaders who will command that column. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 139. Manifesto, May 1931. Like an impotent and furious animal, Herbert Clark Hoover, the Yankee president, hurls insults at the leader of the army that is freeing Nicaragua. He and Stimson are the present assassins, as Coolidge and Kellogg were before them. May the North American people thank this quartet of failures, and may the parents, sons, and brothers of the Marines who have died on the Segovian battlefields curse those dismal leaders now and forever. Coolidge's insolent boasting in 1927 when he said he would disarm by force the army in defense of the honor of Nicaragua has greatly hurt the prestige of the United States of America. Recently we have learned that Herbert Clark Hoover, the Yankee president who won't last beyond 1932, has promised he will capture Sandino to turn him over to justice, a verbal compensation for the drubbing our army has just given the Yankees on the Atlantic coast, leaving Logtown littered with corpses. We are not to blame in any way, because we are only defending ourselves. 1. We are paying dearly for the North American policy in Nicaragua. From 1909 until the present time that policy has destroyed 150,000 human lives of both sexes, it has plundered more than 2/3 of the capital of the Nicaraguan people, and it was about to Colorado's Central America when an awful crisis stunned and paralyzed the thrust of this wickedness. 2. Considering all this, what name do men deserve who do such things and threaten us in such a way? Looking at things carefully, however, the Hoover administration is so deplorable that it named as Secretary of State a pettifogger from the New York Bowery. 3. And not having a man to serve as minister to Nicaragua, it sent a ridiculous old fellow, Matthew Hanna, whose wife a German, as it turns out now runs the Yankee legation in Managua. But the government of the piracy will soon change, and in a short time all these individuals will be shot off into the air like rockets. 1. In the month of April Sandinista columns carried out an intensive campaign in northeastern Nicaragua, causing serious damage to the North American companies and the O.C. 1931. Occupation forces stationed there. Logtown, a lumber enclave owned by U.S. interests, was the scene of fierce battles and the place where General Pedro Blandon died in battle on April 13, 1931. 2. Probably a reference to the Great Depression. RC 3. A reference to Henry L. Stimson. RC 140 Letter to Jose Idlaquez, July 1931. Señor Jose Idiox. Danley, Honduras, CA. Peace and love, my dear brother. We had the pleasure to receive your very courteous note of the 7th of this month, in which we had the misfortune to learn of the death of General Gregorio Ferreira. In respect to our military operations, I can tell you that they are superior to those of other periods. There have been so many battles in the last several days that one can't decide with certainty which has given us the greatest advantage, because all of them have been favorable. In our general headquarters we have on display for anyone who wishes to see them numbers of documents, flags, maps, rings with Yankee insignias, and a multitude of objects belonging to the North American Army in Nicaragua. Everything has been captured in various battles with the enemy. The enemy suffered a real disaster in the Battle of El Embocadero last July 15. Without exaggeration, more than 100 individuals whom they dubbed the National Guard, including 5 Yankees, were annihilated with machetes. The enemy column's entire war convoy fell into our hands. 24 hours later, another of our columns arrived as reinforcements, and they informed us that the picture was beautiful, deserving to be presented to the world as an example. By the time this letter is in your hands, you will have news of new battles fought between our forces and the enemy. All of us abundantly return your affectionate regards, and from me, your brother, accept my sincere esteem. Patriot y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. One nom de guerre of General Miguel Angel Ortez, who died in the Battle of Palacagina on May 14, 1931. 14. I letter to Gustavo Alemán Bolaños, July 16, I-9311. July 16, 1931. Dear brother, I hope you will not be surprised by the fraternal phrase with which the present letter begins, since it is our Army's official phrase and reflects the esteem we feel for you. Our other messages will continue to reach you with the same salutation. I received your affectionate letter of the 18th of last month, with which I have fully acquainted myself. I think it's good to begin by informing you that our Army's general conditions are entirely superior to those of other periods, especially now that we've managed to awaken the conscience of our people, a rewarding task that I have accepted voluntarily, and in which friends such as yourself have cooperated, working even at night. We have recently made copies of important documents of our Army, assembling them in a dossier for your publication of the work we referred to, and I have the pleasure to tell you that you have been selected by our Army to publish our dossier of accumulated documents. In this regard, by this same shipment of mail the work in question will reach you, and I ask that you proceed to publish the pamphlet or book, making all the comments and points that our documents and writings deserve in your role as author. We don't want a defense of any kind, but only hope that justice shines. It's not for us to decide whether you will sell the book or pamphlet or give it away, and you will also know where to acquire the funds to print the work, but we would like to inform you in advance that we will buy 1,000 copies from you at any price you estimate. I must merely suggest to you that the book or pamphlet carry the title, El Banderismo de Sandino en Nicaragua, CA2. Before beginning to publish the collection, keep in mind that the introductory document is from a person in whom we still have hopes of some useful achievement, and his work should not be prevented for as long as he has the possibility of accomplishing something useful for our cause. 1931. But if for any reason these possibilities should vanish, it will then be time to publish the work now so often mentioned. You also have the responsibility to try to publish this work simultaneously in various Central American newspapers. It would be useful for us if you could publish this letter in its entirety before your pamphlet or book appears. Thanking you for all the attention which this letter and our collection deserve from you, sincerely your brother in the fatherland. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 142 Manifesto, July 28, 1931. Everyone knows our army is fighting against an army supplied with the most modern military equipment and all the other material resources that a government can provide. Nevertheless, at the present time we control the rural areas of 8 of Nicaragua's departments, and if we have not captured cities, it is because this still does not enter into our plans, but we will doubtless do so when the hour arrives. Our strategy consists of maintaining in a state of siege the villages and towns of the departments where our army operates. The enemy has been saying that there is a shortage of food in the Segovias, but this is in the cities and towns where the mercenaries have taken refuge. In the countryside there is no hunger, and our army has more than an adequate supply of food. 8 expeditionary columns make up the effective fighting force of our army in the places and under the orders of the following leaders. Columns number 2 and 6 under the command of Generals Carlos Salgado P. and Abraham Rivera are operating with complete success on our Atlantic coast. Column number 1 under the command of General Pedro Altamirano controls the departments of Chontales and Matagalpa. Column number 3 under the command of Pedro Antonio Arias controls the department of Jinotega. Column number 7 under the command of General Ismael Peralta controls the department of Estili. Columns number 4 and 8 under the command of Generals Juan Gregorio Colindres and Juan Pablo Umanzar control the zones of Somoto, Ocotal, Quilali, and El Jaquero. Column number 5 under the command of General Jose Leon Diaz controls the departments of Leon and Chinandega. Our general headquarters is established in the center of the 8 departments referred to. Our columns are moved about with mathematical precision, as much to the right as to the left of our general headquarters. Our army is the most disciplined, devoted, and disinterested in the entire world, because it is conscious of its lofty historical role. It doesn't matter that backward writers call us bandits. Time and history will be entrusted with the task of deciding whether or not the bandits are really here in the Segovias of Nicaragua where love and human brotherhood prevail. Even at those times when our army orders the execution of traitors, it does so because of its great love of freedom. And only those persons 1931 are shot who commit offenses against that freedom, seeking to impose a slavery upon us that we reject with sacred fury. For anyone who might wish to see them, in our general headquarters we possess a large quantity of documents, flags, and a multitude of objects that once belonged to the army that is seeking to exterminate us, all of which were captured from the enemy in various battles. We have also had many casualties, but we don't try to fool the public as our opponents do, who claim our bullets only pierce the brims of their hats. This information should suffice to keep a watchful public on the alert so that it can reject the enemy's false reports, the lies they use to confuse and intoxicate the public. Despite all this, on July 24 it was 4 years since our army waged its first battle in the city of Ocotal against the army of the most grotesque imperialism on earth. One yesterday, as today, our impotent enemy has brandished all his weapons against us, including slander, the most powerful and reliable weapon of cowards. I am not in any way different from any other soldier of the armies of the earth. My voice is not haughty, nor does my presence inspire terror as many persons might easily imagine, and yet, while carrying out the citizen's duty, we have had the pleasure of seeing many high leaders and officers of the proud army of the United States of America humbled under our feet, men who while seeking to destroy us have themselves been destroyed. We have proved how much more can be accomplished by the force of right, wielded with force, it's true, than by the right of brute force. My conscience is tranquil, and it enjoys the satisfaction of a duty well done. Even in my dreams I am happy, because I sleep with the contentment of a healthy child. The Battle of Ocotal took place on July 16, 1927. For accounts of it, see Docs 19 and 21. 143 Letter to Gustavo Alemán Bolaños, August 9, 1931. Señor Gustavo Alemán Bolaños. Guatemala. My esteemed brother in the fatherland. On this date your courteous letter dated June 29 of the current year was in my possession. With great sadness I must inform you that in Nicaragua we haven't been fighting the Yankee intervention to put John Doe or so-and-so in the presidency of our republic. Nor have we been fighting to remove Moncada from power, nor to accept in a modified form any of the treaties that have been celebrated between the governments of the United States of America and those whom they have themselves placed in power in Nicaragua from 1909 until the present. I thank you very much for the formulas for telegrams that you have sent us in advance so that we might send them to the Central American governments inviting them to help us to proclaim as President of our Republic Señor Evaristo Carrizo Hurtado, a person whose name has not even been heard mentioned among our army. I am very pleased to inform you that our army will await the world conflagration that is approaching to begin to carry out the humanitarian plan upon which it has decided for the benefit of the world proletariat. My affectionate regards for you and your distinguished family. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, August 9, 1931. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 378. 144 Letter to José Idiax, August 10, 1931. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, August 10, 1931. Señor José Idiax. Danley, Honduras, CA. Peace and love, my dear brother. With the same pleasure as always we received your courteous note dated in that place on last July 24. We also received attached to your letter that which Señor Gustavo Alemán Bolaños was good enough to send us. Recently I wrote a note to that same Alemán Bolaños offering him a file of documents of the greatest importance to our army for the publication of a pamphlet. Nevertheless, now that I am in possession of Señor Alemán Bolaños's latest letter, we have reconsidered the idea of sending him the file, and we have now decided not to send it, in view of the idiotic presumption of Señor Bolaños of formulating for us what we should say, and his ordering of what in his opinion we ought to do. Too many persons have suffered from the tendency to impose their opinions upon us, among them Froilan Tercios and Gustavo Machado. 3. However, those individuals were at least serving as our representatives, whereas Gustavo Alemán Bolaños simply presumes to become our manager without having been asked. The poor devil! Our army is not about to beg the enemy for mercy, and we have always been prepared for either death or victory, and it wouldn't be possible today now that we have awakened the conscience of our people to humiliate ourselves before the enemy, asking for or proclaiming a person as president whose name we haven't even heard spoken, and for that same reason our army could expect nothing from an individual who totally ignores our army's sacrifices. Also, I won't answer Gustavo Alemán Bolaños, and from this day on that individual is expelled from our army for having abused the affection that our army always conferred upon him. 379. 1931. Something more, I sincerely understand that you are worried about the border discussions between Honduras and Nicaragua, and that you hope they can be settled harmoniously among ourselves, but the Yankee assassin will not allow this, and we must see things in the light of reality. Our army recognizes as its enemy the renegade government of Nicaragua as well as the present government of Honduras, because both are the agents of the Yankee bankers, and our two nations don't expect anything from such poor human specimens. I don't have any faith in a rupture between the government of Honduras and that of Nicaragua, and if it happened, it would certainly be in response to maneuvers of the international policy that the Yankee bankers are implementing in our Indo-Hispanic countries. In this regard our army will perceive a single enemy bloc made up of the forces of the governments of Honduras, Nicaragua, and the United States of America. The situation would transform us into the color of an ant, and it would be advantageous for us to attack only the defeated forces of any of the three governments to add to our war supplies and to aid us in forming our new free republic for all the people of the earth. Neither Nicaragua nor Honduras needs to engage in any border discussions, and everything being witnessed in this respect is solely a matter of the international policy of the United States of America. Very well, if at some time you should be asked how a peaceful understanding might be reached with our army, tell them that the proposals must be completely official, within Nicaraguan territory itself, and that the persons appointed to bring us those proposals must set out with a white flag from Jinotega or San Rafael del Norte over the roads of the plains until they enter the mountains of the Naciente, where they will surely be observed by our lookouts, who in turn will pass them on to our expeditionary columns, and these will be charged with taking the would-be delegation into custody. The persons carrying the peace proposals must be limited to 3, all mounted on mules and allowed to carry the weapons of their choice, and the 3 individuals must understand that if they open fire while being inspected by our reserve guards, that fire will be returned by our weapons. We have informed you of the above in advance, with the possibility that at some time the Central American governments may want to aid us in the pacification of Nicaragua. No, indeed, the situation isn't as easy as Alemán Bolaños has imagined it to be, so that with only a few badly written lines on some scraps of paper he could end a struggle that we have been carrying on for 6 long terrible years, with only the hope of being free, sovereign, and independent. That fellow Evaristo Carrizo Hurtado. 380. 1931. Is from Granada and of conservative stock, from which the people can expect only coercion and calamities. Gustavo Alemán Bolaños is crazy, and he will never again see another letter written by our hand. My Blanquita and all the others fully return your affectionate phrases. Ever onward. 4 AC Sandino. 1 See Document 141. 2 The reference is to Alemán Bolaños's proposal to Sandino to proclaim Evaristo Carrizo President of Nicaragua. See Document 143. 3. For the case of Froilan Tercios, see Document 81. 4. Ever Onward was a slogan used on the emblem of a theosophical organization in Buenos Aires, the Magnetic Spiritual School of the Universal Commune, founded by Joaquín Nicaraguan, whose philosophy greatly influenced Sandino's thinking in this phase of his life. See Hodges, Intellectual Foundations, 40-48. In 1930 Sandino had named his general headquarters Joaquín Trincado. See Document 127. RC. 381. 145 A Message to Indo-Hispanic Observers, August 20, 1931. For Indo-Hispanic observers. We have already had the opportunity to inform the world that our army tacitly controls 8 departments of our republic, but that, despite this, we do not have even one city under our control, because this is not part of our program of guerrilla warfare, and that we will do this when we deem it convenient, but that the countryside belongs to all of us and that for this same reason our army possesses food in abundance. Recently we have had news that the enemy wants to use as a tactic the disorientation of the people, publishing in the newspapers that the forces that have rudely fought the pirates and traitors in Chontales and other sectors of our republic in recent months, that those forces that threaten the towns do not belong to our army and are groups of hungry people without work. For the sake of truth, let me point out in my role as supreme leader of our army that there does not exist in Nicaragua any movement isolated from our army, and that the cases involving discontented people that take place, even in the outskirts of Managua, are all motivated by our army's activities, and certainly such a condition will have to exist, but in the cities where the pirates and traitors to our fatherland are kept enclosed. After the battles that took place in the cities of La Libertad and San Juan de Lima, and in Estili, fought by our brothers generals Pedro Altamirano, Pedro Antonio Mas, Ismael Peralta, and José León Díaz, 33 more hard-fought battles have taken place, among the most outstanding that which was fought by Colonel Perfecto Chavarria against the pirates and traitors in the tiny Coco River port known as Puerto de Huaspuc. In that battle, which took place last July 17, 6 more captains of the Yankee Marine Corps and 51 Nicaraguan traitors died. The place where the battle was fought is several hundred miles from Cape Gracias a Dios, and that disaster which occurred there to the enemy was not witnessed by the residents of important towns, and it would not be strange if our enemies denied that more than 70,000 rounds of ammunition of various calibers were captured in that battle, because 382. 1931. Surely they will not hesitate to say that the weapons and ammunition taken at that port were brought to us in Russian or Japanese ships. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, CA, August 20, 1931. Patria y Libertad. Augusto CFISAR Sandino. 1 See Document 142. 383. 146 Letter to Pedro José Zepeda, August 20, 1931. General Headquarters, The Segovias, Nic. Ca. August 20, 1931. Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, General Representative of our Army 3 de Balderas, Number 24 Mexico, DF. My dear companion and friend, concerning your statement that our declarations aren't good, in which we have revealed our issuance of orders to burn our republic cities if the government of the United States doesn't withdraw its pack of mercenary bandits from our national territory, in this respect I am happy to have this opportunity to state once again to the world and to you that our Army's measures in that regard have not changed, and that nothing is responsible for that destruction except the international policy of the Washington government, and that our attitude is merely the natural consequence of that macabre policy. Also responsible for the destruction of Nicaragua are the governments of our Spanish America, principally those of Central America. The proof of what I have said is there for all to see, and our people already understand this. Let the responsibility for the destruction of our beautiful Nicaragua fall, therefore, upon the imperialist governments of North America and Hispanic America, and in that regard I strongly protest, in the name of my army and in my own name, against any responsibility for the destruction of Nicaragua that they would maliciously attribute before the nation to our invincible and glorious army. At this time this General Command of our Army is preparing a new plan for an offensive against the enemy in the months of November and December and during the time the 7th Pan American Conference is in session, and in this way it will denounce before our people all the imperialist governments of this American continent. 1 Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 147. Manifesto to the men of the Department of Leon SEPTEMBER 151931. Do you know, people of Leon, what your name symbolizes? The symbol of Spain is the lion, spiritual leader of the entire globe, the reason no other nation on earth before or after can imitate Spain's great deed, which is that of discovering the continent where we live, the promised land for all free men on earth. Our Ruben Dario spoke of our 21 cubs of Hispanic America, sons of old Spanish Leon. 1. If the human species is the real Noah's Ark in which the instincts of every animal of the universe are enclosed, let it be understood that the lion is at the head of every instinct, the instincts being antagonistic to one another, and it is for this reason that the lion symbolizes the spirit of all of them. It always happens that when the lion roars, all the others tremble, and those which fight amongst themselves are appeased. Our Department of Leon is the spiritual leader of all the departments of our Nicaraguan Republic. And yet the banker assassins of North America, representatives of the Golden Calf of Sinai, have formed in Nicaragua the hated school of servile traitors led by Adolfo Diaz, Emiliano Chamorro, and José María Moncada. The people of Leon, symbol of the spirit of the Nicaraguan people, are also being infected with servility and a spirit of betrayal toward the fatherland. For this reason, with more than adequate justification, the spirit of the Nicaraguan people has withdrawn from your department to the virgin Segovian forests, where all of you, men of the Department of Leon, may be found, so that all good sons of Nicaragua, always standing together, may continue carrying our flag from peak to peak, the untarnished symbol of Nicaraguan Leon, of which you, the men of Leon, are the true guardians, before your old Spanish Leon, the spiritual symbol of this earth. In the presence of the Father Creator of the universe. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National SOV. 1931. Errantry of Nicaragua, the Segovias, Nicaragua, CA, September 15, 1931. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1 Sandino refers to Ruben Dario's poem, Oda a Roosevelt, in which the poet calls Spanish America la hija del sol, then warns Theodore Roosevelt, "Ten cuidado. Vive la America Española. / hay mil cachorros sueltos del León Español." RC. 148 Communique, October 20, 1931. We have come to realize that we do not have at our disposal one single Indo-Hispanic government, much less any other nation of the globe. Nicaragua is directly and solely represented by our army and thus left to its own efforts and resources. For this reason orders have been circulated among our expeditionary columns that they may collect from nationals and foreigners everything essential for their maintenance. Many times there have been cases when, with the arrival of one of our columns at some hacienda or farm in national territory, the merchandise and provisions existing in the place were taken, and there are even cases when our soldiers take shoes and clothing from the proletariat because our brother soldiers need them more than they do, and because it isn't right that the men who are establishing the freedom of Nicaragua should go about in rags. It is because of this that many miserable people have called us bandits, but history will see to it that justice is done to us, especially if it is remembered that the capitalist despoilers are the ones mainly and directly responsible for everything that has been happening in Nicaragua, because they brought the Yankee mercenaries to the national territory. Avoid fires at all cost. There is no need to leave ruins behind. It would be enough if the men took screwdrivers along to unscrew doors and windows, and then burnt them along with the household equipment that must be destroyed as punishment and in order to spread terror. This procedure is very practical and effective, and it would be good if you instilled it in your subordinates. Burned houses remain behind as a kind of accusation. Houses without doors provoke smiles, and the punishment remains visible to all. 149 Letter to the Gutierrez Family, November 22, 1931. General Headquarters. November 22, 1931. To the family of Señor Victor Gutierrez. El Mancotal. On this date a note from Don Victor Gutierrez for his family arrived at our military camp Luz y Sombra, which today we allow ourselves the pleasure of sending to its destination, informing you at the same time that everything you wish, even newspapers, can be sent to that gentleman. One also permit me to inform you that Don Victor Gutierrez, like Señors Manuel Arias and Rosendo Chavarria, was conducted by our forces to these camps because of a mistake of our secretary, because the persons who have been ordered captured are the capitalists who are identified with the enemies of our army, and we need to obtain contributions from them with which to buy war materials for the continuation of the defense of our national honor. Nevertheless, the three persons mentioned are now in our camps, and we can't let them go unless they contribute some funds to be invested in the indicated materials, because we are convinced that if we allowed them to return to their homes they would be compelled to give a plan of our camps to the enemy. These things would have very little importance for us, because when allowing them to return we would totally change our military encampments, but it wouldn't be nice to go to so much trouble to give pleasure to the ungrateful. On the other hand, you may be certain that the three gentlemen in question are constantly receiving lessons here in national dignity, and tomorrow they will thank God for the good fortune they have had to be among the defenders of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. Very attentive and faithful servant. Patriot y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1 Luz y Sombra means light and shadow. R.C. 150 Note to General Juan Pablo Umanzar and Colonel Santos Lopez about the appointment of General Horacio Portocarrero to the presidency, December 12, 1931. 1. Today we are writing to Generals Juan Gregorio Colindres and Juan Santos Morales, informing them that in the city of San Salvador we have organized a committee called Pro Liberación de Nicaragua and that we have appointed General Horacio Portocarrero as special delegate from the Supreme Command of our army to the committee referred to, and to the troops who operate in the interior of our republic, so that in the event that our army attains military control over the country, General Portocarrero may assume the presidency of the Republic of Nicaragua but will not be able to make any agreement with the enemy. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. The source used reproduces only the fragment published here. 151 Instructions to General Horacio Portocarrero, DECEMBER 15, 1931. Instructions for General Horacio Portocarrero, in his role as special delegate of our Army's Supreme Command to the Committee favoring the liberation of Nicaragua and to the military forces operating in the interior of our country against the Yankee invasion and the traitors to the fatherland. 1. General Portocarrero, upon receiving these instructions, will be so good as to go before the committee in support of the liberation of Nicaragua in that capital city and present to the members of the Patriotic Committee a fraternal salute in our name, at the same time informing them that we have gladly accepted their intention to acquaint themselves with our plans for the redemption of the fatherland, and that all our efforts must be directed toward the purpose of acquiring military control of Nicaragua by force of arms, and toward preventing any electoral farce that may be attempted in our country with foreign supervision. Also he will read all the documents that from this date forward are sent to General Portocarrero. 2. General Portocarrero, once recognized as special delegate of our Army Supreme Command to the Committee in support of the liberation of Nicaragua, will be so good as to ask that committee in our name for the honor, if he is persona grata whom they accept in his role as special delegate of our Army's Supreme Command, of assuming provisionally the presidency of the Republic of Nicaragua, if our military forces can remove Moncada from power or if, as our revolutionary movement takes on increased strength in the interior, they offer us peace proposals in which the enemy agrees to turn the presidency of Nicaragua over to a person appointed by our army. Whereupon General Portocarrero will be acting as a member of our army and so will be subject to the discipline that our guidelines imply, not being able, therefore, to make any peace agreement with the enemy without the previous and direct authorization of this General Command, which before authorizing it would be obliged to study carefully the proposed conditions for peace, which must be compatible with our national honor and our Army's aspirations. 3. General Portocarrero has the duty to respond to any call that may 1931 be made to him by the Committee in support of the liberation of Nicaragua, in his role as special delegate of our Army's Supreme Command, whether to inform him of something that the committee requires this General Command to know, or in order that he may travel to the interior of Nicaragua to organize a provisional government composed of ministers who agree to become part of the cabinet supported by our liberating weapons. In view of that hypothesis, General Portocarrero is authorized to organize a provisional government with the condition that the citizens who may compose that provisional government must sign, as members of our army, the guidelines that govern us, because whoever is not with us will be with the enemy. I allow myself at this point to indicate the names of some citizens who would be agreeable to our army, for any of the governmental portfolios, namely, Dr. Escolastico Lara, Dr. Rosendo Argiello, Dr. Jose Jesias Zamora, Dr. Arturo Vega, Dr. Modesto Armijo, General Juan Francisco Barrios, General Francisco Parajan, Señor Jose Leon Leva, Señor Cesar Augusto Terán, Señor Gustavo Alemán Bolanos, and Señor Salomón de la Selva. 4. General Portocarrero will place a printed copy of our guidelines in a good blank book that gives an impression of total seriousness, and they will sign their names therein as members of our army, as its ministers, and as the President, General Horacio Portocarrero. 5. General Portocarrero will be so good as to place himself in contact with Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, in Mexico, D.F., who at this time serves as General Representative of our Army, but from whom, nevertheless, we have not received satisfactory news for more than a year, for which reason he should ask him his final intentions. We also need to know if Dr. José Jes Zamora, a resident of San Salvador, received in writing the representation of our army in that republic, which Dr. Zepeda ought to have sent him, according to instructions from this General Command. 6. General Portocarrero is authorized to accept from persons and institutions disinterested support that does not involve political compromises on our part. 7. Communications should be sent to us by the same channel already known. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, December 15, 1931. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 152 Manifesto. January 1932. 1. To our Nicaraguan compatriots. What the gringos are seeking is the humiliation of our fatherland until they are able to leave. The conservative candidacy of Diaz and Chamorro is their handiwork, because the Yankees want a new chance for rule by the Yanquistas, and for the event that the liberal Yanquistas are more agreeable to them and the liberals should win, they have ordered Moncada to make Sacasa the candidate, and they have pretended that they accept Espinosa's protestations of Yanquismo. When they leave they don't want any disorderly demonstrations, which one party or the other would try to prevent, and they have even arranged things so that if there are difficulties they will be asked, by Diaz or by Sacasa, to land again and occupy the country, though they don't really want to do this, since the campaign of the army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua has diminished Yankee power. Compatriots, proceed with dignity and remember that you have been victims of the Yankees as much as of the politicians. Whoever walks in the path of those individuals and approaches the ballot boxes guarded by Yankees will achieve nothing except to render the most regrettable homage to the foreign bayonet as it flashes one final insult at Nicaragua. Compatriots, to expect dignity for our country from Chamorro and Diaz, or from Espinosa and Sacasa, is the greatest nonsense, especially now that the vanquishing army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua is approaching. Say to the invading admiral who handles you like sheep, get out. Do your duty. Do not obey a single order of the Marines in the electoral farce. No one is forced to go to the ballot boxes, and there is no law that compels it. Make yourselves worthy of freedom, deserving of it. The people affiliated with the Liberal Party must not think that a conservative victory will last any longer than the time required for the people, together with the army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua, to eliminate it. Conservatives must not fear a victory of the ticket headed by Sacasa, because the punitive hand of this army. 395. 1932. Stands over him, and he will never remain in the presidency after January. This is the true situation, compatriots, and the road to follow has been pointed out to you. A.C. Sandino. 153 Letter to Marshal Rivera Zaletin, February 19, 1932. Sergeant Major Marshal Rivera Zaletin. Greetings from the Supreme Leader, General A.C. Sandino. This Supreme Command of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua is pleased to greet you fraternally in my name and in that of all the members and brothers of this General Headquarters, for the work you carried out in making effective the list of contributions that our brother, General Francisco Estrada, put in your hands. In this message we acknowledge receipt of the sum of 3,200 Cordobas that you have turned over to the Supreme Command as the product of the contributions imposed upon the renegade capitalists for the needs of our brothers who fight in the army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. This Supreme Command understands your report in respect to the properties that our Army's system of justice was required to punish for not having complied with the clear orders of the Supreme Command. This Supreme Command is not so stupid as to believe the letters from those renegades asking for pity and moaning about a state of poverty that doesn't even exist, since they deal with the machos and the National Guard dogs as if they were princes. This Supreme Command of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua approves of the methods you used in burning the farms and haciendas to which you referred, and I will make the renegades understand that if they don't comply, in spite of this punishment, they will pay with their skins for their rebelliousness against our authorities. It's necessary for them to understand that our army enjoys the protection of divine justice and of various warrior spirits, and that it is a crime when those who could help turn their backs upon the struggle of our liberating army. The traitors you vested in your last tour are justly executed, and this command has no comment to make, except that next time you are prohibited from going about putting little pieces of paper on the bodies, announcing that you have executed them. This General Headquarters hasn't. 397. 1932. Given you any such instructions, and in the future you will not write those papers giving an account of anything. Given in the General Headquarters of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua, in Boquete, on the 19th day of the month of February of 1932. A.C. Sandino. 398. 154 Letter to José Zelaya, March II, 1932. Señor Don José Zelaya. San Rafael del Norte. Esteemed Sir. Attached to this letter please find a receipt for the merchandise belonging to you that our forces took for the consumption of our army and to alleviate the needs of our brother campesinos who have made common cause with our army in defense of Nicaragua's national dignity. May it bring satisfaction to you to contribute to the maintenance of our armed protest. For your information and that of the other merchants of that place, I am attaching a copy of the circular that is in the possession of all the leaders of the forces belonging to our army. May it be equally understood that as long as invaders exist in Nicaragua, and as long as the treaties, pacts, and conventions made between governments of the United States of America and the governments they themselves imposed upon Nicaragua remain in force, there will be no peace, nor will there be any guarantees of lives and interests. In the same vein, you must understand that we bear no responsibility, since we have been provoked and defense is our duty. If anything is responsible for events in Nicaragua, it is the international policy of the United States and the Nicaraguans who have not hesitated to flirt with the invaders, contributing with their disgusting lack of courage to the pretext that they put forth to support their intervention in Nicaragua, saying that both important and unimportant Nicaraguans are requesting their intervention in our country. May they suffer, then, the consequences of their cowardice. A.C. Sandino. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. March 11, 1932. 155 Letter to General Francisco Estrada, April 28, 1932 1. My dear brother, General Estrada. General Arias carries instructions to place himself under your orders and to recognize you as first leader of all our expeditionary force on the whole Atlantic coast. It has also been explained to General Arias that if by means of the expedition with which I am now concerned we should manage to gain control of that coast, you will assume the office of Intendant Governor, choosing the location where you will establish yourself with your staff, the place from which you will direct the entire political and military movement of our Atlantic coast. I am sending you these newspapers, where news of the capture of Villanueva appears. Also we have news of the taking of Ciudad Dario, and it is said that in order to gain control of it our muchachos had to burn some of the town's houses, and the airplanes put an end to the task, but only at a time when our forces were already absent. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. The source used reproduces only the two fragments published here. 156 News Bulletin of the Defending Army concerning operations in the months of April and on May I. To Indo-Hispanic observers. We were correct when we stated earlier that our enemies would themselves see to the matter of publishing reports about our military movements, albeit in their own way, and these reports are the best evidence of the losses in men and weapons that they constantly suffer as the sole consequence of the international policy of the United States. On April 4 of this year the ex-National Guardsmen belonging to the enemy forces in Quisalaya, the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua, rebelled against the Yankee filibusters who commanded them. To achieve their intentions, they killed Lieutenant Charles Lebos of Yankee nationality, and wounded 2nd Lieutenant Carlos Rayo. As a result of this uprising, our army obtained the following: 21 Springfield rifles, among them some mortars, 21 grenades, a Thompson machine gun with 1,600 rounds, 5,000 Springfield rounds, a .45 caliber automatic pistol with 6 magazines, a Browning machine gun, a Colt machine gun with the necessary equipment, and 9,000 Lewis rounds. All this was turned over by the ex-National Guardsmen Sebastian Jimenez, Felipe Bracino H., Francisco Lopez, and Aurelio Flores, who at this time are in the service of our army. The weapons were received by Generals Estrada and Morales and Colonel Socrates Sandino. On the oath of the same month of April, 3 gunners of the enemy garrison in Quilali, who respond to the names Antonio Garcia, Balbino Hoyos, and Antonio Cornejo, passed over to our ranks with their respective weapons, consisting of a Browning machine gun and 2 Thompson machine guns with their corresponding equipment, as well as hand grenades and Springfield rifle ammunition. All this was received by General Colindres. On the 15th, still in April, Captain Heriberto Reyes sustained a bloody 3-hour battle against the enemy in the place called San Luis, jurisdiction of Ocotal. In the battle 30 traitor dogs perished along with one of the pirates who commanded them. On our part, we lament the deaths of the brothers Alberto Cruz Maradiaga and Fausto E. Garcia. On the 21st the new enemy garrison stationed again in Quizalaya was 1932. Attacked by our forces under the command of General Morales. This time the enemy was stronger, but nevertheless was dislodged after an hour and 3/4 of bitter combat. On our part, we regret the deaths of the brothers Sergeant Major Francisco Montenegro, Captain Zeledino Gutierrez, Lieutenant Marcelino Rugama, and the young student from the University of Leon, Nicaragua, Octavio Oviedo. Generals Morales and Estrada are continuing their march across the Atlantic interior. We also have reserve forces on the same coast. In the battle just referred to, Lieutenant Rafael Cesar Zamora, Orlando Baldizon, and Santos Godoy were wounded. On the same date Colonel Juan Altamirano defeated the enemy in Santa Barbara, jurisdiction of Jinotega. The enemy left 5 traitor dogs and 1 Yankee on the battlefield. On the same day forces of that same Colonel Juan Altamirano attacked another enemy column in the place called Chagatillo. The enemy was totally destroyed and 2,000 Springfield rounds and 2.45 caliber pistols were captured from them. We had no casualties and the enemy was able to carry away his dead and wounded. On the 21st, forces under the command of Generals Carlos Salgado P., Juan G. Colindres, and Captain Heriberto Reyes engaged the enemy in combat in La Puerta, Department of Ocotal. The enemy resisted for 3/4 of an hour and were defeated, leaving 2 Yankees and 12 traitor dogs dead on the field of battle. Captured were a Browning Machine gun and 5 Springfield rifles, all weapons with abundant ammunition. We had no casualties in that battle. At 4 p.m. on the same day, that same force, commanded by the leaders mentioned, had another hard encounter with enemy reinforcements in the place called Los Leones, which lasted until nightfall. Upon reconnoitering the battlefield 5 traitor dogs and 3 Yankee officers were found dead. Captured were 12 Springfield rifles, 3.45 caliber pistols, a mortar with 6 shells, and many documents important for the history of Nicaragua. On our part, we regret the deaths of the brothers Roamicron Melgara and Estanislao Maradiaga, wounded, Manuel Valadares. On the 23rd, General Salgado and Captain Heriberto Reyes sustained another encounter with the enemy in the place called Los Bel Oran. The enemy left 7 dead on the battlefield. The other battles occurring in April, fought in the interior of Nicaragua by General Umanzar, Colonels Tomas Blandon, Perfecto Chavarria, Ruperto Hernandez Roblero, General Jose Leon Diaz, etc., have already been publicized by the enemy himself. On the 1st of this month the same General Salgado sustained another bloody battle with the enemy in Ciudad Antigua. On our part, the brother Federico Tercero of San Marcos de Colon, Honduras, perished. On the same date General Colindres attacked the enemy in the place. 402. 1932. Called Los Bel Oran. The battle lasted for 3 hours, the enemy leaving 36 dead in the field along with supplies which included 14 woolen jackets, 3 caps, 2 suits, a pair of shoes, and a field tent. On our part we regret the death of the brother Juan Pablo Bel Oran, owner of the property where the battles took place. Our casualties. Dead wounded. San Lucas 2-0. Quizalaya 4-3. Los Leones 2-1. Ciudad Antigua 1-0. Los Bel Oran 1-0. Total 10-4. Enemy casualties. Dead wounded. Quizalaya 16-10. San Lucas 31-0. Santa Barbara 6-11. Chagatillo 13-9. La Puerta 14-0. Los Leones 8-0. Los Bel Oran 7-0. Los Bel Oran 36-0. Total 131-30. Battle equipment captured from the enemy. Rifles, machine guns, bombs, ammunition. .45 pistols. Kisalaya 21 321 15601. Quilali 035 140 0. Chagiatillo 000 3002. Lapuerta 51000. Los Leones 130603. Total 39,732 18,746. 1932. Other things. I will use this opportunity to inform our compatriots in foreign countries that, today like yesterday, our army is convinced that Nicaragua will be freed only by means of bullets and at the cost of our own blood, and that, as always, we will impede by the force of right and with our weapons any electoral farce that anyone may wish to see repeat in Nicaragua with foreign supervision. General Don Horacio Portocarrero, a Nicaraguan citizen, has been designated by our army to be president of our republic, once we have achieved military control of the same, either through arms or by means of compacts in which the enemy agrees to affirm in power in Nicaragua the person designated by our army. General Portocarrero possesses high powers granted by us to organize a provisional government along with the active forces of the country who may wish to join our cause, but they will also cooperate to impede the elections that the enemy is preparing for the coming November. Nicaraguans interested in the liberation of Nicaragua are fully accepted by our army, though without any commitment to partisan banners, and disciplined by our guidelines, which do not allow us to maintain relations with any party that considers offering candidates in elections supervised by foreign powers. We are observing Moncada's proposals regarding the reform of the constitution in Nicaragua as a way to legalize the sadly renowned Bryan Chamorro agreements. Nevertheless, the last of the Nicaraguans may die and all of Nicaragua may be left in ashes, but those agreements will never be legal. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. The Segovias, NIC, CA, May 18, 1932. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Misar Sandino. 157, Letter to Generals Francisco Estrada and Juan Santos Morales, May 22, 1932. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. May 22, 1932. First and Second Leaders of Column No. 3, General Francisco Estrada and Juan Santos Morales, respectively, the Atlantic coast of Nicaragua. Dear brothers, I have just received correspondence from General Morales dated the 9th of the current month, in which he informs me that up until that date he had not had contact with the General Staff about the matter that concerns me. General Morales is obligated to acquaint General Estrada with all his movements, and, since he has not done this, he has not complied with what has been ordered by this General Command of our Army. In this regard, General Estrada will at once order the regrouping of General Morales and his entire force at the encampment where Estrada is located. Equally, Morales will place all forces and weapons under his command under General Estrada's orders and regroup at this General Headquarters with only 2 of his aides. Estrada will organize the entire force in the way he sees fit, encamp them where he sees fit, and attack when he sees fit, since he has already understood everything that is to be done. There is more. Day by day I am experiencing the enormous affliction of recognizing that all the leaders, in the majority, are becoming antagonistic toward one another and cheerleaders to an unspeakable extent. At this time there are ordinary soldiers of our army who are much more active than recognized leaders, which can be nothing but a very regrettable fact. Here nobody is in a bed of flowers, and we are enduring the most tremendous sacrifices, and I swear to you that if you would like to accept the responsibility of directing this movement I will deposit it in you, and I will leave as expeditionary leader to prove to you that with a good head. 1932. And a little bit of bravery and honor one can accomplish everything you think can't be done. Sincerely your brother. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Sandino. 158 Letter to General Francisco Estrada, June 3, 1932. 1. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. June 3, 1932. General Francisco Estrada. Encampments of Expeditionary Column No. 3. Dear Brother. At this moment, at 4 in the afternoon, I have received your esteemed letter dated last May 25th, and I am pleased that it arrived without incident. Informed as I am about all the points made in your letter, allow me to tell you that if General Morales can prove that for reasons beyond his own desires he didn't communicate earlier with you, you may reconsider the order for him to regroup at this general headquarters, but that otherwise the order remains in effect. According to news brought to us by a nephew of Captain Aguilar who campaigned with Morales, we know that the force in question fought about May 16 in Mos, or near that place at least, for which reason I suppose that at that time he could already have communicated with you. On the other hand, if at the time this letter reaches you, you haven't yet had news from General Altamirano, I think the latter may have fought before reaching Neptuno and that for this reason he headed for Macantaca, the place where General Gomez was, and surely after meeting him they attempted the attack on that camp. The news we have from our other leaders in the interior is flattering, and especially now that it is said that the enemy has abandoned several towns and garrisons, such as that of the Corinto hacienda of the Stadthagen family. It is also said that in Jinotega they have very greatly reduced the number of their troops. Recently Señor Balladares, a rich and politically influential man, came to our camps from column No. 4, asking that we grant him the post for which we had named General Horacio Portocarrero, promising us that his government would be recognized within a month. 2. He also sent us a list of persons who would make up his cabinet. Among them appeared 1932. Carlos Castro Wasmer for War Minister, a certain Jose Maria Zelaya, and another group of the same men who have been involved with Moncada during his entire administration. Our reply was negative, and we restricted ourselves to telling him that if he really wanted to cooperate with us he should join General Portocarrero, the person to whom we have extended high powers for the purpose he spoke to us about. We don't know what Señor Balladares's immediate response will be. It's almost certain that from the IOth to the 12th of this month I will make a tour of our old camps, because I have to settle many matters that concern me. I hope to have meetings in those places with Colindres and other leaders who are about to get their orders. It wouldn't be surprising if from Colindres we received some new proposals for an understanding, because we think there's a strong interest. Concerning my health and that of my wife, fortunately at the moment it is enviable, because we are more vigorous than when you left, the result of the useful assistance we received during that distressing illness. With the present mail I am sending you some newspapers which are the latest we have, and in them there are many reports about us and others that interest us. In union with all the brothers nearby, I beg you to accept the sincere affection of this your brother. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Sandino. 1. The 1981 edition contains this letter M. The incomplete form found in Source 10, 170-172. In this edition the complete version is given. 2. On the designation of General Horacio Portocarrero to occupy the presidency of Nicaragua, see Docs. 150 and 151. 159 Letter to General Pedro Altamirano, June 19, 1932. First Leader of our Expeditionary Column No. 1 Divisionary General Pedro Altamirano Field of Military Operations. My dear brother, General Umanzar will arrive soon at this general headquarters, and on Wednesday boats will leave to bring them to this camp. Previously we ordered one Señor Enriquez Sanchez from Leon to be detained, and he was singled out to contribute 1,000 Cordobas which General Umanzar was waiting to receive in order to bring it with him. This Señor Enrique Sanchez is said to be the brother of Agustin Sanchez, the young man who is there with you, which I think is true. This gentleman is in El Tug, and orders have been sent to have him brought to this encampment so that we may speak to him. It could well be that we could learn something from a conversation with him which would clarify the situation in the West. Not long ago a proposal came from one Señor Manuel Balladares, from Leon, asking us to grant him the personal representation of the Supreme Command to head a revolutionary movement in the West, and he assured me that he had war equipment and people ready to seize control of the entire country in only a month. The proposal seemed very bold to me, and we didn't accept it because two men came with him who have been Moncada's coddled pets. These men are a certain Carlos Castro Wasmer and one Jose Maria Zelaya. We have distrusted that gentleman's proposal, and, because of some newspaper clippings which we have seen, it appears that Agustin Sanchez is one of those individuals who belong to the Balladares group, and that he came on ahead to prepare the terrain. Even now there is nothing that proves that the Balladares proposals and his people aren't sincere, and it could well be that they are entirely honest, but what we can't agree to is to turn the reins of our revolutionary movement over to him. I have replied by telling them that they should join forces with General Portocarrero, who already possesses authority from the Supreme Command to organize our provisional government. We have 1932. Still not received a reply, but we expect it soon. Colindres was eager for us to withdraw our representation from General Portocarrero and to give it to Balladares. From me a reprimand went out to Colindres for allowing himself to be so hypnotized in only a day by a man he had just met, because Balladares arrived at his encampments looking for me. Also yesterday a report came to us that a number of well-armed men have entered Nicaraguan territory by way of Somodelo, and that they are believed to be a new revolutionary group separate from our own. For this reason I have circulated orders to all our forces who are now in the entire area of the Segovias that they are not to go into the interior and are not to withdraw very far from this region, because we want to find out what will happen to that force which has entered the country, and to find out if they are allies of ours acquired by General Portocarrero or birds of another feather. We are expecting correspondence from Fi Honduras, and that will determine how we will orient ourselves. For the same reason I think it would not be good for you to remove yourself very far away. With the next mail delivery you may send a young Agustin Sanchez to this encampment, but without equipment, being so kind as to keep him under guard and to send him later. I have an interest in seeing the two brothers together and to read the reality of things in their expressions, and for me it is better that they be without weapons because if they are our enemies and they know they've been found out, they could commit a crime, since they would realize that in any event they would have to die. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 160 Letter to General Francisco Estrada, July 7, 1932-1. Señor Manuel Balladares has at last agreed to join forces with General Portocarrero, and we suppose that for that purpose a conference has taken place in Tegucigalpa at about this time among many Nicaraguans interested in joining our army. We are awaiting the results of those talks. Dr. Arturo Vega is preparing leaflets in the department of Chinandega, and I am sending you a few of the ones he sent us, which I ask you to distribute. Recently the young Enriquez Sanchez, from Leon, held the status of hostage in this general headquarters, General Umanzar having levied a contribution of 1,000 pesos upon him, money which according to that brother is now in his possession. For that reason the young Sanchez was freed on the 1st of this month and left for the city of Jinotega. We are making use of the journey of the young Sanchez, who was not resentful, to send some words to the Sakasa RGLO candidates and authors of the Liberal Party to the effect that they should unify themselves with our army and support our provisional government, which will call the Nicaraguan nation to elections entirely in the form of a plebiscite, and that if they don't proceed in the manner indicated to them, they will incur the greatest responsibilities. It is 10 days now that Captain Jose de Paredes has been staying among us, and he greets you affectionately through me. Here he will remain for an indefinite period, because his actions have caused our suspicion to vanish. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. The 1981 edition contains these fragments of the letter to General Estrada as they appear in source 10-173, that is, without the last paragraph and with the date on which Sanchez was granted his freedom in error. 41I. 161 War Bulletin, July 1932. In July the following battles were of unusual interest. Our forces of the Atlantic Division under the command of Generals Francisco Estrada and Simon Gonzalez attacked and captured the Vaccaro Banana Station in Puerto Cabezas, property of a U.S. company. Reinforcements immediately reached the enemy stationed at that camp, but our muchachos knew how to drive them back, taking possession of their trains and motor cars as well as ammunition, rifles, and machine guns. The buildings were set on fire, and the following day a flotilla of airplanes bombed our column, one of them being shot down. The bombing oriented the enemy who approached us, and a bloody battle continued almost until nightfall. The enemy's casualties are calculated at more than 100. We were informed that 20 Yankee amphibious planes landed at Puerto Cabezas to pick up North American families who are residents at that port. We see this as a wise move, because the fate that awaits the North Americans there is bleak. On that same July 14, our forces under the command of Colonel Ruperto Hernandez Robledo and Sergeant Major Francisco Garcia experienced a bloody encounter with the enemy in Los Acoyotes, Department of Jinotega, in which 3 Trader Dog lieutenants and 9 Yankee pirates lost their lives. Weapons and ammunition were captured. On the 16th, still in July, in La Rocha, Department of Leon, our forces commanded by Colonel Zacharias Padilla fought another bloody battle and captured a large amount of weapons and food supplies. Just now Generals Estrada and Gonzalez, leaders of the Atlantic Division, have informed us that large units of U.S. troops have crossed into Nicaraguan territory from the Honduran Mosquito Coast, and we are at a loss to understand how the government of Honduras would allow this, claiming as it does to be jealously independent. The report adds that they have their quarters at the banana station of the Yankee firm, the United Fruit Company, in the Honduran port of Trujillo. J.C. Smith, a Yankee officer, gave the newspapers the following list of National Guard dead in only one battle in the Segovias. If they admit this, we don't have to say how things are going to go, or that the renegades will fertilize the earth, because the following at least are serving that purpose: Private Rigoberto Rojas, number 5136, Sergeant Juan Coronado, number 1888, PRI. 1932. Vat Lyons Tini Omer, number 4764, Private Humberto Martinez, number 4115, Private Miguel Cardenas, number 4073, Private Benito Zamora Rico, number 4278, Private Manolo Quadra, number 100. Translation of a letter from the Yankee Captain Walter A. Gasper to his mother, accompanied by a check for $36.85, 1. San Rafael del Norte. Department of Jinotega. March 30, 1932. Mr. Walter A. Casper, 330 Wisconsin Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin, USA. Dearest Mama, just today they've notified me from Jinotega that your package arrived today by plane. I intended to write a long and affectionate letter to you, but the war and the Sandinistas, or whatever they're called, were opposed to my wishes. Today it's 6 months since I came to this corner of hell, and I would have wanted to be in China all this time, where I would have felt a lot safer. I prefer to hear the roar of battle than to hear a single shot fired at me from behind. This is life in San Rafael del Norte. Dad. 162 Circular to Civil Authorities, August 31, 1932. Circular to all our civil authorities in the regions of Jinotega, Matagalpa, and Estili. My dear brothers, today just as yesterday we are convinced that no Nicaraguan government originating as a result of foreign supervision will defend our interests, and that, on the contrary, it will continue to support the interests of the foreigners who put it in power, contrary to every right. Sufficient cause for no Nicaraguan worthy of the name to take part in the Machiavellian elections that the enemy is preparing for the coming months of October and November of this year. I want to think and believe that in these moments of so much enlightenment there do not exist campesinos among us who want to commit the crime of high treason, guaranteeing with their own vote the enslavement of all Nicaragua, which would be the enslavement of their homes as well as of themselves. At this very moment our army has begun to intensify its hostilities against the enemy, and at the present moment our first forces are preparing in all the departments of the Republic. As I write this, contingents of our forces continue to sally forth, and I am certain that by the time this reaches your hands the first reports of the successes achieved by our army will already be circulating, principally on the Atlantic coast and in the interior of the Republic. No less impressive will be the military movements which we will carry out in the departments of the North. I will take advantage of this opportunity to order all our civil authorities to summon together all the civilian brothers in their dependencies so that they may use all the warlike measures available to prevent the enemy from holding elections or meetings of people in their respective jurisdictions. Moreover, if the elections and meetings of the enemy's people are not intended to occur in the place controlled by our civil authorities must meet with their people and help our other brothers to prevent the elections that concern me. 1932. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, NIC, CA. August 31, 1932. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Officer Sandino. 415. 163. Letter to General Pedro Altamirano, November 9, 1932. La Chispa. November 9, 1932. My very dear brother. We are who we are, and we are not like anybody else, and it doesn't matter whether our representatives abroad do something or don't do something, because our cause will continue on its course, ever triumphant. The elections are over already, and we are now waiting to learn whether it is with Sacasa or with the conservatives that we are to continue our struggle, because, no matter who it is, the pirates are leaving on January 2nd. At this time I am occupying myself by elaborating the fundamental principles for the agreement that we will present to Sacasa, if it is he who comes on stage, and if in fact he wants to arrive at an understanding with us. I will send a copy of these fundamental principles to you once they have been prepared, so that you may preserve it and keep our provisions in mind. On the other hand, if power is with the conservatives, I think that not even they themselves would seek agreements with us, nor we with them, and that the matter will be resolved with bullets. Meanwhile, military control of the Republic by our army will be proposed to Sacasa, for which purpose the Minister of War would have to be a member of our army, also the Interior Minister and that of Foreign Relations to be held by persons designated by our army, and for this we would choose Dr. Escolastico Lara for Interior and Calderon Ramirez for Foreign Relations. Similarly, the head of La Loma in Managua and of La Polvora, of Granada, would have to be members of our army, with battalions made up of our own forces. We will see now how things turn out. For the moment our army is in magnificent condition everywhere, and the only barrier we have to overcome is the incident involving General Juan Gregorio Colindres, who certainly because of malevolent influences, taking advantage of the distance that separates himself from us, proclaimed himself President of the Republic of Nicaragua in the name of 1932. Our army and in my name, without authorization from us. The funny thing about this situation is that he left this general headquarters as first leader of our expeditionary column number 12, and now he sends me a letter telling me that the people of Nicaragua and the army have proclaimed him provisional governor of the Republic, and with such a pompous name he didn't even take the trouble to sign. Colonel Hernandez Roblero and Captain Roamicron Aroliga with 7 attendants arrived as couriers to bring us Colindres's letter, his proclamation, and his first decree as provisional governor of Nicaragua, at the same time asking me for orders on the part of General Peralta, who was the leader of the second column. The same group returned at once carrying instructions to General Peralta that he is to become the first commander of Expeditionary Column number 12 and is to capture General Colindres, Colonel Arturo Vega, and anyone he believes under suspicion, and that he bring them here and relocate himself with all his forces at this general headquarters. Likewise, a patriotic message was sent from this command to our column number 12. Also orders were sent to our other expeditionary columns to approach the place where these events have taken place to cooperate with General Peralta in carrying out the orders that have been distributed, and if there is armed opposition, the opponents and traitors to the army are to be executed by firing squad. I am sending you the copy sent to me by Colindres of his first confused decree, which shows that there is an enemy hand involved trying to tangle everything up. I'm also sending you a letter that Arturo Vega wrote to Colindres, giving him opinions and instructions. Finally, I am sending you instructions that Colindres and Peralta received from this General Headquarters in their role as expeditionary leaders of our column number 12. I'm sending all these documents to you so that you may read them, and you should send them back to me complete by the first mail, because all of these, the proclamation and the note that Colindres sent me, will be documents for me to justify myself, and to judge them in a council of war. For that reason I beg you to send them to me with utmost care, without omitting a single sheet. 2. General Irfas should read those papers and give his opinion, because we will organize a council of war made up of all the army leaders, who will judge Colindres and Vega and the other responsible persons. This council, then, will decide the fate of the brothers who have been led astray. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 417. 1932. 1. La Loma and La Polvora were Maor fortresses, the former located on the peak of the Tizcapa volcano in Managua, at that time also the site of the presidential palace. RC2. None of these documents have been found. 418. 164, Sandino's Peace Proposals, November 12, 1932. 1. Principles that when accepted will bring peace to Nicaragua. 1. That the first Nicaraguan citizen who, finding himself in the government of our republic, by any means, and who sincerely represents the interests of our nation, must ask for and obtain, even if it should be AC compellished with bullets, the immediate withdrawal of the U.S. military forces of occupation in Nicaragua. At the same time he must accept the support of our army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua for the maintenance of complete order in our republic. 2. That the government of Nicaragua that accepts the former principle also accept and support the idea of the undersigned to hold in the capital city of the Argentine Republic a conference among representatives of the 21 governments of our racial America and that of the United States of America, the representative of Nicaragua to be the undersigned. And to consider in that conference everything relative to the United States project that seeks to construct an interoceanic canal and to establish a naval base in Central American territory and waters, also to clarify in the conference whether the 90 million Indo-Hispanics who make up our 21 racial peoples have the right or not to express their opinions regarding the transcendental project that the United States wishes to establish as its exclusive property, and what ought to be their attitude in the face of the problem that concerns me. 3. That the government of Nicaragua that accepts the first and second principles of this agreement also accept the right of the Nicaraguan PEOPLE to remove it from power by force, in cases in which it fails to uphold in whole or in part the principles here stipulated. Note: with the departure from Nicaragua of the North American pirates on the 2nd of January, the first part of our first principle will be fulfilled. For the second part of the same first principle, which appears in capital letters, we have a separate statement that indicates the form in which our army will lend its support to the government that accepts the present agreement. 1932. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, NIC, CA, November 12, 1932. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C/ISAR Sandino. 1. These are the fundamental principles to be presented to the liberal candidate for the presidency, in the event that he won the election of 1932. RC 165 Letter to Jose Idlaquez and Alfonso Irfas, November 1932. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. Señores Don Jose Idiox and Don Alfonso Arias Danley. Peace and love, my dear brothers. Your worthy notes, which you sent me through Colonel Rodales, have been received and taken into account. Also I have received the correspondence that arrived for us from abroad. Mathematically speaking, the entire movement of our army is marching triumphantly over our enemies, the only obstacle to be overcome being the incident involving our misguided brother, General Juan Gregorio Colindres, who, taking advantage of the distance that separated him from this general headquarters, proclaimed himself head of the provisional government of Nicaragua as a way to play out his hand, without any authorization from our army, a stupid act that will certainly cost him his life. Because just now orders have been sent out to our brother General Ismael Peralta, who had acted as second leader of our expeditionary COLM No. 12, which General Colindres had commanded, to capture General Colindres and the deceptive Arturo Vega. They will be brought to this general headquarters, and that will put an end to the incident as well as the stupidity of General Colindres, who clearly has been the victim of bad advice, because in General Colindres I never imagined such uncontrolled and foolish ambition. Besides, even though he was 5 times a deserter from our army, I always had respect, never distrust, for General Colindres. For that very reason, by assuming this attitude, which reveals a true lack of judgment, he has managed to be what he couldn't become before. Also orders have been sent out to 9 of our expeditionary COLMs for them to cooperate with General Peralta in carrying out the decisive orders that have been circulated. Let us pray that the proclamations, decrees, and other writings that I am informed Colindres and Vega dispatched for publication in the name of our army have come into your 1932 hands and been held back, to avoid the confusion that they would certainly cause. Other things. The elections were interrupted as it was our duty to do with the attacks on the towns of Matagalpa, Jinotega, La Concordia, San Juan de Segovia, El Jacaro, etc., etc., which I suppose the enemy press itself will have publicized. We still don't know who was favored by the Yankee, but for us it's of no importance, because neither of them is a recognized government and the struggle will continue, except if it was Sacasa who was favored, and he is willing to accept the 3 principles of which you are both aware. 1. In that event, we could arrive at peace in Nicaragua as if by magic. In this regard, you have your instructions for that situation. I am sending you some letters that you will be pleased to send on to their destinations as quickly as possible, mainly those going to Señor Mario Rivas, General Portocarrero, and Dr. Zepeda. I sense that with every passing day Don Alfonso is losing his respect for me, his brother, because until now all my acts and procedures have been in opposition to his own wishes, as was the case when we proclaimed as head of the provisional government Don Manuel Balladares, who, as it turns out, was another impostor. But you must convince yourselves and everyone else that I don't do what I want to do, but rather what I must do, for the good progress, discipline, and triumph of our army, which in fact will be the triumph of the people of Nicaragua and of the continent in general. The young university student fought very well in the Battle of El Jacaro and was one of the first to take the positions occupied by the enemy. I still haven't seen him, but I think he will soon arrive, and it won't be difficult for me to send the present letter through him. Ever onward. Augusto Cesar Sandino. 1. Document 164. 166 Letter to General Pedro Altamirano, December 12, 1932. My very dear brother, in recent days we have been exceedingly busy, mainly with the arrival of our expeditionary column No. 12, with Generals Peralta and Colindres. General Colindres has felt very sorry about what happened, because through his explanations we have understood that he was the victim of stupid and wicked advisers. As a result of everything that has been said, all the peril that this brother got himself into because of his mistake has vanished. Arturo Vega and de Paredes, who were Colindres's advisers, are also about to arrive at this general headquarters with a committee which went to look for them. Honduras is in a state of war, and Captain Cornejo returned bringing the letters he was carrying, because he wasn't able to enter. When you arrive we will have a lot to talk about. This letter isn't long, but I suppose it will find you on the road, and besides in these moments I am getting cold from fever as a result of that same influenza. 167 Letter to General Pedro Altamirano, December 18, 1932. Now there are no more warplanes in Nicaragua, because all of them left aboard a ship on the 15th of this month, and only commercial planes that don't carry machine guns or bombs are crossing the skies, I have been advised of this by Señor Sofania Salvatierra himself, who has always demonstrated loyalty to us. In this respect, now we will no longer have air attacks, and all the precautions we take will be with regard to the enemy on the ground, but those dogs don't want to die now, and it will be hard for them to work up any eagerness to attack, and the most they will do will be to defend themselves in their positions for as long as we have not reached a practical understanding. Now we won't have any problems organizing cavalry units, and in the provisional headquarters that we will install, we will be able to have our taxes and well-established rural governments, so that our delegates will feel enthusiastic when they see us. Furthermore, it wouldn't be difficult for us to engage in some battles before the arrival of those persons in San Rafael del Norte, but for this we'll have to be cautious, because we have said that our attacks are not to end before an effective understanding is arrived at, and that once we reached that understanding we would suspend the orders to attack. For my part, I feel that if we could capture some towns before then, it would be much better, because the enemy would be more compelled toward the idea of an understanding. In Honduras the war is in a delicate stage, and we know that in the capture of Danlí the Nicaraguan emigration took an active part, and one of the leaders was Colonel José Rodríguez, and they shouted vivas to Sandino and to our army, because they believe that we have sent part of our army to cooperate with the revolution. That whole country is up in flames and we can't keep up a correspondence with anybody, and only the news gets through to us. 1. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1932. 1. Sandino refers to the civil war that preceded the dictatorial regime of Honduran President Tiburcio Carías and Dino. R.C. 168 Letter to Sofania Salvatierra, December 24, 1932. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. The Segovias, NIC, CA. December 24, 1932. Señor Don Sofania Salvatierra. Very distinguished Sir. Yesterday I received your interesting letter, dated in that capital city on the 23rd of last month, to which I am now responding. 1. I take this auspicious opportunity to send you and the patriotic group that you mention our highest congratulations for your work on behalf of the restoration of our national independence, the only cause for which the army I am honored to command fights and will fight. 2. We have no problem accepting the United Committee of those interested in the pacification of Nicaragua, so long as it brings with it the official delegation of the government that seeks to legalize itself as the ruler of the Republic. Any other sort of committee that does not come vested with official powers we will not accept. Dr. Sacasa should take the opportunity that is now presented to him to reach an understanding with our army, so that he will not remain a puppet, a plaything for childish amusement. Authority favors us over Dr. Sacasa, because he abandoned us during bitter moments of our national history. Concerning his private life, the doctor deserves our esteem, but as a public man, it is our duty to remind him of his past. Very well, then, on the basis of a possible patriotic understanding, we have appointed Señors Don Salvador Calderón Ramirez, Dr. Escolastico Lara, Dr. Pedro José Zepeda, and General Horacio Portocarrero as our delegates, to whom on this very day we are sending a patriotic summons, and we ask you to send them the statements attached to this letter. 3. Also we ask you to write to them personally, indicating to them whatever you think convenient. In passing, I suggest to you that if Dr. Sacasa decides to deal with this matter officially, our delegates' expenses during the talks leading to an understanding ought to be paid by our national treasury, because neither I nor they have the means. 1932. We are sincerely grateful for your news from Nicaraguan. My wife, Socrates, and I send a fraternal embrace to your distinguished family and to you. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Cesar Sandino. 1. The content of Salvatierra's letter may be inferred from Sandino's reply. 2. The Grupo Patriótico was an organization founded in 1932 by elements of every political coloration, whose basic aim was to find a negotiated solution to the Nicaraguan political and military crisis. Among its members were Juan F. Gutiérrez, Salvador Buitrago Diaz, Rosendo Argiello, Francisco Maldonado, Modesto Armijo, Federico J. Lacayo, and Sofania Salvatierra himself. 3. For the summons, see document 169. 169 Letter designating delegates to a peace conference, December 24, 1932. To the distinguished gentleman Don Salvador Calderón Ramirez, Dr. Escolastico Lara, Dr. Pedro José Zapata and General Horacio Portoirero. Our army regards you as among the most illustrious sons of Nicaragua because your public acts have always been in conformity with the high spirit of patriotism, for which reason the army looks upon you as united by an affinity of ideas and therefore motivated to contribute to the renovation and reconstruction of the fatherland. By virtue of this, the army has resolved to state to you the following, that today we have been informed that the Nicaraguan people in general, to the sound of the explosion of our liberating weapons, have awakened in patriotic response and are unanimously concerned that Dr. Sacasa should reach a patriotic understanding with our army. We have decided to hold peace conferences in San Rafael del Norte if Sacasa's government is free and unburdened by public or private compromises with the United States of America, and with these letters we designate you to represent us in the supposed conference. For this purpose we invest you with ample powers. The national treasury of our Republic of Nicaragua will pay the costs of our journey to San Rafael del Norte. My mother-in-law, Dona Esther Vida Araz, will give you information about a personal interview with me before any agreement is concluded. Don Sofania Salvatierra, in Managua, will receive you in that capital city. If the idea crystallizes, he will also write to you personally about this entire matter. Accept our fraternal embrace. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, NIC, CA, December 24, 1932. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 1933. 170 Letter to Sofania Salvatierra, January 17, 1933. Provisional General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, CA. January 17, 1933. Señor Don Sofania Salvatierra, San Rafael del Norte. Very esteemed Señor Salvatierra, I received your very interesting note dated in that place on the 13th of the current month, in which you announced to us your arrival at these encampments of our army. The present letter will serve you as a passport for our reconnaissance cavalry units and expeditionary columns, which may meet you on the road. You will make the journey accompanied by the Castel Blanco Broth ERS, about whom Blanquita will inform you. Since your entourage will surely be composed of several persons, you might be stopped by some of our expeditionary forces who are on their way to these encampments, because they have been located at places far from that zone and may not have any knowledge of your presence. In virtue of this, please carry a white flag, because with this you will be immediately identified by any of our forces, they having previously had instructions to honor it. The Castel Blanco brothers will bring you to the place where I am, which is about a day's journey from there. I consider it the highest duty of every good Nicaraguan citizen to achieve peace for Nicaragua, but the peace that dignifies and not that of the slave. For the same reason, I don't doubt that those we appointed to represent us have accepted, and let us hope that together you will be able to reach this general headquarters. Our sincere respect goes to you and those who may accompany you. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 171 Protocol for Peace, January 20, 1933. 1. Protocol for Peace. The undersigned General and Supreme Commander of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua formulates the following Protocol for Peace, to which our delegates must conform when signing the definitive peace agreement. 1. To know in depth the political program that Dr. Sacasa will carry out during the 4 years of his administration, to assure themselves that he will totally exclude foreign interference in the finances of Nicaragua, and to learn his attitude in respect to the so-called National Guard. Likewise, to know if Dr. Sacasa has pacts of any kind signed with the North American interventionists. 2. That through the initiative of the Executive, the National Congress of Nicaragua decree the creation of a new department in uncultivated national territory, contained between the zones of El Chipote and the Nicaraguan Atlantic coast, with the name of Luz y Verdad and with the following territorial limits, beginning at the jurisdiction of Cifuentes, Honduras, passing by the hill of El Capiro, continuing along the channel of San Pablo, passing through Los Encinos, passing through Mura, passing through El Chipote, passing through Santa Cruz de Jinotega, passing through Boca y Cito, passing through Quizoli, passing through Illas, passing through Saslay, passing by the hill of Asa, passing by the hill of Cola Blanca, passing by Sandibe, reaching the sea and continuing to Caratasca, going up the Patuca River, and concluding at the point of origin, Cifuentes, Honduras. Keep in mind that the creation of this new department in no way implies a sinecure for our army, and much less for the undersigned, and that the object being pursued is the general enlargement of the fatherland. 2-3. That through the initiative of the Executive, the National Congress of Nicaragua decree the complete maintenance in the new department Luz y Verdad of the military equipment that the army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua has used during the war to dignify our national honor, and that all the civil and military authorities of the said department be appointed from among the members of our army. It is our 1933 desire that the war materiel, which we have collected with the blood of patriots, should remain at the disposal of the departmental government of Luz y Verdad, for a greater guarantee of order in our republic, and because the undersigned will remain in this region along with the greater part of the members who presently make up our army, where we will be prepared to repel any aggression that anyone may wish to carry out against the constituted government of Nicaragua. 4. That through the initiative of the Executive, the National Congress of Nicaragua decree the removal from the National Archives and the burning of all documents in which the patriotic posture of our army is described as banditry, and solemnly declare as legal that posture which the undersigned and his army assumed on May 4, 1927, when, with unmanly arrogance, the government of the United States of America threatened to disarm the Nicaraguan armies by force if they did not submit to their despotic whim. This point, which deals with the extraction from the archives and the burning of the documents that slander us, and with the Congress's declaration of the legality of the attitude of the undersigned and his army, is a question of national honor, since it is because of this attitude that Nicaragua remains a free, sovereign, and independent republic. 5. In the definitive peace treaty it must be put on record that the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua is asking for the revision of the Bryan Chamorro agreements, because it is notorious that they were entered into by a Nicaraguan government imposed by the North American intervention. Furthermore, the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua demands that the canal route through Nicaragua and the naval base that may possibly be constructed on the Gulf of Fonseca be declared the responsibility of the Indo-Hispanic Nationality. For this purpose, a Congress should be held with representatives of the 21 republics of our racial America and that of the United States of America, in the capital city of the Argentine Republic. The same to have the purpose of decreeing non-intervention in the internal affairs of any of the Indo-Hispanic republics, respecting their sovereignty and independence and promoting a more brotherly approach to one another, which unites us in the common free life of the nations of this continent. Provisional General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, the Segovias, NIC, CA, January, 1933. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 1. This protocol for peace, which Sandino presented to Sofania Salvatierra at the 1933 Guadalupe Ranch, El Embocadero, Department of Jinotega, seat of the provisional headquarters of Sandino's army, constituted the point of departure for the negotiations that ended with the peace agreement of February 2, 1933. 2. Bounded as it would have been by the Patuca River on the north, this new department would have included territory now part of Honduras that was then still claimed by Nicaragua. RC 434. 172 Letter to Sofania Salvatierra, January 25, 1933. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. The Segovias, NIC, CA. January 25, 1933. Señor Don Sofania Salvatierra. Managua. Señor Salvatierra. My wife informs me that she has reached an understanding with you and with Señor Sacasa that our positions are not to be attacked. Nevertheless, we regret to inform you that on the 22nd our cavalry in the Minitas under the command of General Gomez was attacked, and on the 24th the same cavalry unit was attacked in Saraguasca. Those camps are the ones chosen, as I said to you, for the grouping of our forces, and the way to avoid clashes is for Dr. Sacasa's forces to remain in their recognized bases. In passing, I will take this opportunity to inform the people of Nicaragua through you that we are not an obstacle to peace, because we are enemies of war, and that we are only exercising our rights to defense. My earlier telegram indicated to you that we have already ordered our forces to suspend hostilities. It will be useful to provide our delegates with the means by which they may hold a personal interview with me if the situation requires it. Very attentive and faithful servant, Patriot y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 173 Telegram to the delegates to the Peace Conference, January 27, 1933. General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. The Segovias, Nicaragua, CA. January 27, 1933. Señor Don Salvador Calderón Ramírez. Dr. Escolastico Lara. Dr. Pedro José Zapata. General Horacio Portocarrero. Don Sofania Salvatierra. I have just now received confidential reports that the armistice has not been declared on the part of Dr. Sacasa, and thus it can be explained why my forces are often under attack. 1. I demand seriousness on the part of Dr. Sacasa, and if there is no satisfaction in this respect, from this moment on the responsibility is Dr. Sacasa's. A response is urgent, because I don't want to be the victim of betrayals. With complete respect, your brother. Patriot y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. For Sandino the armistice was basic to the process of achieving peace. Sofania Salvatierra promised this to him on January 22, 1933, with the consent of the Liberal and Conservative parties and 2 of Sandino's delegates. In reality, the National Guard, under the leadership of General Anastasio Somoza Garcia, regularly violated the armistice, as it systematically attacked the members and collaborators of the army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. 436. 174 Proclamation, February 1, 1933. Proclamation. My dear brothers, our army, through the magnitude of its struggle, constitutes a continental moral authority, and in the environment of sympathy upon which our army can rely in the world, it has brought about the complete expulsion of the North American pirates from Nicaragua. Nevertheless, upon his withdrawal the impotent invader left things arranged in such a way that Sacasa's forces have continued fighting our army, in order at the same time to foment new revolutions and to gain an opportunity to bring the filibustering armies back to Nicaragua, employing as their motive the prolongation of our struggle. With these points in view, and considering that Dr. Sacasa could in reality avoid that new conflict if he acted with good sense, I have decided, in agreement with our leaders here present, to take advantage of the arrival of our delegates at this provisional general headquarters and of the 5 days of armistice that remain and are to end at 12 noon on February 5, to go personally to speak frankly with Dr. Sacasa and to resolve this problem once and for all, so that if they don't accept the patriotic principles proposed by our army, and decide instead that they would prefer to prevent my return, our whole army will continue the struggle, the blame for all this falling upon Dr. Sacasa himself. Very well, dear brothers, until the 5th of this month the interim supreme commander will be our brother, Dr. and General Escolastico Lara, whom our army as a whole has the duty to obey and respect in all matters concerning the service and the other military laws, for as long as all of you together unanimously acclaim him the new supreme leader. Provisional General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, February 1, 1933. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 175 Orders to the Interim Supreme Commander, February I, 1933. Decisive orders to the brother, General Escolastico Lara, in his role as Interim Supreme Commander of our Army, after the 5th of the current month. If there is no news of me, it's a sure sign that I am dead, and from then on it will be proper for all the forces here assembled to go in whatever direction they prefer and with the leader favored by each soldier. The general is authorized to remain in the revolution or to retire to his native city. Provisional General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua, February 1, 1933. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 438. 176 Speech to the Troops, February 2, 1933. Brothers. We have fought so that our country might be free of foreign interventionists. The Yankee has departed, but he shrewdly believes he will soon return, under the expectation that we will continue the struggle. And he is mistaken. I believe that peace should be established in these 5 days, and to establish it I have decided that the best way is for me to go to reach a direct understanding with Dr. Sacasa. I leave in my place, for the days I am absent, General Lara, a native of Leon, as is Dr. Sacasa. If instead of listening to me Dr. Sacasa decides to have me arrested, I will kill myself, and if I don't each of you is authorized to spit in my face as a traitor. 177 The Treaty of Peace, February 2, 1933 1. Salvador Calderón Ramirez, Pedro José Zapata, Horacio Portocarrero, and Escolastico Lara, representatives of General Augusto César Sandino, and David Stadthagen and Crisanto Sacasa, representatives respectively of the conservative and liberal nationalist parties, fully convinced of the supreme necessity of peace for the Republic, have agreed upon the following harmonious accord, which has as its basis the sincere love that the future of Nicaragua inspires in them and the high sentiments of honor to which the signers pay homage. 1. The representatives of General Augusto César Sandino declare, above all else, that the crusade in which he and his army have been engaged has served the freedom of the fatherland, and that, consequently, they now wish to affirm in his name his absolute personal disinterest and his irrevocable decision not to request nor to accept anything that might disparage the motives of his public conduct. He wishes, therefore, to establish as a principle or unalterable foundation that he does not aspire to any wealth or material advantage. In view of the foregoing declarations of high disinterest, the representatives of the conservative and liberal nationalist parties render homage to the noble and patriotic attitude of the said General Sandino. 2. General Augusto César Sandino, his delegates, and the delegates of both parties declare that by virtue of the withdrawal of the foreign forces from national territory a new era of fundamental renewal is unquestionably opening up in our public life, that this turn of events is of transcendent importance for the fate of our nation, and that, disciplined by a painful experience, they deem it an essential duty to strengthen the collective sentiment of autonomy that inspires the Nicaraguan people. With unanimous enthusiasm. In order to increase that most noble tendency, the signers of the present pact regard it as convenient to emphasize, as a capital point of their respective political programs, their reverence for the Constitution and the fundamental laws of the Republic, and to maintain, by all rational, adequate, and juridical means, the full resplendence of the sovereignty and political and economic independence of Nicaragua. 3. The delegates of General Sandino and of the two parties recognize the importance of consolidating peace in a practical manner within the 1933 territory of the Republic through the productive dedication to labor of the men who serve under the command of General Augusto César Sandino and, in the same manner, by means of the gradual abandonment of their weapons. To achieve in a secure manner the normalization of the lives of those men in productive activities under the protection of the laws and of the constituted authorities, the following measures will be adopted. A. The Executive will present to the National Congress a proposal for full amnesty for political and related common offenses committed during the period from May 4, 1927, until today's date, this to be granted to all individuals of General Sandino's army who within 15 days of the promulgation of that decree will surrender their weapons, and likewise all those who, with the authorization of General Sandino himself, promise to surrender them within 3 months, being included in the benefits of this amnesty 100 persons from that army, who will be permitted to keep their weapons temporarily for the protection of the zone of uncultivated territory in which all those who have belonged to that army will have the right to establish farms and till the soil. B. In order to represent the administrative and military authority of the government of the Republic in the departments of the North, comprising especially the zone intended for the work of the individuals of General Sandino's army, and also to receive their weapons gradually, the Executive will appoint Don Sofania Salvatierra as his delegate, to whom General Sandino, within 20 days of this date, will surrender no less than 25% of the weapons of any class that his army may possess. C. The zone of uncultivated territory destined for their labors, to which subparagraph of this accord refers, will be of sufficient size and locate in the valley of the Coco or Segovia River, or in the region suitable to the government and to General Sandino, this zone being situated not less than 10 leagues from towns in which there exist at the present time a municipal regime. D. The leaders of the guard of 100 armed men that will be allowed to exist shall be appointed by the government as emergency auxiliary iliaries, selected in agreement with General Sandino from among the qualified members of the latter's army, but if after 1 year from the promulgation of the amnesty decree it should become convenient, in the judgment of the government, to maintain the aforementioned guard of 100 armed men, or a lesser number, the appointment of the respective leaders will be carried out at the discretion of the President of the Republic. E. The government will maintain in the entire Republic and especially in the departments of the North, for the period of at least 1 year, public works projects in which it will give employment on a preferential basis to the individuals of General Sandino's army who may request it and who 1933 will submit themselves to the ordinary regimen established in those works. 4. By the act itself of signing this agreement, every kind of hostilities will cease between the forces of one and the other part, that is of the constitutional government over which Dr. Juan B. Sacasa presides and the forces of General Augusto César Sandino, for the immediate greater guarantee of Nicaraguan lives and properties, once the present pact is definitively signed, with the approval of General Sandino and the acceptance of the President of the Republic, all of General Sandino's people will come under the protection of the constituted authorities and, in consequence, will become obligated to cooperate in the preservation of public order. 5. To facilitate the disarmament of part of General Sandino's forces and to give them provisional protection, the town of San Rafael del Norte is designated, the same General Sandino assuming responsibility for the maintenance of order during the time the government regards this as convenient. With faith in what is agreed to, 2 exact copies are prepared in the city of Managua, on the 2nd day of February of 1933. S. Calderón Ramírez. Pedro José Zapata. H. Portocarrero. D. Stadthagen. Crisanto Sacasa approved and ratified in all its parts. Managua, February 2, 1933. A.C. Sandino accepted in all its parts. Managua, February 2, 1933. Juan B. Sacasa. 1 On February 2, 1933, Sandino flew to Managua, where he received an enthusiastic reception from the people of the city. That same night, in the presidential palace, he signed this treaty of peace, which was drawn up that same day. RC 442. 178 A statement attributed to Sandino from the New York Times, February 3, 1933. We are brothers. Let us not shed one more drop of blood. Let the Americans come here and work, but not as the owners of the country. I salute the American people. There is no need to talk of bases for peace. I trust the nobility of Dr. Sacasa, the President of Nicaragua. We must reconstruct Nicaragua. 179 A greeting to the North American people, February 3, 1933. I send a greeting to the North American people. We need to know each other so that our continental life can be one of cooperation. The Spanish-American peoples and those of the North ought to be like brothers who together watch over the continent, looking toward the Pacific and toward the Atlantic. I repeat, as brothers, but so that neither may commit an offense against the freedom or independence of the other. In this way, brothers of the American continent, the New World should be the land of genuinely free nations. A greeting and my fraternal embrace for the people of the United States. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Sandino. 180 Interview with Adolfo Calero Orozco of La Prensa, February 3, 1933. In the presidential palace yesterday morning, Dona America de Sandino was kind enough to introduce us to her adopted son as an old friend of the family. A conservative journalist asks the rebel of the Segovias, and he embraces us, adding, "All of us Nicaraguans are brothers now, proud possessors of a fatherland that is already free." The liberal and the conservative are giving way to the Nicaraguan. We are face to face with the man who for more than 5 years carried on, with rifle in hand, the most talked about autonomist rebellion in the history of Spanish America. Sandino doesn't correspond to the portrait we had invented of him. He is a man of little more than 5 feet in stature, weighing some 130 pounds. Small dark eyes, with a lively expression. A white complexion, a bit reddish. His skin badly cared for, and a grave countenance, even when he smiles. He wears high dark yellow boots, khaki riding pants, and a military shirt of greenish gabardine. He doesn't wear a necktie. With his shirt collar open, a red scarf can be seen around his neck, the ends giving the appearance of a necktie hanging a few inches down over his chest. Over those scarf ends hangs a gold medal fastened by a pin, the gift of his Mexican admirers, and farther down a 2-part watch chain with a round golden amulet the size of a $10 coin. The general is very approachable, talkative, optimistic. "I want peace in Nicaragua," he tells us, "and I've come to establish it. For years and years my companions in arms and I lived the life of the bivouac, pursued by air and by land, slandered at times by our own fellow citizens whose freedom we were seeking, but we were always full of faith in the triumph of our autonomist cause, which is the cause of justice. If the Yankee soldiers had left Nicaraguan territory, I would have wanted to make peace the following day, but incomprehension, distrust, and pessimism stood in the way." "And when did you decide to seek peace at any cost?" "Since Dr. Sacasa took possession of the presidency and the Marines left, and this decision was confirmed for me when I received a letter from 445. 1933. My friend Don Sofania Salvatierra, in which he touched the most sensitive chord of my heart, love of my country. And do you think you won't have difficulties within your army when you try to carry out the peace agreements? I have faith that they will obey my voice with the same discipline as always. The first virtues of my army have been patriotism and discipline. When will you return to your camp?" "At once. The plane should already be leaving. My return is urgent, it must be done in the time allotted, and it would be dangerous to put it off. My army has very dangerous concrete orders about peace in case I don't return, and so I'm anxious not to hesitate any longer, because a delay could have serious consequences that I don't want to see." Upon speaking these words, General Sandino turns to one of those present and asks if they will be certain to leave before 10:30. And he adds, "Before 10:30, don't forget that." We continued our questions. "Do you think, General, that not another shot will be fired in the Segovias?" "It will not be fired by the autonomist army." "Pardon the question, General, but what about the leaders who at times have been accused of committing unnecessary acts of cruelty? Listen. The rebel orders us. This is an hour of peace and reconciliation, yet I'm not afraid to speak about those matters, always exaggerated and always attributed to my army, even when many times they were committed by our own enemies or by independent groups, who only used our flag to commit criminal acts. The autonomous army was at war with a large foreign force, to whom Nicaraguan lives were of little significance. That war had to be fought as wars are fought, and there were bullets and blood. That blood remains as a tribute to Nicaragua's freedom, and let us hope that not one more drop will be shed among brothers. 181 Order to regroup, February 4, 1933. Circular to all the leaders, civil as well as military, of our army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua. Dear brothers, yesterday I returned to this provisional general headquarters, and once again I find myself at the head of the supreme command of our army after having fully and satisfactorily arranged peace in Nicaragua. Upon receipt of the present circular, be so good as to regroup at once with all the war equipment under your command or custody at the village of San Rafael del Norte, where I will be with the rest of our forces from the 6th of this month on, and where you will receive my personal instructions about everything concerning the peace arrangements that have just been finalized. San Rafael del Norte has been the town chosen by us for the general regrouping of our army, where we will impart every kind of guarantee and security. Furthermore, there do not now exist differences in regard to armies in Nicaragua, because we are sincerely and truly united with Dr. Sacasa, and with him our word has an effect that can lead to the satisfactory solution to any question we may wish to deal with. With the esteem of your brother. Provisional General Headquarters of the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 182 Marching Orders for the Principal Leaders, February 7, 1933. The infantry under the command of Generals Adán Gómez and Ismael Peralta will enter by way of the church of San Rafael del Norte and pass through the town until reaching the Vallecillo, the place where they will camp. The civil force that is under the command of Generals Pedro Antonio Arias and Simon Gonzalez will march by way of El Castillo, passing through the Tierras Coloradas until reaching La Lira, the place where they will camp and get their orders. The artillery under the command of Generals Juan Pablo Umanzar and Juan Santos Morales will remain on the street in front of the house where I will lodge. This arrangement is being taken until we have obtained quarters where they will be lodged. The garrison under the command of the brothers Sergeant Major Marshal Rivera Zaletan and Captain Transito Sequeiro will remain with their forces at the entrance to the church of San Rafael del Norte until the place where they will be quartered is designated. The general staff, that is the body of leaders who will be under my direct orders, will stay at the same place where I will be lodged. Provisional General Headquarters, Los Patriolos, February 7, 1933. Patria y Libertad. Augusto Cilsar Sandino. 183 Act of Compliance, February 22, 1933. In San Rafael del Norte, at 4 in the afternoon on February 22, 1933, General Augusto Cesar Sandino proceeded to verify the delivery of the weapons held by his army to the constituted government of the Republic, in virtue of the peace signed in Managua on the 2nd of the current month between the delegates of General Sandino and the representatives of the political parties. In effect, in the presence of the executive's delegate in the departments of the North, Don Sofania Salvatierra, the delegation's military attaché, Colonel J. Rigoberto Reyes, the treasurer and his assistant and storekeeper of that same delegation, Seniors Gustavo Argielo Cervantes and Julian Ruiz, respectively, and Dr. Pedro José Zapata and Dr. José Angel Rodriguez, General Sandino turned over the following weapons, which, in turn, the military attaché, Colonel Reyes, received in this same act, in the form expressed in the following record. Weaponry turned over, 14 Springfield rifles, 55 Konkin rifles, 199 Krag rifles, 23 Winchester rifles, 8 Mauser rifles, 28 unidentified rifles, 8 Remington rifles, 6 ramrod shotguns, 1.22 caliber Remington rifle, 2 Mauser rifles without breech, 1 Springfield rifle without breech, 10 Thompson machine guns, 9 Browning machine guns, 2 Lewis machine guns, and 3,129 rounds for the previously mentioned machine guns. Weaponry retained, in virtue of the peace agreement, an emergency body of 100 men chosen from among those who have accompanied General Sandino has been organized, and to arm them the following have been taken from among the items previously listed: 8 Thompson machine guns, 8 Browning automatic rifles, 2 Lewis machine guns, 11 Springfield rifles, 71 Krag rifles, and 3,129 rounds for the weapons previously mentioned. For General Sandino's personal guard, 3 Thompson machine guns, 10 Krag rifles, and the ammunition to be taken from the quantity indicated above. 1933. Rifles that General Adán Gómez is to take along to protect himself and 12 additional men during their journey from this village to La Cruz de Rio Grande, where he will turn them over to government authority, 13 Krag rifles. In addition, General Sandino declares that in the mountains he has a number of the so-called Konkan rifles and other classes, the quantity and condition of which he cannot exactly state, but which during the 2 months following this date he will communicate to the government, so that the latter may dispose of them as it sees fit. The said general also declares that he has a quantity of dynamite in not very good condition, and that he will use it to break up the rapids of the Coco River to facilitate its navigation. Likewise he states that since the quantity of rifle rounds that they possess is so small, he believes they should be turned over to the 100-man emergency force that has been armed by order of the government, from which quantity he will also take a proportional supply for the private guard that will be under his command, as expressed in this act. General Sandino states that in harmony with the sincere patriotic ideals that have motivated him in the late campaign, the declared weapons are the total number that his army relied upon, weapons that were almost all captured in that same campaign. With faith in what is expressed, 4 copies are signed. In the process of signing this act, General Sandino hands over 3 Bislow shotguns, 3 Winchester rifles, 3 Konkan rifles and 3 Krag rifles, which were brought by a platoon of the army which has been disarmed. A.C. Sandino. SOFONFAS Salvatierra. G. Arguello. C.J. Rigoberto Reyes. JROIZR Pedro Jose Zapata. Jos Pound Angel RODRFGUEZ. Ronaldo Delgadillo. 450. 184 Conversations with Ramon de Belasteguigoitia, February 1933. Conversations with Sandino. The Man and His Ideas. During the approximately 2 weeks that I was in the camp of the Army of Liberty, I never failed to be in daily conversation with General Sandino, who treated me from the first moment with an entirely familiar friendliness. At times the Caudillo called me in, and at other times I went to see him at his house, which was watched over by his personal guard with handheld machine guns. The general was in the habit of walking up and down in a dark room next to that used by the guard, and he entered smiling, embracing me, according to his custom. It was a simple room decorated with a calendar and a chromolithograph in which could be seen some seal hunters in a tempestuous sea of ice, firing upon those amphibians who were approaching the vessel in a state of alarm. There were also a bench and some chairs, and usually sitting on the bench were some officers who attended the interview in silence, or a few soldiers belonging to the reserve. A stack of rifles could be seen in one corner. The general sat in a rocking chair, in which he rocked endlessly. Most noticeable in his oval but angular face was a kind of asymmetry affecting both sides of his face, which contributes, along with the corners of his mouth, to some odd facial variations. His dark eyes often radiate an affectionate sympathy, but normally a profound seriousness or an intense thoughtfulness is evident in them. The serenity of his features, the strength of his jawbones, spread wide at an angle, confirm the impression given by his conversation of a calm and positive will. His voice is smooth and convincing, he does not distrust his own ideas, and his sentences are spoken with precision, well regulated by a mind that has thought independently about the topics he communicates. His habitual gesture is to rub his hands together while holding a handkerchief in them. Rarely does he gesticulate or alter the calm tone of his voice. The impression Sandino. 451. 1933. Gives, in his appearance and in his conversation, is of a spiritual elevation. He is, without doubt, a cultivator of yoga, a disciple of the Orient. The topics of our conversation were various and usually without much organization. I have tried to gather them together under several themes, while of course retaining an absolute authenticity regarding his concepts and his phrases so that the reader can penetrate the psychology of this extraordinary champion of liberty, who has been seen by many as a vulgar and uneducated man, perhaps also as the Pancho Villa of the Nicaraguan rebellion. But this is completely false. General Sandino is a delicate and refined spirit, a man of action as well as a seer, as we have said, and though he has a rather limited education, he is an extraordinary personality, even apart from his role as liberator. "I see they took you for an American," he told me the first time he saw me, laughing cheerfully. "Yes, General," I said to him, but they were very soon convinced and nothing happened. It was all a joke. And after we had sat down, and as the General was beginning his habitual rocking, I said to him, "In this movement what interests me most is its spiritual content, more than the episodic and the military aspects. I see that there exists in you a great faith, and I'm not sure, perhaps a religious sensitivity. I believe that all the movements that have left an impression on history have had a great religious or secular faith. The liberalism of the Anglo-Saxon peoples, united with their religious principles, seems deeper to me and more definitive than that of the French Revolution. Do you have a religion?" Sandino: "No, religions are things of the past. We are guided by reason. What our Indians need is instruction and culture so they can know themselves, respect themselves, and love themselves." Unwilling to accept defeat, I insisted, "You don't believe in the survival of the conscience?" Sandino: "Of the conscience?" Yes, of the personality." Sandino: "Yes, of the spirit, of course, the spirit survives, life never does. From the beginning, one may assume the existence of a great will." It's all a matter of words, for me, this is religion, the transcendence of life." Sandino: "As I'm saying to you, that will, that first great force, is love. You may call him Jehovah, God, Allah, the Creator." And after explaining, in agreement with his theosophic faith, the importance of humanity's spiritual guides, among whom he includes Adam, Moses, Jesus, Bolivar, his words expressing a profound conviction and his dark eyes quickening, he continues, "Yes, each person attains his destiny. I am convinced that my soldiers and I fulfilled the destiny that 1933 was made known to us. That supreme will has brought us here together to accomplish the liberation of Nicaragua. Do you believe in destiny, in fatalism?" Sandino: "Well, shouldn't I believe? Each of us accomplishes what he must in this world." And how do you understand, General, that primary force which moves things? As a conscious or unconscious force?" Sandino: "As a conscious force. In the beginning there was love. That love creates, evolves. But all is eternal. And our tendency is to believe that life is not a fleeting moment, but rather an eternity across the multiple facets of the transitory. I am insisting on this point because I think every great work has been accomplished only with the assistance of a great faith, which I call religious, while you use other words for it, but which is nothing but the powerful impulse of a spiritual world. I have felt that interpenetration, that spirituality, in your army. Sandino: "If that's all it is, we do influence one another mutually in the role we play. We are all brothers. I remember your having referred at some point to the historical significance of Napoleon and Bolivar. Sandino, Napoleon. He was an immense force, but there was nothing in him but egotism. Often I have started to read his biography and thrown the book down. On the other hand, the life of Bolivar has always aroused emotion in me, and it has made me cry. Later, since the general had made a reference to the spiritual forces that affect the conduct of men, I asked him, "Do you believe, General, in forces of the kind that influence human conduct without the influence of words?" Sandino, completely. I have experienced it myself, not once but often. On several occasions I have felt a kind of mental trepidation, palpitations, something odd inside myself. Once I dreamed that enemy troops had approached and that a certain individual named Pompilio who had been with me before came with them. I got up at once and gave the alarm, placing everyone under our plan of defense. 2 hours later it was still before dawn. The Americans were there, initiating the battle. There is a part of our body where the organ of premonition may be found. I would agree with that, the general continues, and grasping my head he points to the back of my neck. You don't think this is true? I don't deny any sort of possibilities of that kind. And in any case I think you may have an uncommon nervous system, a great spiritual power. I see it in your army. And I remembered having read in a letter written by his brother, Socrates, which Don Gregorio had showed me, that Augusto had an N.R. 1933. Mao's telepathic receptacle. And in another letter, that he had seen his father and mother in a dream and sensed that they were very concerned. And I added, I have seen an admirable spiritual sense among the soldiers. Speaking with many of them, I have heard them say that justice was with them and that because of that they were victorious, even though they were so much less powerful. How have you been able to instill these principles in them? Sandino, by speaking to them often about the ideals of justice and about our destiny, instilling in them the idea that we are brothers. Above all, it was when their bodies were weakened that I have tried to lift their spirits. At times even the bravest languish. It's necessary to know them, to choose them. And to drive away their fear, making them understand that death is a trifling affliction, a transition. But those ideas are assimilated through mutual penetration. Through mutual penetration. Sandino, yes, we are mutually penetrated by our mission, and so my ideas and even my voice can go to them more directly. The magnetism of a thought is transmitted. The waves flow out and are received by those disposed to understand them. During battles, when the nervous system is in a state of tension, a voice with a magnetic feeling has an enormous resonance. Also spirits, both carnate and incarnate, take part in battles. Do you believe in the transcendence of this movement? The general certainly did not understand the realistic sense in which I had asked this question. In the course thus far of his supernatural impressions, if we may put it that way, his thought had unwound itself in the form of more remote and difficult concepts. But it is not possible for us to follow his thought completely, and we will suggest only a skeleton of his ideas, which deal with unreal matters. I will say this to you. Spirits also engage in battle, both carnate and incarnate. Since the beginning of the world, the earth has constantly evolved. But here, in Central America, is where I foresee a formidable transformation carried. I see something I've never mentioned to you before. I don't think this has ever been written about in all of Central America. In the lower regions, it's as though water had spread from one ocean to another. I see Nicaragua engulfed in water. An immense depression coming from the Pacific, the high volcanoes only. It's as though one sea had emptied itself into another. This is a fantastic description, which I have not been able to grasp completely, but which translates into a sort of vision of a great maritime sea catastrophe in that part of Central America. And Sandino puts his hands to his eyes, as if wanting to eradicate some vision. Again the dark tone of his voice becomes more lively. This is the hero, Sandino, the inspired Sandino, the visionary. 1933. Faith, I believe, is eternally childlike and creative, childlike because it unites the real world with that of the fabulous, and, unmindful of doubt, which is skepticism and old age, transports us to the fantasy world of those first years, in which perhaps, as the poet Wordsworth says, men still preserve an intimation of immortality, or of an incarnation, as the Theosophists would say, which, with the years and the base reality of the senses, has not yet been erased from the mind. And faith is creative, because mankind sees itself, not as the miserable sharecropper of a transitory life that disappears in smoke, but rather as the owner himself of the land, or more aptly, as an actor in an eternal drama that is constantly being renewed. As I was leaving, Sandino spoke with an old soldier put in charge of carrying salt to the troops who are beginning to arrive, and as the latter departs with his loaded mule, the general says goodbye to him with a "May God keep you." Conversations with Sandino. Social themes. We had seen General Sandino while he was riding with some officers, making an inspection of the troops, and he had said to me, "Now you see, we are not soldiers, we are of the people, we are armed citizens." Remembering these impressions regarding the social aspect of the Sandinista movement, one afternoon while we were talking and he was rocking in his chair, I asked the general, "It has been said on some occasions that your rebellion has an obvious social character. You have even been accused of being communists. I understand that this last epithet has been the result of tendentious and discredited propaganda. But is there no social program?" Sandino, at various times efforts were made to twist this movement away from national defense, transforming it into a struggle having a more social character. I have opposed this with all my strength. This movement is national and anti-imperialist. We uphold the banner of liberty for Nicaragua and for all of Spanish America. Aside from this, on the social terrain, this movement is of the people, and we advocate the pursuit of progress in regard to social aspirations. Here, in order to influence us, some people have tried to see us as representatives of the International Federation of Labor, the Anti-Imperialist League. The Quakers. We have always opposed this with our strong belief that this was essentially a national struggle. Marty, the propagandist of communism, recognized that he couldn't win with his program, and he withdrew. The general became quiet and thoughtful. In some countries, such as Mexico, many have thought that the Sandinista movement was fundamentally agrarian. I have had occasion to ob. 4ss. 1933. Served during my stay in Nicaragua that property is rather well divided and that it is a land of small properties. Latifundia hardly exist, and these are not very large. Agrarianism, therefore, does not have a field of action. The few who do not have land do not die of hunger, as has been said. Yet with the general I stayed with the land question, asking him if he is a supporter of confirming the country's reputation of a nation of small land holdings by giving land to those who do not have it. Sandino: yes, of course, and that is something that will not be hard for us to do. We have uncultivated land, perhaps the best in the country. That's the area where we've been concentrated. The general explained his project to colonize the Coco River region, which has enormous fertility. Nicaragua imports a number of products that it shouldn't, cereals, oils, even meat, by way of the Atlantic coast. All this can be produced in the Coco Valley, because soon we will make the river navigable and then we will begin to open land to cultivation. There is an incredible exuberance of plant life. Wild cacao alone is available to put the land in a condition for rapid economic exploitation. Do you believe in the growth of capital? Sandino: undoubtedly capital can do its work and be accumulated, but the worker mustn't be humiliated and exploited. Do you believe in the usefulness of immigration? Sandino: there exists here a great deal of land to divide up. Immigrants can teach us a lot. But on condition that they respect our rights and treat our people as equals. The general then added jokingly that if some foreigners came there with other ideas, motivated by a spirit of unacceptable exploitation or political domination, they would go to them and put thorns on their path so that their progress wouldn't be so easy. Otherwise, all foreigners would be received as brothers, with open arms. At that moment we recalled the admirable disinterest that General Sandino has demonstrated on every occasion, including the special stipulation of the agreement that had just been signed stating that his delegates were to indicate in his name his absolute personal disinterest and his irrevocable decision not to request nor to accept anything that might disparage the motives of his public conduct. I asked him, "Don't you have any ambition to possess some land of your own?" Sandino, people think around here that I'm going to become a big landowner. No, none of that. I will never have properties. I don't have anything. This house where I'm living belongs to my wife. Some people say that this is stupidity, but I don't have any reason to act any other way. 1933. Remembering that General Sandino is about to have an offspring, I asked him, "And your children, if you have them?" Sandino, "No, that's no objection. Let there be work and activity for everybody. In general I'm an advocate of having the land belong to the state. In the special case of our colonization on the Coco River, I'm inclined toward a system of cooperatives. But we will have to study all that more slowly." Concerning these things, the general remarked, smiling, "Today I have had a case, among the many who come to tell me about their troubles, that reveals the anxious spirit of some of the people who manage money. It was a poor man with a large family who long ago had been given a loan of 300 pesos. The man who had lent it to him is now demanding it back, and since he doesn't have it the lender wants to take away his house, his cattle, everything, and even his children as slaves. I said to the lender, 'Do you think your money is worth as much as the tears of this poor family?' Later I told the other man to go to one of the lawyers who claim they offer justice and then come back another day. I hope I can convince them. Now," added the general, "you can see what's going on around here." At that moment his mouth opened in a broad smile revealing his excellent sense of humor. The thought of this benevolent justice, which reveals his persuasive personality, and not the sort of the guerrilla fighter, also made me smile. General, do you like nature very much?" Sandino, "Yes." More than the city?" Sandino, "Yes, nature inspires us and gives us strength. Everything about it teaches us. The city wears us down, diminishes us. But it's better to go to the city and help to improve it than to close oneself off selfishly in the countryside. Looking at the plants, the trees, the birds with their habits, their life, they are a constant education. The general's clear and precise diction, the didactic impression he gives to his explanations, even the way he cuts the air with his hand, which moves incessantly and displays short, firm fingers, reveal in him, not the man of fantasy, but the man of restless and profound thought in whom there ferments a constant desire to know. I asked him then, "Is it true that you want to engage in some studies?" Sandino, "Yes, I'm interested in the study of nature and of the deeper relationships among things. It's for this reason that I enjoy philosophy. Naturally I'm not going to enter into a program of studies. But to know, to learn, that I will always do." We then began to speak on the subject of war, about how the campaign appeared to be one of extermination, and I asked him, were the Americans cruel? 1933. Sandino, that I won't tell you. Ask that question outside there, and you will understand. General, there's talk among your enemies of unnecessary deaths, of crimes, which are attributed to a part of your army. Sandino, well, if some evil is attributed, whatever it may be, I'm the only one responsible. They say there have been murders. Then I'm the murderer. That there have been injustices? Then I'm the one who's unjust. There was a need to punish not only the invaders, but those who were with them. The general straightened himself up and spoke forcefully, and his eyes glowed with indignation. For my part, whenever people have spoken to me about these matters, I have said that freedom is not conquered with smiles for the invaders. That this is the price of freedom. But naturally, I think it's very hard for an outsider to say such things. Sandino, Yes, the price of freedom. Through an association of ideas, the general went on to discuss the severity shown to his own troops in order to maintain discipline. Since this point had been raised, I asked him, "How often have you ordered your soldiers shot?" Sandino, 5 times. 2 generals, a captain, a sergeant, and a soldier. One of the generals for abuses committed. I was told that he had violated several women. I verified the facts and ordered him shot. The other because of his betrayal. The general went on to say that since the arrival of General Sequeira he had thought he saw in him a man of questionable loyalty. One day the airplanes came unexpectedly, launching a furious bombardment. General Sandino was sitting motionless in a corner when among the exploding bombs he sensed that someone was stealthily approaching. It was Sequeira with a pistol in his hand. He wants to kill me, Sandino thought, and he immediately took out his weapon and, rushing upon him, forced him to put the automatic back in his holster. Sequeira lost his command but continued to participate in the operations. Yet the general surprised him in a situation similar to the first. When they went out to capture him, he escaped in the direction of the American camp. Sandino sent out forces to bring him back at once, dead or alive. They brought him back dead. Is it true that all your weapons, rifles, or machine guns, have been taken from the enemy? What percentage do you calculate? Sandino, you might say all of them, aside from a few rifles that came from Honduras and the primitive Konkan rifles, which no longer work. Those who didn't have weapons waited until they were captured from the enemy, or they went into action with bombs and pistols, or they simply became part of the reserve. 1933. General, during the struggle did you have the premonition of a final moral victory? Sandino, no, I believed when I undertook this enterprise that I would not survive it. I considered this necessary for Nicaragua's freedom and for raising the banner of dignity in our Indo-Hispanic countries. I remembered having heard similar sentiments expressed among the soldiers, such as it is better to die than to be humiliated. And we would not have quit if the machos hadn't left. Was your wife an obstacle or a stimulus in carrying on the struggle? Sandino, she was a stimulus. When I came here, after the war began, I came to know her. I became intimate with her. Her ideas and mine were the same, we identified with each other. For 5 years I was separated from her. Then she was able to go into the mountains. My wife's spirit has never faltered. But, haven't you met her? The general added. He then called out. Blanca. Blanca. I want to introduce you to a man with a last name so long that at first there's no way to pronounce it. The Caudillo's wife appeared. She is a very young lady with good features, a sweet manner, and a very white skin. I greeted her and she left quickly after a few brief words. Sandino, my wife is from this place and is 95% Spanish. Here the Spaniards mixed very little with the Indians. Generally the Spaniard has mixed with the Indians outside the places where they were very warlike. In Mexico, for example, they have mixed very little in Sonora and Sinaloa. In the rest of the country, almost completely. Sandino, well, here very little. The Indian fled to the mountains. But there's some of it here. So much so, that there is a refrain that says, God will speak for the Indian of the Segovias. And he has certainly spoken. They are the ones who have done a great part of all this. An Indian is timid, but cordial, sentimental, intelligent. You will see it now with your own eyes. Then the general ordered a soldier to be called in and asked him to speak with his leader, who was sitting in the guardhouse and belonged to the same race as the Zambo Indians of the Atlantic coast. The two spoke, and a mishmash of words of several languages, from English and French to Spanish, could be made out in the dialect. Now speak to him in English, he said to me. I spoke for a while and observed that the two conversed perfectly together. And now Spanish, he added. Indeed, they spoke it perfectly. Sandino, well, Now you see that they are intelligent. But they have been entirely abandoned. There are some 100,000 of them. 1933. Without communications, without schools, without anything of government. This is what I want to do with the colony, to lift them up and make true men of them. Do you believe in the transformation of societies through pressure from the state, or through individual reform? Sandino, through internal reform. The pressure of the state changes the exterior, the apparent. We believe in each one giving what he has. That each man should be a brother, and not a wolf. All the rest is mechanical pressure, outside and superficial. Naturally the state must intervene. What do your flag's colors signify? Sandino, the red, freedom, the black, mourning, the skull, that we will not quit until we die. Spanish America, Central America, and Spain. It was the usual rainy afternoon. Sandino was pacing in the dark room next to the guard room, and when he saw me he exclaimed, "Yes, come in, we are very happy to have a Spaniard in camp, so that he can see what we are and what we have been. Yes, from Spain we have received great moral support. Positive help, that is, volunteers, would have been preferable. Sandino, no, you have given us something better, the feelings that come with moral support. That's worth more than if you had sent us a gunboat with soldiers and ammunition." And he gave an account of how some time before had come to the camp a Spaniard who was a wanderer and had roamed about the world. He stayed for several days and told interesting stories about his trip and about Spain. I understood that this wanderer had later died crushed under the wheels of a moving train. No doubt he traveled economically. And the truth is I don't remember his name, though it was mentioned to me. At that moment a letter was brought in, and I asked him to read it, interrupting the conversation, and the general said, "No, we consider you a member of our great Indo-Hispanic family, and we don't have any reserve. Look, this letter is from a priest friend of mine who was here for a long time. He's a man of free ideas. He has his family, children, a hacienda and is one of those who would say, 'Do as I say, not as I do.'" And Sandino smiled with his kind open smile. Then he read the letter in which the priest congratulated the general for the establishment of peace, which he said should not remain half done. I asked the general, could this movement have any connection with the ideals of a united Spanish America? Sandino, yes, the great dream of Bolivar is still in view. The great. 1933. Ideals, all ideas, have their periods of conception and perfection until they are at last realized. Do you think this dream could be fulfilled within a generation? There is still a lack of preparation, communications, a close understanding, a harmonious sensitivity for recognizing common problems. I remembered the situation of Central America. These small republics, which not only Yankee diplomacy but also American companies, especially the fruit companies, manipulate like puppets, making and unmaking elections and, with no great effort, installing in power men they can depend upon. Just now, in the recent revolution in Honduras, they have done many extravagant things, naturally somehow to gain some advantage later on. While these countries are perhaps putting restrictions on white immigration, the companies are emptying the island of Jamaica on the Atlantic coasts to cheapen the cost of labor, and the blacks continue to increase enormously. This is how the sovereignty of the small republics is diminished. General, do you not think that Central American Union is essential? Sandino, yes, absolutely essential. When do you think this may be possible? Sandino, this will come soon, it will come soon. The general became thoughtful and, not wanting to be indiscreet, I did not insist upon such a delicate point. I remembered that President Sacasa had told me that he considered union necessary, but with time, when common ideas and communications have been adequately developed, and only on the basis of a mutual agreement, but I think there are minds among Central America's leaders who think that separation represents a morbid state, a weakness common to all, encouraged by imperialism, and those people want to establish union by force. Certainly there is a very definite kind of Central American patriotism. Sandino, at any rate, we don't profess an excessive nationalism. We don't want to shut ourselves up here alone. Let foreigners come, including Americans. We also don't think the whole solution is to be found in political nationalism. Above the nation, the federation, first continental, then more complete, until everything is included. What do you think of Spain? Sandino, a nation predestined. Spain will be charged with the achievement of universal communication in the future. Communication. Sandino, yes, fraternization. Spain has a glorious past. There, according to legend, are buried Mary and Saint James, the brother of Jesus. Aside from that, Spain has given the world some admirable examples. The advent of the Republic has been something wonderful. Also the AT. 1933. Tude of the King and that of the people. And regarding the colonization look. Before, some time back, I looked upon Spain's colonizing work with a feeling of protest, but today I regard it with deep admiration. It's not that you're ahead of us. Spain gave us her language, her civilization, and her blood. We regard ourselves as Indian Spaniards of America. And do you believe in Spain's moral influence in the future America? Sandino, no question about it. Her work hasn't ended. It will last. Sandino, you have asked me for an autograph. Yes, my general. Sandino, I will give it to you, with a salute to Spain. To the Spanish people, a salute to you through the writer, Señor Velázquez Goitia, who has received impressions of our most recent efforts toward liberation. San Rafael del Norte, February 13, 1933 AC Sandino. 185 Manifesto, March 13, 1933. Manifesto to the nations of the earth. And especially to Nicaragua. Brothers. Above all, I want to make it clear that during the 7 years of war carried on for the restoration of the national autonomy of Nicaragua, we have not made political compromises with any ONF. The present moment. I am independent of the government, and I remain in the same regions of the Segovias. I will not leave the country, because it is my intention to give moral support to Dr. Sacasa during his administration. I will use this time to organize agricultural cooperatives in these beautiful regions that for centuries have been abandoned by men of state. Central American territorial disputes. The Salvadoran people asked for land where all the land is monopolized, and for this they got machine gun bullets. 2. Guatemala and Honduras have territorial problems, Honduras and Nicaragua as well, and all this is in obedience to signals from the expansionist policy of the United States. The present wars in South America obey the same signal. Everything is a game of the Wall Street bankers. All of Central America favors union, and this is known to the vultures of the White House. Today there exist two unificationist tendencies in Central America. The first is of the people, who wish to unite because of their brotherly affinity and to defend themselves from the common enemy. The second is the imperialist tendency, which the United States bankers are sponsoring with desire to pick a Central American traitor as leader of the 5 sections. President Ubico of Guatemala and General José María Moncada of Nicaragua are the strong men among the unificationists of the second tendency. 3. He who has ears, let him hear, and he who has eyes, let him see. The Central American territorial litigations are being decided in Wash. 1933. Ainton. Honduras will cede or has ceded to Guatemala her rights to dispute territory, because Nicaragua would cede or has already ceded to Honduras the territories in dispute. These things have happened during the administrations of Ubico in Guatemala and Moncada in Nicaragua, by order of the White House. He who has ears, let him hear, and he who has eyes, let him see. The vacant lands where we are seeking to establish agricultural cooperatives include 36,000 square kilometers, and we consider this region the Federal District of Central America. Our cooperative has nothing but its workers, and it hopes to receive the support of the present government. If this should not be the case, our plans will be suspended, though the proletariat of all Central America and from any part of the world could come to this region. The personality of the undersigned. Because of the peace agreements signed last February 2,1 have been the object of new slanders and insults written by those who, rubbing their hands together, hoped that we could win Nicaragua's independence by a single blow, no doubt forgetting the interlocking roots that the Yankee intervention has in all the countries of Spanish America and even in the world beyond, and forgetting that it is hard to untie a knot of a casting net without being forced to untie still another knot. He who has ears, let him hear, and he who has eyes, let him see the future of our racial ICA, and so let him make an alliance among our Spanish-speaking nations, more or less in the form that our army designed it in its plan for the realization of Bolivar's highest dream. For brothers, the nations of the earth and especially Nicaragua are in a position to judge our attitude during the 7 years of war that we have sustained for Nicaragua's national autonomy without receiving any support or on our part having made political compromises with anybody. Boque, the Segovias, Nicaragua, ca. March 13, 1933. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino 186. Letter to Lydia de Barahona, March 15, 1933. Señora Dona Lydia de Barahona. Managua, Nicaragua. My distinguished Señora. Only today am I allowing myself to respond to your letter, dated February 10 of the present year. Believe me, Señora, for me your husband is a brother in ideas, and I could never be indifferent to his fate. But sadly I must say to you that our government is not yet autonomous, because of the political and economic intervention that cannot disappear while the governments belong to certain parties. Nevertheless, I think that for the convenience of the government itself orders will be given for the repatriation of our dynamic Dr. Barahona. I am independent of the government, and the peace agreement was signed to avoid the return of the armed intervention, which was hardly beyond our doorstep, hoping to return within a year because it was supposed that we would continue the war among ourselves. That's the entire matter, my worthy lady. That's the secret reason that I don't leave the North, so that I may always be ready for the chance to restore our political and economic independence as well. Soon will appear a manifesto that we have sent out to the world. I suspect you will have observed that the components of the country's military element who operated in alliance with the invaders continue to be our enemies. These things make me sad, as your husband also is, but we trust that justice will offer us inspirations for achieving the true independence of Nicaragua. I very sincerely request that you send this letter to Dr. Barahona, and with these same words a fraternal embrace goes to him, and for you, Señora, my respects. Boque, Rio Coco. Las Segovias de Nic, ca. March 15, 1933. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino. 187. Letter to Gustavo Alemán Bolanos, March 16, 1933. Señor Gustavo Alemán Bolanos, 9 Avenida Norte, number 78, Guatemala City, ca. Esteemed brother. In my hands is your attentive letter dated last February 7. Referring to your opinion regarding the peace agreements signed on February 2 of this year, I will say that you are unfair and that you make yourself into my moral assassin, because you kill the illusion that I hold intact for the restoration of our national autonomy. I haven't been the victim of anyone's pressure, and I'm the only person responsible for what is good and what is bad in those agreements. The 4 individuals who acted as representatives in the preliminary conferences may be called upon to testify to the circumstances that forced us to make that decision. Let's hope that when this letter reaches you, our OFFICHL manifesto, which for that purpose we have urgently sent out to the nations of the world, will be in your hands. 1. There's more. If the peace agreement could not have been signed because of orders that the invader left behind when he departed, I would have killed myself by my own hand in the presidential house, so that my blood might have served as a further encouragement and a banner to the men of my army, because, although you are not aware of it, I will tell you that the disappearance of the armed intervention, though only apparent, cooled the spirits of the people because they tolerate the political and economic intervention. They don't see it, and, worse than that, they don't believe it, and this situation placed us in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the government was prepared to receive a loan of several $1 million and to crush us with bullets and to give even greater support to the political, economic, and military intervention in this country. And since this government was elected by the liberals, mainly those from Leon, R. Boque, Rio Coco, the Segovias of Nicaragua, Central America. March 16, 1933. 1933. Ranks were certain to shrink, while on the other hand we were drained of economic and military resources. And so, because of everything we've mentioned, we would have suffered a calamity at a time when our troops wouldn't have been able to take refuge in Honduras because the war in that country was intense and they were murdering the Nicaraguan emigrants who in other times went there in search of refuge. We also couldn't depend upon El Salvador because the government there administered machine gun bullets to the campesinos, and there was far less hope for us in Guatemala, as you know. In the new unificationist tendency in Central America, Ubico, Moncada, and Uncle Sam are three separate persons and one true God. Let me remind you that in the 7 years of war we never received a single round of ammunition, and we have defended ourselves by the pure heart of Jesus, and there's no justice in demanding from us the independence of Nicaragua by a single blow. And concerning the idea that I've fallen from a pedestal that I don't even recognize, lowering myself to the level of a child, I'm in agreement. In the final analysis, I'm not even a soldier. I'm nothing but a campesino fighting for the independence of our people. Let's leave it at that and not create too much confusion for ourselves, so that we may continue working for the true independence of Nicaragua without heaping illusory honors upon ourselves, which I despise. With my affectionate regards for your distinguished family, and do accept the sincere respect of your brother in the fatherland. Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Sandino. P.S. I'm independent of the government, and the peace agreements have not been made for any personal convenience. 1 Document 185. 188 Circular to his lieutenants, May 2, 1933. Circular to the brothers, Generals Pedro Altamirano, Francisco Estrada, Umanzar, Morales, Gonzalez, and Arias, and Colonels Tomas Blandon, Abraham Rivera, Socrates Sandino, and Ramon Rodales. Brothers. As you know, General Estrada and Colonel Rivera went to Managua on a special mission that was entrusted to them for the purpose of finding a way for the 100 armed men whom we have on the river to make themselves worthy of increased confidence on the part of the government, because it's essential for us to possess that confidence in order to put ourselves in a position to proclaim the presidential candidate of our choice despite the many enemies we still have close to the government. Dr. Sacasa has nevertheless given our committee a good reception, and he agreed that the payments, which amount to a little more than 1,100 pesos per month for the 100 men, should be paid each month in a timely manner. And that they will supply 100 uniforms so that each of the 100 men may live on the 10 pesos, 50 centavos per month that correspond to the soldiers and 20 pesos for the officers. Naturally, if food were to be paid for by each of our companions, the 10 pesos wouldn't be enough to feed their families too. Colonel Rivera, who was commissioned to handle the question of establishing lumber, chicle, and rubber projects, by means of a loan of 100,000 pesos to be lent by the government and paid back in 3 years, failed in his mission, because nobody outside the country is buying lumber, chicle, or rubber. Nevertheless, the government has granted us a quantity of provisions, machetes, and other tools so that we may establish a commissary, and so that our 100 men may buy their food there with their 10 pesos per month, and the same with the others who are applying themselves to the cultivation of cereals and the washing of gold. Likewise, you know that we had stationed our emergency force in Santa Cruz, El Garabo, Boque. 470. 1933. And sang, because of our hope of establishing the previously mentioned works. Very well, then, despite the pledges of loyalty and mutual sincerity between ourselves and the government, there are people who implant distrust of us in Dr. Sakasa, and for this reason the doctor told me that they will establish a National Guard detachment with a radio in Santa Cruz, and that our first squadron should be in Waivali. For my part, and I believe this will merit your approval, I have decided to write to the government, thanking Sakasa for the attention he gave to our committee, telling him that we will concentrate our 100 men of the emergency force in Waivali only, and that they should give us the radio station, with everything required, as well as its own telegraph operator, so that he won't need to put the garrison in Santa Cruz, because that, we are certain, would have bad results for our civilians in that zone. These are my arrangements for the days I'll spend in San Rafael del Norte waiting to give a cheerful welcome to my child. During that time it isn't at all unlikely that I'll make a brief trip to Managua to strengthen the arrangements for the benefit of the general community. In any case, I'll write to you giving you any sort of news, and if circumstances require it I'll be among you quickly. What I neglect to tell you in this letter, General Estrada, Colonel Rivera, and my brother Socrates will clarify for you later. It is also understood that in the entire Coco River region and its tributaries there will be the strictest guarantees of security, and that General Altamirano is appointed my general representative in Boquete and that whole region. For the same reason, every order requesting support coming from the general to the commissary or to the emergency force should be quickly received and attended to as if it were for me myself. And General Estrada has strict instructions and an organization book, so that every person who arrives at the main Waivali camp is to acknowledge them. These are matters, as I have said, for when I return. Also you have the obligation to communicate with Major Rafael N. Altamirano and all the people of El Chipote, indicating to them what I have ordered for the time when I return. Receive my fraternal embrace. Guadalupe Farm, May 2, 1933. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 189 declarations to the national press during Sandino's second trip to Managua, May 21, 1933. Compelled by the sincerity of our acts, let me announce to the Nicaraguan people through the national press of Nicaragua that the fundamental purpose of my second trip to this capital was that of responding to the aspirations of many groups who desire the organization of a new party known as the Autonomist Party. The meeting for this purpose should have taken place today, Sunday, at 9 o'clock in the morning, but the President of the Republic reconsidered the idea and deemed it inconvenient, since the purpose of the new party tends to reduce the strength of the opposition parties, liberal and conservative. For this reason we have decided to return tomorrow to the Segovias, leaving things as they are, but without desisting from the idea. On the other hand, our attitude is unchanged insofar as it concerns our moral support for Dr. Sakasa in the maintenance of public tranquility during his administration. Managua, May 21, 1933. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 190 Letter to General Francisco Estrada, May 24, 1933. San Rafael del Norte. May 24, 1933. General Francisco Estrada. Santa Cruz. Dear brother. The situation of Nicaragua is the following: the National Guard is the enemy of the government and of ourselves, because it is an institution contrary to the laws and to the Constitution of the Republic. It was created by an agreement between the liberal and conservative parties at the behest of the North American intervention. 1. This guard tacitly considers itself superior to the government, and this is why many times the orders of the President are not respected. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 191 Letter to Humberto Barahona, May 27, 1933. San Rafael del Norte. May 27, 1933. Dr. Humberto Barahona. San Salvador or Costa Rica. Esteemed brother in the fatherland. On the 17th of this month, just as I was leaving for Managua, I received your open letter, dated in San Salvador on last April 15, also copies of your letters to Dr. Manuel Perez Alonso, Don Sofania Salvatierra, and Señor Calderón Ramirez. Very well, at dawn on the 18th we left this town for Managua, without reading the writings referred to. We arrived at 1 o'clock in the morning, and in that city I spoke with various brothers involved in the struggle who said something to me about your pamphlet. I said I had it with me and hadn't read it, but that I would busy myself with it at the first opportunity, and that if it were true that it made me a victim of an unfair attack, I would take my revenge by not responding to a single word of it. Just now I have finished reading your writings, and I don't find anything damaging, but rather a hasty critique on your part, certainly unfair to me, because you were not aware of the countless reasons why peace was essential in Nicaragua, without anything being required of anybody, ourselves always independent of the government, as we have stated in our recent manifesto, which I imagine you will have read, and from which you will be aware of the preliminary events that led to the peace agreement. The press of those days published our reply to Don Sofania Salvatierra, which stated to him that Dr. Sacasa should not lose the opportunity for an understanding with us, because this was essential for the health of Nicaragua. As the theosophist you are, you must know that every human being has a mission to fulfill. And on this occasion Dr. Sacasa has been fulfilling his since the moment when he made an agreement with us contrary to the will of the State Department, which had the false impression that we would be eliminated by their bellicose offers to the emerging government in Nicaragua of ships and money for continuing the struggle. AF 474 1933 January 1st. On the other hand, you are aware that at that time the Nicaraguan Congress tried to accept a $2 million loan so that that government could continue the fight against our army. Keep in mind the danger that threatened us, and remember that that threat remains, because none of this was accepted by me, this being the destructive policy that the United States of America has used against us. For this reason your prognostication, in which you speak about Dr. Sacasa's fall from power, will come as no surprise to me. 1. I have not renounced my rights as a citizen, and my program is alive and well and not defunct, as you suppose. Nevertheless, the duty to sacrifice oneself for the fatherland is not mine alone, and you yourself have an opportunity to follow your own advice and allow yourself to be killed. I will die but in open struggle, seeking the victory of our ideals, but I will not commit suicide because of stubbornness. I would like to suggest to you that you get more rest and pay more attention to the progress of events in Nicaragua. As a theosophist you are obliged to know the admonitions of Zoroaster, son of Zarathustra, the founder of Theosophy. On the other hand, while you shrink from calling yourself a communist, I declare to the entire universe, with all the power of my being, that I am a rationalistic communist. I beg you to accept in union with your esteemed family the fraternal embrace of your brother in the fatherland. Patria y Libertad. AC Sandino 192. Before the coffin of Blanca Araz, June 2, 1933. 1. My dear brothers, to this good woman whom we bury today, to her great spirit of love and goodness, we all owe the peace of Nicaragua. You will perhaps want to criticize me because the coffin is white, but not only the angels have the right to go to their grave in white, but also the martyrs, and this woman is a martyr of Nicaragua. Because of her the invaders haven't gone on kicking you around, nor the bandits who once arrested her in Jinotega, and it's better for me if I stop talking, because I'm beginning to lose my temper. 193 Timid Nicaragua, a message, June 10, 1933. The Nicaraguans are intrepid politicians and even poets by nature, yet the conglomeration that makes up our national life presents a timid Nicaragua, though it is in fact heroic. At the present time we have a courageous president who is without animosities, who has been able to gather into his hands the untamed convulsions of the republic, untamed because everyone thinks he has the right to impose his authority upon him. It has been said, I remember, that our present constitution is the legitimate daughter, by direct descent, of the North American intervention in Nicaragua, because that constitution was written in 1911 at a time when the country was suffering intervention, and it was signed by Adolfo Diaz, who emerged at that time as president of Nicaragua. One like a newborn colt, however, the people were inexperienced, and the merchants of death could do nothing less than create the constitution that we now have, because it is still better than any other that Nicaraguan Congress could have reformed or revised. Only the nascent autonomist party will be able to produce, by means of a plebiscite, a Nicaraguan constitution for the people of Nicaragua. Therefore I believe that Nicaragua should abandon her false timidity and transform herself into the heroic Sultan of the Lakes. Dr. Sacasa's popularity in the recent elections made me recognize that I should not oppose the said doctor, but rather seek to unite his popularity with the energies of our army so that the Nicaraguan people would understand our intentions, so that the main conflicting groups in the Republic, namely our army, always spiritually united, the National Guard, and the historic parties, might cast their mutual hostility out of their minds, and so that all of us under our blue and white flag could support Dr. Sacasa and emerge from the cocoon of our timidity. Dr. Sacasa is a politician, and I am not, for which reason I do not have a full understanding of his intentions, but for my part I know that no government, from 1909 until today, has had the opportunity that the said doctor enjoys at this moment, in the sense that, without betraying anyone, and with the Constitution in hand, he can restore our political and 1933 economic independence, but only if Nicaragua's timidity can be transformed into heroism. For my part, with our army we have given an example to the other opposition groups from the moment when we declared, "We are brothers." It was never unknown to me that once our men had been disarmed many of our brothers in the struggle would necessarily be assassinated by the National Guard, which, because it is unconstitutional, is irresponsibly. This is exactly what has happened, and today resting in peace are many of my martyred officers, men who personally came to deposit their weapons in this same village by order of the undersigned in my role as Supreme Leader of the Liberation Army of Nicaragua. The patriotism of the National Guard of Nicaragua, poorly named because it is unconstitutional and therefore outside the country's laws for as long as it fails to legalize itself, is being tested in these decisive and bitter moments of our history. Also being tested is the patriotism of those heroic parties, because according to my understanding they should also support, as we do, our present government and request its compliance with point number 2 of the peace agreements of February 2 of this year. 2. Finally, since the National Guard does not enjoy the support of any of the Republic's laws from the moment it finds itself extraneous to them, it is essential that it support Dr. Juan B. Sacasa instead of offering itself as a gambling chip in the chess game that benefits the State Department of the United States of America, through the instrumentality of the North American minister in Nicaragua. Otherwise our President has the obligation to arm the civilian population of the Republic and to order any renegade to surrender his weapons. It is not right for men who regard themselves as free to submit to an army that is unconstitutional and outside the law. It is urgent, by my way of thinking, to provide ourselves with guarantees through our own nationality, and urgent that the Nicaraguan society not be subject to an army of men who are irresponsible, because they are outside the law. Brothers, you Nicaraguans, accept my fraternal embrace as the soil on which you were born ceases to be the timid Nicaragua to become the heroic Sultan of the Lakes. San Rafael del Norte, June 10, 1933. Patria y Libertad. A.C. Sandino. 1. Following the overthrow of the governments of General José Santos Zelaya and Dr. José Madrias, the U.S. government imposed the Dawson Agreements, which ensured U.S. political and financial hegemony over Nicaragua, upon the leaders of the so-called Revolution of the Coast. One of the basic stipulations of the agreements was the election and installation of a constituent assembly intended to legitimize the new regime. 2. See Document 177. 194 Letter to Rafael Ramirez Delgado, July 16, 1933. Central Section, Waivali, Coco River, NIC. CA. July 16, 1933. Señor Don Rafael Ramirez Delgado. Tegucigalpa, Honduras, CA. Very esteemed Sir. A copy has reached me through the mail of the important book by the journalist James W. Hunter, entitled Gandhi Speaks, The India I Desire. You were most kind to send me that work, because everything about him, our great philosopher and defender of his nation's sovereignty, is of interest to me. With this work you have enriched our library. In this river port from where I'm writing to you I have the satisfaction to place myself at your command. Here I am dedicating myself to the establishment of a society of mutual aid and universal brotherhood. I want to offer my grain of sand in favor of the emancipation and well-being of the working class, which, as you well know, has always been exploited and looked down upon by the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. This is the problem that many men of philosophy and love seek to resolve, and now that the most excellent President of the Republic, according to the peace agreements, is offering me his protection, I want to make of these virgin and exuberant regions a place of life and a center of civilization for every family that, scourged by misery or disinherited, may face some danger in the heart of the octopus-like cities. With nothing further, I'm pleased to wish you personal happiness. Your most attentive and loyal servant, Augusto CFISAR Sandino. 195 Letter to President Juan Bautista Sacasa, August 7, 1933. Central Section. Wyville / Nick, CA. August 7, 1933. Most Excellent President of the Republic. Dr. Juan B. Sacasa. Presidential House, Managua. Very esteemed Senor President. The report dated the 3rd of the present month has reached us, revealing that the government's war arsenals in Managua and Leon were burned by criminal hands, and that you were no longer in Managua. Upon receiving said report we have once more taken up our weapons, and at the same time we have sent orders to all our people, who are now ready to march wherever duty requires. We have written today to General Anastasio Somoza to get information, because despite our not being sure what is going on, General Juan Santos Morales will leave tomorrow for Jinotega to find out firsthand the reality of things, and if there is no further news please be so good as to inform us of that so that we may continue pursuing our agricultural labors, because at this moment we have suspended all activity, and we have a little more than 600 men dispersed over this mountain. In passing, I am taking advantage of this opportunity to inform you that the collected weapons that we previously told you about have increased to 500 pieces of equipment that belonged to the Honduran Revolution. Nevertheless, if you find it convenient, we will happily accept any amount of ammunition for Springfields and Thompson and Lewis machine guns that you may wish to have in these encampments of yours, with the assurance that they would be fired against our enemies and in support of the national autonomy of Nicaragua. I am not sure the present message will reach you, but I repeat that if 481. 1933. There is no new development, General Morales hopes to bring some information from you. Fraternally, Patria y Libertad. Augusto C. Sandino. 482. 196 Letter to Escolastico Lara and Norberto Salinas de Aguilar, October 6, 1933. Señors Dr. Don Escolastico Lara and Don Norberto Salinas de Aguilar. Leon, NIC, CA. My very distinguished brothers. Yesterday with unusual pleasure we received Colonel J. Dolores Villalobos, bearer of the letters from both of you to me, dated from last June 3 to September 9, as well as the rough draft of a letter that could be sent in our name to Dr. Vicente Toledano in Mexico City, along with some other printed matter. I have acquainted myself with the letters mentioned and the other writings. Colonel Villalobos leaves here today, taking the present letter with him. So all right, I have acquainted myself fully with the letter from Brother Salinas de Aguilar that he sends to me from Managua dated June 17, and I am pleased that between us there exist analogous projects. Moreover, I thank Brother Salinas de Aguilar, with all his courage, for his defense of us that he made in the press and in the Ibero-American Student Congress that was recently held in San Jose, Costa Rica. Just as the mail that now concerns me was arriving here, another package of mail, along with telegrams, which I am sending to San Rafael del Norte, was about to leave. In these I informed Dr. Sacasa of my arrival soon in Managua with the intention of conferring with him. We will try to get explanations about the conditions under which Dr. Guerrero Montalvan has acquired the loan, and how we stand in regard to the unjust imprisonments that the Sandinistas are suffering in these departments. At the same time I am prepared to leave the country if there are no satisfactory explanations. For this reason I don't think it will be necessary for me to send a letter to Dr. Lombardo Toledano, since my departure from the country is almost certain, and then I will occupy myself with the Manifes. October 6, 1933. Rio Coco Cooperative. Central Section. Waivali, Ni, Ca. 1933. Toes referred to, but more than anything else with demolishing through my axe any slander made against us with Machiavellian intentions, because, to speak the truth, it isn't certain that those who attack me doubt my sincerity, and what they seek is to incline us toward tendencies with which we don't agree, because we have our own ideas, and this we have proved. I am not unaware of the dangers that my life may face in my trips through the heart of the Republic, but I will continue eluding dangers for as long as matters aren't settled in Nicaragua. By telegraph I will inform you of my arrival in Nicaraguan so that I may arrange an interview with you, either in Leon or in that village, where I am thinking of staying during the days I need to prepare to leave the country. Or, in the event I should return to these regions, I will pass at least a month in my native village. I am in agreement about the inconvenience of continuing to work on the organization of the Third Party, and agree that we should limit ourselves to upholding Sandinismo with all its claims to moral authority, so that they may be decisive factors in the destinies of the nation at the first opportunity that presents itself. In passing, I am pleased to inform you that we will give the leadership of the renovation movement to General Escolastico Lara because this is necessary for the health of the Republic. I will soon arrive there, for which reason I'm not more expansive in this letter, but meanwhile I request you, in my name, to acknowledge to the directors of the local council of the Liberal Republican Party receipt of the letter it sent me, dated in Managua on June 1 of this year. Likewise I ask you to let them know that we have the same intentions concerning General Escolastico Lara and that upon my arrival we will deal with all that in person. Until I have the pleasure to embrace you personally, I ask you to accept the sincere esteem of this your brother. Ever onward. Augusto C. Sandino. 1934. 197 Conversations with SOFONIAS Salvatierra, February 15 to 16, 1934. 1. They are surrounding me. For about a month the guard has been taking up positions around Waivali. What is this? The president is fooling me. Well then his subordinates do whatever they like. The guardsmen say they'll destroy me. Destroy as if we didn't know what we have to do. To destroy men who are working and teaching the country how to work. They are an expense to the public treasury, petty improvised officials, whose lives consist of nothing more than eating and drinking. General Somoza wants to destroy me. And what good is General Somoza? He's important because of his rank. Later, nobody will ever look at him again. But yes, I am a caudillo. I can be disarmed, but not without putting up a loud scream. Out there I have only my people, because they really do believe in me. I don't want war, but how should it be possible that these people can't live in peace on their own land? The guard is killing them. Every day it kills them. The proof that I want peace is that I go to Dr. Sacasa when he calls upon me. If the lives of those men aren't guaranteed, I don't know how I could suggest to them that they disarm themselves. And I don't think there's anybody in the world who could tell me that I ought to do that. In such a situation, it would be better if I left the country, and for the men to do whatever they think best. Many people invite me to make a revolution, and I say to him who wants war, let him make war. Peace is necessary for the country, and I won't be the one to change that. I'm told about people who don't have work. I laugh at that, because out there they hold wealth in their hands. One must go to those mountains and gather it up. I don't have anything to do with whether or not there is a National Guard, or anything to do with the people who lead it. I myself, as the citizen I am obliged to pay taxes to maintain the army or the guard, or whatever it's called. The only thing I want is for them to give us our constitutional guarantees, and for the guard itself to be constitutionalized. 1934. One on the eve of what would be his last trip to Managua and during his stay in the capital city, Sandino held informal conversations with Sofia Salvatierra on the topic of the constant acts of aggression that the Sandinistas were suffering from the National Guard detachments in the Segovian mountains. This document brings together some quotations that Salvatierra took personally from General Sandino. In the source used, these quotations appear disseminated, whereas here they are offered as a coherent whole that permits appreciation of Sandino's understanding of the difficult situation in the days before his assassination. 488. 198 Interview with La Prensa in Managua, February 18, 1934. 1. With the help of Minister Don Sofia Salvatierra, one of our editors yesterday got an exclusive interview for La Prensa with General Augusto C. Sandino, in the house of the aforementioned Secretary of State. After the introduction, General Sandino ordered one of his lieutenants not to permit anyone to enter while he spoke in private with the editor, who began the interview with these words: "General Sandino, is there any truth to the declarations of yesterday afternoon, which a reporter says come from you, that you will not turn over your weapons until the Guard has become a constituted body?" "Yes, sir, those are my words." "Which means, then," our editor continued, "that the 100 men whom General Estrada commands will not be disarmed. That troop, which is called an emergency force, is under President Sacase's orders, and he can employ it whenever he sees fit. Those people are dependent upon him. Even today he can tell me to bring the weapons, and in a moment he will have them. But since those aren't the only weapons, will you persist in not turning them over? One can't demand that the agreements be complied with if the other side hasn't complied as well. Here they are," he said, "I'm going to read them to you. Look, the text says that I will gradually turn over the weapons to the constituted authorities, which means I'm not obliged to turn them over. It was also stipulated to us that they would give us guarantees, and that hasn't happened either. I've brought this list of 17 of my men whom they've assassinated during the whole of the last year, and the jails of the Segovias are still full of Sandinistas, held from the moment the agreements were signed. They have held General José León Díaz as a prisoner in the Ocotal headquarters since the beginning of peace. They don't even let him shave. His hair hangs down to his shoulders. Still, we have put up with everything for the sake of peace in Nicaragua. But the National Guard has left you in peace in Huayvalay. It has not allowed us to work freely. It pursues the Sandinistas who, 1934, come to our camps searching for work. They haven't come to Huayvalay, of course, because we have weapons. Come now, General. The Guard has orders to control the region that your people occupy, as the only military body of the nation. Would you be opposed to such a thing? If my intentions to back up Dr. Sacase's government are not well understood, I will not go to war. I will abandon the country. I will issue a manifesto to the world explaining what's been happening, but in no sense will I influence my people to do as I do. The rest depends on them. I have only wanted to contribute to the country's well-being, and in no way to its desolation. I can't leave my people in the hands of illegal authorities. I insist that they continue to have protection. Let the National Guard be constitutionalized and then, yes, I will turn over my men. Or let them guarantee to me that it will be done that way, and I myself will bring the rifles to Managua in an airplane. General, don't you think the Guard has the obligation to maintain vigilance, since there aren't two states within one state? Once things are normalized in my country, yes, sir. but the fact is that here there are not two but rather three states, the power of the President of the Republic, that of the National Guard, and my own. The Guard doesn't obey the President, we don't obey the Guard, because it isn't illegal, and that's the way we are all behaving toward one another. A few days ago it was said that the National Guard was preparing a plan to reform its regulations in order to adapt it to the country's laws, duly approved by the Congress. What do you say to that? Well, to me it seems the most sensible thing to do. That's the road that ought to be taken. Let it be given a legal form, and then we can be confident that it will not carry out hostile acts against us. Presently there is anxiety among the people concerning these things, and sometimes it's believed that a new domestic conflict could be the result of so many disagreements. What do you say to this? I don't want war. Nothing will make me come to that. I repeat, I'll leave the country before bloodying the fatherland and bringing sorrow to many of our homes. My force has been supporting the President. This has been our purpose, and I will dedicate myself with great pleasure to the cultivation of the soil, and I will pay taxes to support the state if the Guard is included within the framework of the laws. When do you expect to return to the northern regions? Up till now I don't know. Everything depends, as you must realize, upon our reaching a good understanding with President Sakesa. While taking leave, our editor asked General Sandino for his authorization to publish his statements, which was granted at once. Everything, he said, which he had spoken about with reporters was for publication. 1934. What was stated in the Campo de Marte? On the other hand, later, in the Campo de Marte, when our editor arrived at the National Guard buildings, having asked a high-ranking officer how things were going with Sandino, the latter stated that everything had been arranged and that nothing would happen to the ex-guerrilla fighter, because they had been able to isolate totally the obstacles that had stood in the way of a good understanding. Nevertheless, it has not been possible to do anything to calm the minds of the speculative public, who see in all the danger a new uncertainty that results from the obstinate and caustic manner in which this delicate national problem has been treated. 1. According to Sofamaz Salvatierra, when Sandino learned of this report, he said in a visible state of agitation, "I'm not going to give another interview to them, who put things any way they like." 491. 199 Letter to President Juan Bautista Sakesa, February 19, 1934. Managua, DN. February 19, 1934. Most Excellent President of the Republic. Sapphire Dr. Juan B. Sakesa. Presidential House. Most Excellent Senor President. As you know, in the peace agreements signed on February 2, 1933, between you and me, with the participation of the delegates of the Conservative and Liberal Nationalist parties, and of 4 delegates of the undersigned, in my role as Supreme Commander of the Army in defense of the national sovereignty of Nicaragua, it is stipulated in Article 2 of the said agreement that the Liberal and Conservative parties would emphasize as capital points of their respective political programs their respect for the Constitution and the fundamental laws of the Republic, and maintain, by all rational and juridical means, the full resplendence of the sovereignty and political and economic independence of Nicaragua. 1. I understand, Mr. President, that the Liberal Party has come to power encountering great deficiencies in the political and economic independence of the country. And that because of this same lack of independence there exists an apolitical military institution in Nicaragua possessing regulations extraneous to our fundamental charter. I understand that you fervently wish to lead the country within the framework of our laws, but that there is also the obstacle of the existence of 2 armies, that is, the National Guard, possessing unconstitutional forms and procedures, and the emergency auxiliaries whom you possess on the Coco River, under the command of Generals Francisco Estrada and Juan Santos Morales, the latter force constitutional from the moment you established it in your capacity as President of the Republic and Gen. General Commander, and it is for you to decide whether it is to continue to exist or not. Nevertheless, Mr. President, since in the same agreements there is the obligation on your part to give effective guarantees to the lives and 1934. S of all the men who served under my orders in the recently terminated campaign that we carried out against the interventionist forces of the United States in Nicaragua, and since that indispensable guarantee could not be realized without correcting the illegal form and procedures of the National Guard, I wish to reiterate to you the proofs of my frank and loyal cooperation in those situations in which I might in some way contribute to the maintenance of peace. In order that you should have no difficulty in the development of your program of government from the people who served under me, and in order to offer you likewise the means to regulate the form and procedures of the National Guard, in accordance with the Constitution of the Republic, I will use my influence with the men who compose my army, so that we may give you a unanimous vote of confidence as a way to strengthen your authority and make more effective the guarantees to which we are entitled by the agreements of February 2, 1933, and so that within a set period of time you may also constitutionally readapt the regulations of the National Guard. What is basic to this letter will be to learn from you the manner of giving us guarantees, as well as the question of the constitutionality of the Guard, and the other means of guaranteeing the lives of all the men who served under my orders in the recently terminated campaign that we carried out against the interventionist forces. Your very attentive servant. Ever onward. A.C. Sandino. 1C Document 177. 200, The Assassination of Augusto C. Sandino, February 21, 1934. 1. A few minutes later the President came out, and a circle of distinguished friends surrounded Sandino. The Segovian hero spoke with good humor, referring to episodes of the Constitutionalist War, which all listened to with pleasure because of the interesting way he expressed himself. The President invited us to dinner, and we all went to the table, with the exception of Dr. Lara, who had some urgent professional matters to attend to. At the table Sandino was always cheerful and well-spoken. Making a good observation, he said that we had come far, because earlier the presidents had left power to go into exile, and now all were here, Don Bartolo, General Moncada, General Chamorro. Only Diaz was absent, but not because anyone had stood in his way. With dinner over, we spoke of the formation of a company to exploit gold washings in the Coco River region. Its basic structures were outlined and the public documentation of the organization was to be authorized by Dr. Alejo Icaza on the day General Sandino returned from Nicaraguan. 2. It was 10 at night when we left the presidential house. Dr. Sacasa took leave of General Sandino with an embrace. General Portocarrero, who was there along with Señor Calderón Ramirez, was invited by Sandino to accompany us, but he announced, along with the President, that he would remain there to await General Somoza, with whom they would arrange the details of his future functions as the executive's delegate in the Segovias, since he was the one appointed according to the arrangement they had agreed to. Dr. Federico Sacasa, the President's brother, very kindly went with us to the door to say goodbye, and we entered the car, in the back seat General Sandino, Don Gregorio, and I, and in the front seat with the chauffeur the two adjutants, Generals Estrada and Umanzar. We descended La Loma, the summit where the presidential palace is located, without anything out of the ordinary taking place, until we reached the foot of the hill where the sentry houses of the Campo de Marte are located, at one of which, that of the Hormiguero, on a stretch of road where the lights do not eliminate the darkness, the car was 1934. Tained by a platoon of National Guardsmen pointing their machine guns at the vehicle. "Stop the car," said the one who acted as leader. "Anyone who raises a hand will be shot," he repeated 3 times. "Everyone out." We got out of the car and all gave up their weapons except Don Gregorio and myself, because we didn't possess any weapons. On our feet by this time, they led us inside the Hormiguero prison, and they kept us there in the middle of the courtyard, constantly pointing their machine guns at us. I observed that somebody was talking on the telephone, a Lieutenant Lopez, I believe. And while this was going on, Sandino said more or less the following: "Why are you doing this, if we are all brothers? We have made peace, and we are seeking the restoration of Nicaragua through labor. I haven't done anything except to fight for the freedom of Nicaragua. Only 3 nights ago General Somoza embraced me as a sign of harmony, and before that I visited him in his house, and General Somoza has visited me. General Somoza gave me a portrait with his inscription, and I gave him one with mine. Call General Somoza, so he can come here and tell me what he wants, so he can speak to me. Nobody responded. Moments later a platoon of guardsmen came in, and the officer in charge said, speaking to me, "You and Senor Sandino remain here until a further order arrives, and the others come with us." I asked him if this was an order from the president. The purpose of this question was to remind him of the authority of the commander-in-chief, which they were destroying. Hearing this, Sandino said, "No, it's a military order, and it must be respected at once," and without delay he marched off, followed by Estrada and Umanzar. Don Gregorio and I remained on our feet in the middle of the courtyard. After a while a guardsman brought us some chairs. For a time I didn't believe they would kill General Sandino. Many quick thoughts crossed my mind in the giddy course of those tragic moments. At times I thought they would remove him from the country, at other times that they would demand that he renounce his letter to the president and commit himself to surrendering his weapons without another word. But, though Sandino was an obstacle for many, it could never have occurred to me that they would kill him under those circumstances in which he was protected by law, by Dr. Sackesa's good faith, by the dignity of the army, by the traditional integrity of an entire nation, by universal morality. Such contempt for the honor of a civilized people, which has always been open and loyal, was not to be expected. Such scorn for a government presided over by a gentleman, presided over by him and by his ancestors, could not even be imagined, all the more so because on this level of moral 495. 1934. Responsibility. The leader of the guard had ties of affinity with Dr. Sackesa that he could not violate, because he knew that this would place his relative's honor in question before the Nicaraguan nation, before decent humanity itself. 3. For this to be believed, it had to be proved by facts. It was while I was thinking these grim thoughts that shots were heard from the eastern side of the city, which is where my Managua house is located, where Don Socrates Sandino had been staying. A constant firing of machine guns could be heard as if in combat. "Now they are killing them," said Don Gregorio. "It will always be true. He who becomes a redeemer dies crucified." It was about 11 o'clock at night. At about 1 in the morning of the 22nd, the American minister, Mr. Arthur Bliss Lane, arrived at the prison and invited us to accompany him. He took us in his automobile to the legation, offering us its hospitality. I informed the president by telephone, telling him that I preferred to go to the presidential house. President Sackesa approved, and the foreign diplomat was kind enough to accompany us there. When I reached the government house I learned everything. While they had been arresting General Sandino, the guardsmen, commanded by Captain Gutierrez of San Rafael, especially chosen, it would seem, had silently laid siege to my house, setting up machine guns around it, as if to attack a fortress. When those guardsmen heard the shots fired by those who had killed Sandino, Estrada, and Umanzar on a dark dead-end street on the edge of Managua, they also opened fire on my house from several sides at a distance of about 20 yards. Protected by the machine guns of the Republic, those who by virtue of the law are charged with defending the nation's citizens began their attack, constantly firing their weapons until they had entered the domicile, sacred and immune, according to the Constitution. Their purpose, no doubt, was to finish off my family as well. They killed a child of about 10, a servant, and Don Socrates Sandino, and they gravely wounded my son-in-law, Don Rolando Murillo, who died a few days later. Fortunately my wife and daughter had been in Masatip for about a month on a health cure. They transported the bodies to the landing field to be with the other 3 who had been sacrificed, and they buried them in a single grave, according to stories that circulated. They profaned the body of General Sandino, removing his clothes, a watch, a golden watch chain, and a diamond ring that he wore. Only in death could they touch the invincible warrior, only in this way could they defeat him, protected by the most shameful acts of treachery. After the massacre at my house, the guardsmen executioners took whatever they wanted from inside the dwelling, and they ended their banquet of blood with a banquet of food and drink that they conducted in the reception room itself. The two feasts did not 1934 upset either their consciences or their stomachs. In the city the following day they made an ostentatious display of the evil work they had carried out the night before. 201 There is no seed that won't grow if planted in good soil, the future of Nicaragua. Conversations with José Roman on the Coco River, March 1933 1. Listen, Roman, I've been in this place many times before, but never under these conditions. 2. The night so clear, the beauty and calm of the place, with a full moon that makes the waters of this Mill Nile River sparkle, and especially without the shocking experiences of the war. I want to take advantage of the serene beauty of the landscape and this unique and indescribable tranquility to talk to you about some personal and sentimental things that, though they don't form part of our military campaign, I regard, in fact, as fundamental aspects of our struggle, which will help you to understand the essence of that struggle and the future of Nicaragua. I want to feel free to speak without pauses for taking notes, which anyway would require more light than this lovely moon can give us. It would be very hard to find a more propitious occasion than this for what I feel I must express to you, for which reason I ask you not to take notes on this occasion. Besides, I've observed that you have a very good memory, and tomorrow or the next day you'll be able to write whatever you think convenient without any difficulty. Now you can see that without my hammock I'll have to pace about, sit down, and make wry faces, as Blanquita says. And about my wife, it's a shame you haven't gotten to know her. She's a beautiful person. But there will be another opportunity. Allow me to say, between the two of us here, that what's making me nervous at the moment is that I'm about to become a father. Maybe within 3 months. That's why she couldn't come with me this time. You can't imagine the happiness and tenderness I feel when I think that I'm about to become a father, more than anything else, because I want to give my child all the care and paternal love I didn't have. The astral spirits will recognize that I'm not a resentful person. Maybe what I just said isn't exactly true, because there's something that troubles me even more than being a father, and that's the future of 1934. Nicaragua and my crusade, because even though the United States might have had to accept their military defeat, which to a certain extent gives some prestige to their new government, they won't so easily accept a political defeat. Of that I'm absolutely certain. I don't know in what form they will make their move, but I know that they can count on very able and subtle politicians, and that ours are very corrupt, and, unfortunately, as you know, politics is not my field. Besides, the United States has a lot of money that they very well know how to use, and in politics money is a very powerful weapon. You saw how they bought Moncada and all the generals and officers and finally all the soldiers, except ours, for $10 a head. I've had several proposals, which, if I had accepted them, would have given me ample means to continue the war and even take power in Nicaragua, but I knew that once the Marines had withdrawn it would have been unworthy on my part to spill more of the blood of our brothers. Especially since Dr. Sacasa is an honest man whom I greatly admire and trust completely. Precisely to avoid intrigues and political pressures, I unilaterally accelerated the signing of the peace agreement. I've thought a lot about this. For quite a bit longer than a year now, knowing that our guerrilla army was already invincible, I realized that eventually the Marines would have to leave and we would be left face to face with the National Guard, an army against which our struggle isn't directed and against which we don't have any quarrel, except that I question its constitutionality and its loyalty to Nicaragua. But the more I've thought and pondered about how to avoid the dangers that such a situation implies for Nicaragua, I've come to the conclusion that it's not my task or the task of my army to try to solve a problem that doesn't yet exist except in an embryonic form. Abortion, in addition to being immoral, is also dangerous. Look, Roman, the long years of struggle, fighting under such unfavorable conditions and upholding an ideal and the country's honorable name. Maybe all this is very glorious, but it's also an enormous responsibility. The purity of the cause has to be maintained at all costs. The solitude in the mountains, bearing the full weight of the campaign on my shoulders, the endless nights of vigilance and waiting, all this gives a man an extra sense through which all things acquire an added dimension, and the capacity for judgment becomes more serene. The stillness and the enormous loneliness of a man who has nobody to turn to make the latest decisions that must be made, bring him in contact with something outside his own being. Beyond everything human. It's on the basis of these extraordinary experiences and these deep meditations, these profound thoughts, that I know positively, without any doubt whatever, that the rest of my life will be spent in these mountains among their humbly inhabitants. 1934. It's true, poor Nicaragua has been a country damned by God and, frankly speaking, Nicaragua was a goddamned country for the Marines, for the Secretary of State, Mr. Stimson, for Admiral Sellers, for General Logan Phelan, for Mr. Knox, for President Hoover. And yet, I say this from the heart, the Marines weren't to blame. I'm the first to recognize this, because like my friend Montenegro whom I spoke to you about, they only came here obeying orders. If the people of the United States had seen their boys sadly dying, without glory, without honors, and without knowing why, the North American people never would have allowed those brave boys to come here to soil their uniforms along with the prestige of that great nation in the jungles and swamps of Nicaragua. As I told you before, with the expulsion of the Marines from Nicaragua, the problems of the nation haven't ended. There are many dangers, inside and outside the country. This, because the Americans, though they could easily grant themselves the luxury of converting a defeat into an act of generosity toward a small country, into an act of wisdom, by recognizing their mistake and withdrawing their troops, lack the liberality of spirit required to recognize the rights of others above their own commercial ambitions, and they won't stop intriguing and manipulating for the purpose of replacing armed intervention with another kind of intervention so subtle that it can't be fought with weapons, but only with the dignity and honesty of our politicians, something that now exists only to the smallest degree. This is the main internal danger, and it constitutes a condition that only in the very long term and at the cost of great sacrifices can be overcome. This has already been said on another occasion, and maybe in other words, but allow me to repeat it because it's something I consider of fundamental importance for the future of Nicaragua. I'm absolutely convinced that there is no seed that won't grow if planted in good soil. There's no one in the world who can have any doubt about the excellence of the seed that we have planted, and I don't have the slightest doubt that the people of Nicaragua are a fertile and generous soil, and let it be known that this seed, though it will have to be sprinkled with abundant tears and the blood of our people, one day, maybe far off in the future, will unexpectedly and irresistibly bear fruit, and the longer the period of germination, the more beautiful that fruit will be. Never lose faith. You will see it. It's clear that this work is difficult, but just to infuse them with dreams, with expectations, and the most elementary notions of morality and hygiene would be to achieve a great victory. There are thousands and thousands of Indians on this Atlantic coast of Nicaragua and in its river valleys, including Zumas, Zambos, Mosquitos, and Caribs. Of course no official census exists. 1934. But with the help of Colonel Rivera I've been able to estimate that altogether there are more than 100,000. I came here by chance during my war, and I became conscious of our reality, because this is also Nicaragua, and I made myself the firm promise that as soon as the war for independence had come to an end, instead of accepting the fine invitations I have to Paris, Buenos Aires, and Mexico, where I would only go to show myself off like some movie star, tango singer, politician, or showcase ambassador, instead of doing that, I would stay here on the Coco River, the wildest but most beautiful part of our country. To free it from the barbarism into which exploitation has submerged it, first feudal colonial and now capitalist, to do whatever is possible to civilize these poor Indians who are the marrow of our race. And as you can see, my work is beginning to bear fruit. Let's hope that at least I will leave this work well started, so that our future generations and future governments will devote themselves to this problem, which is fundamental to the economic and moral development of Nicaragua. This virgin region comprises much more than half of our national territory, and merely by civilizing it Nicaragua can be made into a worthy and respected country. Roman, listen to me well because you're young. Listen to these words because they can turn out to be prophetic. I will not leave here. I know that because of my ideas they will kill me. Not the Marines, but the Nicaraguans. I know this, but it doesn't matter to me, because this is my fate, the same fate that brought me here. At least I will leave the seed planted, and someday it will bear fruit.